Chapter 1. It is a truth universally acknowledged that a single man in possession of a good fortune must be in want of a wife. However little known the feelings or views of such a man may be on his first entering a neighborhood, this truth is so well fixed in the minds of the surrounding families that he is considered the rightful property of some one or other of their daughters. "My dear Mr. Bennet," said his lady to him one day, "have you heard that Netherfield Park is let at
New
last?"
Atlanta, Sector 11,
Mr. Bennet replied
Building
that he had not.
71G.
"But it
7
is,"
April,
replied she,
2017.
"for Mrs. Long has just been there, and she
11:13
told me all
PM.
about it."
Hacker begins
Mr. Bennet made no
unauthorized entry into
"Do you
the
not want to know
Shorthand
who has
corporate
taken it?"
network.
cried his wife impatiently.
1:26 a.m.
"You want to tell me?"
Hacker attempts
And
to
I have no
access
objection
protected
to hearing
files
it.
concerning space station
This was
Citadel.
invitation enough. "Why, my dear, you must know. Mrs. Long says that Netherfield is taken by a young man of large fortune from the north of England. That he came down on Monday in a chaise and four to see the place, and was so much
Hey friends, I can't tell if this is going live or not. I'm going to assume it is. This is not my best technical day. However, I think we just went live. Okay, so hi, I'm Christina, the manager at the Pacific Beach Library. We are reading day 5 of Dracula, and of course, this is a very spooky story about crazy and supernatural kind of things, which could perhaps explain why. Could the vampires have something to do with why I had my phone short out on me twice today and we had to go to a whole nother different kind of technology? Perhaps. Let's blame the vampires. So, again, if you were with me for the earlier 2 attempts, I do apologize. I don't know what's going on. Again, we'll try to fix it and get it better by next week. But in the meantime, we'll continue with our story. And thank you again for bearing with me. So, to recap, for those who have, in case you haven't already seen this twice, I apologize if you have. Hi, I'm Christina. We're about to read Chapter 5 of Dracula. Today I'm drinking a Darjeeling tea. It came from the Shakespeare tea shop on India Street. It's lovely. Okay. And I do want to sip because it really is lovely. Yummy. I hope that we don't lose our connection yet again, but if we do, it's not a terrible thing, I guess. I get to have a nice sip of tea each time to start out. So, one more time. Today we are going to read Chapter 5, but before that, let's discuss a little bit about Chapter 4. Chapter 4 covers about a month and a half of action. It is Jonathan Harker's journal entries written in shorthand, which doesn't sound like a new thing to us because shorthand is not a very commonly used type of script nowadays, but at the time that this book was published in 1897, shorthand was a relatively new invention. And so the idea is that Jonathan Harker is able to write these notes about what's happening in Castle Dracula, and you can pretty safely assume that Count Dracula, even if you were to go through his things, is not going to be able to read it. And so that's why he can be pretty forthright in his journals about what's there. By the way, I saw a note from Adrienne that shows my phone is okay. I do too, although if it's not, maybe it's an excuse to buy a new phone. It's not a terrible thing. Let's see. Okay, so Chapter 4 starts out with Jonathan Harker waking up alone in his bed. The Count Dracula has brought him up to his bedroom and undressed him. Again, these are kind of the... there's some interesting elements to the book, too. It is interesting. I was actually just doing a video about this book for Banned Book Week, and because next week is the week where libraries celebrate everyone's freedom to read and making their own decisions about what books are good books, what books are not books that they agree with, or that they find to be of literary merit, or that can form their own opinions, their learned opinions based on being able to have the opportunity to read something for themselves and make up their own minds. And so Dracula is really interesting. Even though Dracula was published in 1897, there was actually a challenge made against the book in 1994. So 97 years after publication, the book was taken off of a reading list for schools in Texas. And part of it was because some of this sort of sexual imagery. And I think that in Chapter 3 is where we get some of that, especially too, with those women who are with Jonathan Harker. And then again here too, where the Count is undressing him. So it doesn't say that anything too untoward is happening, other than blood sucking, perhaps. But there's that perhaps could be some of the controversy around Dracula, which again I kind of think pales next to the whole blood sucking thing. But to each their own. Everyone makes their own decisions about books, and that is the freedom to read. Let's see. So in this chapter, chapter 4, he starts out and he acknowledges at the end of the first journal entry that even though he's been afraid to be in the room where he is staying at Castle Dracula, he now feels it to be so much safer and indeed a sanctuary compared to where he was with the 3 mysterious women who he describes as waiting to suck my blood. So he now is convinced that these women, who again he might have at first viewed in a sexual light, are now a menace to his safety. As the chapter goes on, there's some bits about how the Count had Jonathan Harker write some letters that were post-dated. We later see that the Count leaves Castle Dracula dressed up in the clothing that Jonathan Harker originally wore when he arrived, and that he delivers the letters in that clothing. And the idea that Jonathan Harker has is that the Count is trying to make it look that Jonathan Harker is still out and about, that he is himself delivering his own letters. And then also, if Count Dracula is abducting more children or killing people or whatever it was that, whatever evil he is doing in the towns, by wearing the clothing of Jonathan Harker, he might be passing suspicion onto Jonathan instead of onto himself. And so that is happening in the chapter. Also, too, there's a bit in there where some workmen deliver boxes, some crates to the castle.
I don't want to disturb
And it
her.
doesn't directly say what it is they're doing. They seem to be doing something with dirt. They're shoveling
I don't think
things.
he'd be interested in-
Then later on, there are some Sekeli, I think is
he'd be interested in
Sekeli,
that.
I think they were called. The gypsies, they come by and Jonathan Harker tries to bribe them to
I
take
don't
one of
think
his
he'd be
letters,
interested in that.
but they actually end up turning the letters back over to the Count. So the Count knows now that Jonathan Harker was trying to communicate with the outside world, is not pleased.
Hello. Guten Tag.
Yeah, sorry, there were 50 boxes. Oh, sorry. Eventually, Jonathan Harker decides he cannot stand being a prisoner in this way anymore, and he decides to investigate. Because so many of the doors in the castle are locked, he decides the best way to investigate to get into the Count's room, because in the daylight, the Count never comes out, so he assumes he's in his room resting. Jonathan Harker decides that he, too, will climb like a lizard along the outside walls of the castle. So he climbs outside from his room, up, to the room of Count Dracula, and he goes inside. He goes down some steps, and eventually he finds, the 50 boxes filled with earth, filled with sand or dirt. And in one of them, there is the Count Dracula is lying, and he seems to be not dead, but not quite fully alive, and it's in a weird state. Eventually in the chapter, Count Dracula says he will be leaving soon, and he will arrange for passage for Jonathan Harker on the following day. But Jonathan Harker is concerned that it's not true, because when he listens outside of his door, he thinks he hears Count Dracula telling the women that tonight is mine, but tomorrow night is yours, and basically that they can have Jonathan Harker after the Count leaves. And so Jonathan Harker, when he wakes up on the morning of the 30th, he's petrified. He's convinced that this is his last day. And what he does is he gets back. He tries to. Excuse me. He climbs again to the room of Count Dracula, and when he goes there, he tries to kill him. But then the Count seems to somehow stop him, to compel him not to, and he is frightened and he runs away. When he runs away, the door locks behind, and he is unable to get back down to the Count. Then the workmen come, they take away the boxes, they take away the box, including the one that contained Count Dracula, and he is locked, and he's left alone. And he is afraid of being alone with those women, and he's thinking there has to be some way. I think I can get out of here. I'm going to try one more time. I'm going to take some of the gold that I found in Count Dracula's room, and I'm going to do my best to escape, and to die in the attempt would be better than to stay here. And so where his journal entry ends, we don't know what's going to happen next, because Jonathan Harker is going to do his best to escape. All right, now we get to start chapter 5. Thank you again for bearing with me through all of our technical difficulties today. Today is chapter 5. It is entitled Letter from Miss Mina Murray to Miss Lucy Westenra. And again, where we left off in the narrative was on June the 30th. This is going to be from the perspective of some other characters, and as I did before, I'll go ahead and draw a line with my hand to separate the different entries within this chapter. Okay, so I'll start out with chapter 5. 9 May, my dearest Lucy. Forgive my long delay in writing, but I have been simply overwhelmed with work.
I don't have
The
anything
life
to say to
of an
Herr Huber at
assistant
the
school
moment.
mistress is sometimes trying. I am longing to be with you and by the sea, where we can talk together freely and build our castles in the air. I have been working very hard lately because I want to keep up with Jonathan's studies, and I have been practicing shorthand very assiduously. When we are married, I shall be able to be useful to Jonathan, and if I can stenograph well enough, I can take down what he wants to say in this way and write it out for him on the typewriter, at which also I am practicing very hard. He and I sometimes write letters in shorthand, and he is keeping a stenographic journal of his travels abroad. When I am with you, I shall keep a diary in the same way. I don't mean one of those 2 pages to the week with Sunday squeezed in a corner diaries, but a sort of journal which I can write in whenever I feel inclined. I do not suppose there will be much of interest to other people, but it is not intended for them. I may show it to Jonathan some day if there is in it anything worth sharing, but it is really an exercise book. I shall try to do what I see lady journalists do, interviewing and writing descriptions and trying to remember conversations. I am told that, with a little practice, one can remember all that goes on or that one hears said during a day. However, we shall see. I will tell you of my little plans when we meet. I have just had a few hurried lines from Jonathan from Transylvania. He is well and will be returning in about a week. I am longing to hear all his news. It must be so nice to see strange countries. I wonder if we, I mean Jonathan and I, shall ever see them together.
Yes?
There is the 10 o'clock bell ringing. Goodbye, your loving Mina.
Do you have the keys
Tell
to
me
the
all the news
outside?
when you write. You have
It's
not told me
Gabriel's
anything
car.
for
He
a
doesn't
long
even let me
time.
drive it.
I hear
I have a feeling
rumors,
you'd say
and
that.
especially of a tall, handsome, curly-haired man. And there's 3
thanks.
question marks.
All right.
Letter. Lucy Westenra to Mina Murray. 17 Chatham Street, Wednesday. My dearest Mina, I must say you tax me very unfairly with being a bad correspondent. I wrote you twice since we parted, and your last letter was only your second. Besides, I have nothing to tell you. There is really nothing to interest you. Town is very pleasant just now, and we go on a great deal to picture galleries and for walks and rides in the park.
Nice view of the
As to the
Alps.
tall, curly-haired man, I suppose it was the one who was with me at the last pop. Someone has evidently been telling tales. That was Mr. Holmwood. He often comes to see us, and he and Mama get on very well together. They have so many things to talk about in common. We met some time ago a man that would just do for you, if you were not already engaged to Jonathan. He is an excellent parti, being handsome, well off, and of good birth. He is a doctor, and really clever. Just fancy! He is only 9 and 20, and he has an immense lunatic asylum all under his own care. Mr. Holmwood introduced him to me, and he called here to see us, and often comes now. I think he is one of the most resolute men I ever saw, and yet the most calm. He seems absolutely imperturbable. I can fancy what a wonderful power he must have over his patients. He has a curious habit of looking one straight in the face, as if trying to read one's thoughts. He tries this on very much with me, but I flatter myself that he has got a tough nut to crack. I know that from my glass. Do you ever try to read your own face? I do, and I can tell you it is not a bad study, and gives you more trouble than you can well fancy if you have never tried it. He says that I afford him a curious psychological study, and I humbly think I do. I do not, as you know, take sufficient interest in dress to be able to describe the new fashions. Dress is a bore. That is slang again, but never mind. Arthur says that every day. There. It is all out. Mina, we have told all our secrets to each other since we were children. We have slept together and eaten together and laughed and cried together. And now, though I have spoken, I would like to speak more. Oh, Mina, couldn't you guess? I love him. I am blushing as I write, for although I think he loves me, he has not told me so in words. But oh, Mina, I love him. I love him. There, that does me good. I wish I were with you, dear, sitting by the fire undressing, as we used to sit, and I would try to tell you what I feel. I do not know how I am writing this even to you.
How convenient.
I'm afraid to stop,
And the lord
or I
of the
should
manor
tear
is
up the
slipping
letter,
through the
and I
passageway
don't
to
want
his
to
amorous
stop,
adventures.
for I
He can
do
pick up a
so
few
want to tell you
flowers.
all. Let me hear from you at once, and tell me all that you think about it. Mina,
The castle
I must
looks
stop.
huge from here.
Good night.
They've
Bless
got
me
more
in your
rooms left to
prayers,
restore than
and
I
Mina,
thought.
pray for my happiness.
I think it'll be quicker
Lucy.
to go back the way I
P.S.
came.
I need not tell you this is a secret. Good night again, L. Letter, Lucy Westenra to Mina Murray, 24 May. My dearest Mina, thanks and thanks and thanks again for your sweet letter. It was so nice to be able to tell you and to have your sympathy. My dear, it never
I don't wanna go
pours,
back
but it
into Ada's
rains.
bedroom.
How true
She
the
might
old
catch me in
proverbs
there.
are. Here I am, who shall be 20 in September, and yet I never had a proposal till today. Not a real proposal, and today I have had 3. Just fancy! 3 proposals in one day! Isn't it awful? I feel sorry, really and truly sorry for 2 of the poor fellows. Oh, Mina,
4th of
I am so
March,
happy that I don't know what to
1864.
do with myself.
King Ludwig
And
II,
3
most
proposals!
gracious ruler
But
of
for
all
goodness
Bavaria.
sake, don't tell
I
any
beg
of the
your
girls, or
forgiveness
they
for
would
my
be getting
forthrightness
all
in this
sorts of
letter,
extravagant
but I fear
ideas and
terribly for
imagining
your
themselves
Majesty's
injured
safety,
and
and thus have
slightest
no
if
time
in
for
their
subtlety.
very first day
I've
at home
heard that the
they
one
did
they
not
call
get
the
6
Black
at
Wolf
least.
is close to your
Some
highness.
girls are
I have been
so
investigating
vain.
this man for
You and
reasons
I,
I
Mina
cannot name
dear,
at
who are
present,
engaged and
and I
are
have
going to
learned that
settle
he is
down soon and
extremely
soberly
dangerous
into
and can
old
only
married
have the most
women,
dire
can
of motives
despise
at heart in
vanity.
anything he pursues.
Well, I must tell you about the
I
3,
beg
but you
your
must
highness
keep it a
only
secret,
this.
dear, from
Please do not see this
everyone,
man alone,
except,
nor
of
even
course,
with your servants,
Jonathan.
only to
You
guard
will
you.
tell him, because
I
I
promise
would,
you,
if I
all
were
will
in
be
your
made
place,
clear very
certainly
shortly
tell
when the
Arthur.
investigation is complete.
A woman
For
ought
now,
to tell her
only
husband
keep
everything,
yourself
don't you
safe.
think so,
Your
dear?
most
And I
grateful
must be
servant,
fair.
Christian von
Men
Ritter,
like women,
Schlossritter,
certainly their
Rittersberg,
wives,
Bavaria.
to be quite as fair as they are. And women, I am afraid, are not always quite as fair as they should be. Well, my dear, number 1 came just before lunch. I told you of him, Dr. John Seward, the lunatic asylum man with the strong jaw and the good forehead. He was very cool outwardly, but was nervous all the same. He had evidently been schooling himself as to all sorts of little things and
I'm not
remembered
quite
them.
ready to
But
write the
he
big
almost
hero
managed
yet.
to sit down on his silk hat, which men don't generally
I'm not
do when they
quite
are
ready to
cool.
write the big
And then
hero
when he
yet.
wanted to appear at ease, he kept playing with a lancet in a way that made me nearly scream. He spoke to me, Mina, very straightforwardly. He told me how dear I was to him, though he had known me so little, and what his life would be with me to help and cheer him. He was going to tell me how unhappy he would be if I did not care for him, but when he saw me cry, he said he was a brute and would not add to my present trouble. Then he broke off and asked if I could love him in time, and when I shook my head, his hands trembled, and then with some hesitation he asked me if I cared already for anyone else. He put it very nicely, saying that he did not want to wring my confidence from me, but only to know, because if a woman's heart was free, a man might have hope. And then, Mina, I felt a sort of duty to tell him that there was someone. I only told him that much, and then he stood up, and he looked very strong and very grave as he took both my hands in his, and said he hoped I would be happy, and that if I ever wanted a friend, I must count him one of my best. Oh, Mina dear, I can't help crying, and you must excuse this letter being all blotted. Being proposed to is all very nice, and all that sort of thing, but it isn't at all a
3
happy thing
January
when you have to see a
1864.
poor fellow,
I am
whom
now
you
in
know
Prussia.
loves you
The
honestly,
beast that
going
brought me
away
here
and
has so
looking
far
all
bested
broken-hearted.
me.
And
He
to
is
know
secretive
that,
and
no
skillful.
matter what he
He
may
has
say
much
at the moment,
self-control,
you are
unlike what I've
passing
been led
quite
to
out of his
expect.
life.
He
My
seems to
dear,
know
I
almost
must
before
stop
I
here
do
at
where
present.
and
I
when I
feel
will be
so
stalking him.
miserable, though
He
I am
turns up
so
his nose
happy.
at my lures. 3 more disappearances have occurred, and I'm no closer to learning his identity nor
Evening.
finding his lair.
Arthur has
I
just
can't even
gone,
prove
and I
he
feel
took
in
them.
better spirits
Not a
than when I
single
left
corpse
off,
has been found.
so I can go on telling you about the
March
day.
3rd, 1864.
Well, my dear, number 2
I've
came
had a
after
break
lunch.
at last.
He was such a
The
nice
key was in
fellow,
front of me
an
all the
American from
time.
Texas,
The
and he
Black
looks
Wolf,
so
he so
young and
daringly
fresh
calls
that it seems
himself,
almost
for all to hear
impossible
and none
that
to
he has been
truly
to so
see.
many places
It is
as that,
worse than
and
I
has
could
had
ever have
many.
suspected.
and has
He is
had
not just
such
a beast,
adventures.
but a monster.
I
His
sympathized
jaws
with
are
poor
already around some
Desdemona
of the
when she
best
had
throats
such
in
a
Europe.
dangerous
I
stream
return
poured
to
in her
Ritter's book
ear,
tonight.
even by a black
I must
man.
warn those in danger
I
and
suppose
get
that we
someone to
women
assist
are
me.
such cowards
I
that
am
we
in
think
over
a
my
man will
head.
save us from fears, and we marry him. I know now what I would do if I were a man and wanted to make a girl love me. No, I don't, for there was Mr. Morris telling us his stories, and Arthur never told any, and yet, my dear, I am somewhat previous. Mr. Quincy P. Morris found me alone. It seems that a man always does find a girl
All right,
alone.
Knight, I've got your
No, he
research.
doesn't, for Arthur tried twice to make a chance, and I helping him all I could. I am not ashamed to say it now. I must tell you beforehand that Mr. Morris doesn't always speak slang. That is to say, he never does so to strangers or before them, for he is really well educated and has exquisite manners. But he found out that it amused me to hear him talk American slang, and whenever I was present and there was no one to be shocked, he said such funny things. I am afraid, my dear, he has to invent it all, for it fits exactly into whatever else he has to say. But this is a way slang has. I do not know myself if I shall ever speak slang. I do not know if Arthur likes it, as I have never heard him use any as yet. Well,
Now,
Mr.
just
Morris
need
sat
someone
down
to send
beside
it
me and
to.
looked as happy and jolly as he could, but I could see all the same that he was very nervous. He took my hand in his and said ever so sweetly, "Miss Lucy, I know I ain't good enough to regulate the fixin's of your little shoes, but I guess if you wait till you find a man that is, you will go join them 7 young women with the lamps when you quit. Won't you just hitch up alongside of me and let us go down the long road together, driving in double harness?" Well, he did look so good-humored and so jolly that it didn't seem half so hard to refuse him as it did poor Dr. Seward. So I said, as lightly as I could, that I did not know anything of hitching, and that I wasn't broke into harness at all yet. Then he said that he had spoken in a light manner, and he hoped that if he had made a mistake in doing so on so grave a momentous an occasion for him, I would forgive him. He really did look serious when he was saying it, and I couldn't help feeling a bit serious too. I know, Mina, you will think me a horrid flirt, though I couldn't help feeling a sort of exultation that he was a number 2 in the day. And then, my dear, before I could say a word, he began pouring out a perfect torrent of love-making, laying his very heart and soul at my feet. He looked so earnest over it that I shall never again think that a man must be playful always, and never earnest, because he is merry at times. I suppose he saw something in my face which checked him, for he suddenly stopped, and said with the sort of manly fervor that I could have loved him for if I had been free, "Lucy, you are an honest-hearted girl, I know. I should not be here speaking to you as I am now, if I did not believe you clean grit, right through to the very depths of your soul. Tell me, like one good fellow to another, is there anyone else that you care for? And if there is, I'll never trouble you a hair's breadth again, but will be, if you will let me, a very faithful friend." My dear Mina, why are men so noble when we women are so little worthy of them? Here was I almost making fun of this great-hearted, true gentleman. I burst into tears. I am afraid, my dear, you will think this a very sloppy letter in more ways than one, and I really felt very badly. Why can't they let a girl marry 3 men, or as many as want her, and save all this trouble? But this is heresy, and I must not say it. I am glad to say that, though I was crying, I was able to look into Mr. Morris's brave eyes, and I told him out straight, "Yes, there is someone I love, though he has not told me yet that he loves me." I was right to speak to him so frankly, for quite a light came into his face, and he put out both his hands and took mine. I think I put them into his, and said in a hearty way, "That's my brave girl. It's better worth being late for a chance of winning you than being in time for any other girl in the world. Don't cry, my dear. If it's for me, I'm a hard nut to crack, and I take it standing up. If that other fellow doesn't know his happiness, well, he better look for it soon or he'll have to deal with me. Little girl, your honesty and pluck has made me a friend, and that's rarer than a lover. It's more unselfish anyhow. My dear, I'm going to have a pretty lonely walk between this and Kingdom Come. Won't you give me one kiss? It'll be something to keep off the darkness now and then." You can, if you like. For that other good fellow, he must be a good fellow, my dear, and a fine fellow or you could not love him. He hasn't spoken yet. That quite won me, Mina, for it was brave and sweet of him, and noble too, to a rival, wasn't it? And he so sad. So I leant over and kissed him. He stood up with my 2 hands in his, and as he looked down into my face, I'm afraid I was blushing very much. He said, "Little girl, I hold your hand, and you've kissed me. And if these things don't make us friends, nothing ever will. Thank you for your sweet honesty to me, and goodbye." He wrung my hand, and taking up his hat, went straight out of the room without looking back, without a tear or a quiver or a pause. And I, crying like a baby. Oh, why must a man like that be made unhappy when there are lots of girls about who would worship the very ground he trod on? I know I would if I were free, only I don't want to be free. My dear, this quite upset me, and I feel I cannot write of happiness just at once, after telling you of it. And I don't wish to tell you of the number 3 until it can be all happy.
We're the Smiths.
Ever your loving, Lucy.
Pennsylvania.
P.S. About number 3? I needn't tell you of number 3, need I? Besides, it was all so confused. It seemed only a moment from his coming into the room till both his arms were round me and he was kissing me. I am very, very happy, and I don't know what I have done to deserve it. I must only try in the future to show that I am not ungrateful to God for all his goodness to me in sending to me such a lover, such a husband, and such a friend. Goodbye.
When I was studying an old witch trial last spring.
Dr. Seward's diary, kept in phonograph.
Well,
25 May.
To stop by, but I'm afraid
Ebb
the
tide,
Schottenjäger is
ebb
right
tide
now.
in appetite today.
I'll let him know you
Cannot
called.
eat, cannot rest, so diary instead. Since my rebuff of yesterday, I have a sort of empty feeling. Nothing in the world seems of sufficient importance to be worth the doing. As I knew that the only cure for this sort of thing was work, I went amongst the patients. I picked out one who's afforded me a study of much interest. He is so quaint that I am determined to understand him as well as I can. Today I seem to get nearer than ever before to the heart of his mystery. I questioned him more fully than I have ever done, with a view to making myself master of the facts of his hallucination. In my manner of doing it there was, I now see, something of cruelty. I seemed to wish to keep him to the point of madness, a thing which I avoid with the patients, as I would the mouth of hell. Memo. Under what circumstances would I not avoid the pit of hell? Omnia Romae venalia sunt. Hell has its price.
Someone close to you is in
Verb,
danger.
sap.
Gabriel?
I see something.
If there be anything behind this instinct, it will be valuable to trace it afterwards accurately, so I had better commence to do so.
Don't
Therefore,
you worry, miss.
R. M.
My model is
Renfield,
gonna be all right.
Etat
This just
59,
happens sometimes, that's all.
sanguine
It
temperament,
just happens.
great physical strength, morbidly excitable, periods of gloom, ending in some fixed idea which I cannot make out. I presume that the sanguine temperament itself and the disturbing influence end in a mentally accomplished finish. A possibly dangerous man, possibly dangerous if unselfish. In selfish men, caution is as secure an armor for their foes as for themselves. What I think of on this point is, when self is the fixed point, the centripetal force is balanced with the centrifugal. When duty, a cause, etc. is the fixed point, the latter force is paramount, and only accident or a series of accidents can balance it. Letter, Quincy P. Morris to Honorable Arthur Homewood, 25 May. My dear Art, we've told yarns by the campfire in the prairies, and dressed one another's wounds after trying a landing at the Marquesas, and drunk healths on the shore of Titicaca. There are more yarns to be told, and other wounds to be healed, and another health to be drunk. Won't you let this be at my campfire tomorrow night? I have no hesitation in asking you, as I know a certain lady is engaged to a certain dinner party, and that you are free. There will only be one other, our old pal at the Korea, Jack Seward. He's coming too, and we both want to mingle our weeps over the wine cup, and to drink a health with all our hearts to the happiest man in all the wide world, who has won the noblest heart that God has made, and best worth winning. We promise you a hearty welcome, and a loving greeting, and a health as true as your own right hand. We shall both swear to leave you at home if you drink too deep to a certain pair of eyes. Come. Yours as ever and always, Quincy P. Morris. Telegram from Arthur Holmwood to Quincy P. Morris. 26 May. Count me in every time. I bear messages which will make both your ears tingle. Art. And that concludes chapter 5, our first week. So we're learning a bit about Mina, the fiancée of Jonathan Harker, and her good friend Lucy. And apparently the three men that all proposed to Lucy in the same day all know each other and are about to go out for drinks. So we'll see what happens in the next chapter.
Like
Thank you for joining me for this first week of our read-along together of Dracula by Bram Stoker, and I'll see you next time. Thank you very much. Bye.
So much for the old zoo wolves theory. Unfortunately, the report doesn't exactly.
Hi everyone,
read
welcome
that
back.
another
I'm Christina,
solution.
the manager of the Pacific Beach Library. Thank you for joining me for week 2 and day 6 of our read-along together of Dracula by Bram Stoker.
It's a receipt for
Let's
a
see.
hunting license.
I thought we would celebrate not only that we are enjoying our new book together, but also I have a personal milestone. I am celebrating today 21 years of happy employment with the city of San Diego as a librarian. And so, because if 21 years of employment was like 21 years of life, which it is, right? It means that I should legally be able to drink on the job. Drink tea on the job. So I celebrated by buying myself a brand new teapot. Isn't it pretty? I got it for anyone who is local and is interested in teapots. I got it at the Marukai Market. They had a lovely assortment. And today's tea is a fresh chamomile, or by fresh I mean dried chamomile blossoms. I made some chamomile ice cream this weekend. It came out okay. I think I can do better by changing the recipe. Thank you for the congratulations. I appreciate it. And so I bought the dried chamomile at the market so I could use it for the ice cream. And then I was like, well, I'm going to have it in my tea also. And so it's just a lovely little celebratory tea. Delicious, as it should be. But yeah, I do enjoy the clear teapot and everything just because I think it's, especially when I'm doing something loose leaf, I used to be worried in the beginning that did I put enough tea? Did I put too much tea? Is it going to get the proper amount of steeping? And so I do like the clear ones because then I can actually see the color of it. And plus too, the tea is just so beautiful. Most of my teacups at home are, they're an opaque kind of thing, like, they're ceramic or something like that. And so I can see the color from the top, but I can't get to see the color shining through it. And so I do actually like having this clear set to read together, when I read together with you, to be able to enjoy it that way also. So thank you very much for everybody for joining me today. It's funny, 20-something years in, I finally came up with this thing of doing the read-alouds together, and I love it. I started out as a children's librarian, and I love doing the story times with the kids. And so thank you for giving me this opportunity to do story times with grown-ups also. I really enjoy it. So let's talk a little bit about what we read together on Friday, and then we'll get into today's reading. Friday was a short chapter. We had ended the previous day on Thursday with chapter 4, where we had read 4 days of Jonathan Harker's journal. And it had actually ended on June 30th. On Friday, though, we got a total change of pace. We switched over to different voices. We switched over to a letter from Miss Mina Murray to her good friend, Miss Lucy Westenra. Mina we had heard previously referred to as the fiancée of Jonathan Harker. And the first letter in that chapter from Mina to Lucy was dated May the 9th. So almost 2 months prior to the action depicted at the conclusion of chapter 4. And so when Jonathan had just gone to Transylvania and she didn't really know much about what was going on there. What we discover is that Mina has written her good friend Lucy, and she's asking what's going on. I heard there's some suitor. And then Lucy writes back, and she basically says, actually I have 3 suitors right now. And she tells Mina about the 3 of them. And interestingly enough, all 3 of them propose to Lucy. And she, the three men are Dr. Seward, who runs a lunatic asylum located next door to where I believe where Count Dracula is about to have his house. He talks, by the way, too, about one of his patients, a Mr. Renfield, who is an interesting man. And she also talks about a gentleman named Quincy Morris, who is an American and who, if I can keep it up and remember, he's going to be kind of a cowboy accent kind of thing in my read aloud, just because I find him amusing that way.
She only wants to talk about
I love this. I'm sorry, I skipped ahead and I see a line about, we've told yarns by the campfire in the prairies. Total cowboy. And so he's one of the gentlemen who proposed to Lucy, but she declined him because her heart was engaged elsewhere. And the implication is that the gentleman whom she is in love with is a man named Arthur Holmwood, who is also a friend of Dr. Seward and Quincy Morris. And so the chapter 5 ended with Quincy inviting Arthur to dinner with their good friend Jack Seward, and they're going to talk with each other and share messages that will make both your ears tingle. And so now let's go ahead and read chapter 6 and see if it makes our ears tingle. All right, let's go in and read chapter 6 together. It is entitled Mina Murray's Journal. 24 July, Whitby. Lucy met me at the station, looking sweeter and lovelier than ever, and we drove up to the house at the Crescent in which they have rooms. This is a lovely place.
Gabriel,
the little river, the Esk, runs through a deep valley which broadens out as it comes near the harbor. A great viaduct runs across with high piers, through which the view seems somehow further away than it really is. The valley is beautifully green, and it is so steep that when you're on the high land on either side, you look right across it until you are near enough to see down. The houses of the old town, the side away from us, are all red roofed and seem piled up one over the other anyhow, like the pictures we see of Nuremberg. Right over the town is the ruin of Whitby Abbey, which was sacked by the Danes, and which is the scene of part of Marmion, where the girl was built up in the wall. It is a most noble ruin of immense size and full of beautiful and romantic bits. There is a legend that a white lady is seen in one of the windows. Between it and the town there is another church, the parish one, round which is a big graveyard, all full of tombstones. This is, to my mind, the nicest spot in Whitby, for it lies right over the town and has a full view of the harbor and all of the bay to where the headland called Kettleness stretches out into the sea. It descends so steeply over the harbor that part of the bank has fallen away, and some of the graves have been destroyed. In one place, part of the stonework of the graves stretches out over the sandy pathway far below.
Do you know anything about
there are walks
King
with
Ludwig
seats
II?
beside them through the churchyard, and people go and sit there all day long, looking at the beautiful view and enjoying the breeze. I shall come and sit here very often myself and work. Indeed, I am writing now, with my book on my knee, and listening to the talk of 3 old men who are sitting beside me. They seem to do nothing all day, but sit up here and talk. The harbor lies below me, with, on the far side, one long granite wall stretching out into the sea, with a curve outwards at the end of it, in the middle of which is a lighthouse. A heavy seawall runs along outside of it. On the near side, the seawall makes an elbow crooked inversely, and its end too has a lighthouse. Between the two piers, there is a narrow opening into the harbor, which then suddenly widens. It is nice at high water, but when the tide is out, it shoals away to nothing, and there is merely the stream of the Esk running between banks of sand, with rocks here and there. Outside the harbor on this side, there rises for about half a mile a great reef, the sharp edge of which runs straight out from behind the south lighthouse. At the end of it is a buoy with a bell, which swings in bad weather and sends in a mournful sound on the wind. They have a legend here that when a ship is lost, bells are heard out at sea. I must ask the old man about this. He is coming this way. He is a funny old man. He must be awfully old, for his face is all gnarled and twisted like the bark of a tree. He tells me that he is nearly 100, and that he was a sailor in the Greenland fishing fleet when Waterloo was fought. He is, I am afraid, a very skeptical person, for when I asked him about the bells at sea and the white lady at the Abbey, he said very brusquely, "I won't fash mysel about them, miss. Them things be all worn out. Mind, I don't say that they never was, but I do say that they wasn't in my time. They be all very well for cummers and trippers and the like, but not for a nice young lady like you. Them feet folks from York and Leeds that be always eating cured herrings and drinking tea and looking out to buy cheap jet would creed aught." I wonder myself who'd be botherin' tellin' lies to them, even the newspapers, which is full of fool talk. I thought he would be a good person to learn interesting things from, so I asked him if he would mind telling me something about the whale fishing in the old days. He was just settling himself to begin when the clock struck 6, whereupon he labored to get up and said, I must gang againwards home now, miss. My granddaughter won't like to be kept waitin' when the tea is ready, for it takes me time to crammel about the grease, for there be a many of 'em. And miss, I lack belly timber, sarely by the clock. He hobbled away, and I could see him hurrying as well as he could down the steps. The steps are a great feature on the place. They lead from the town to the church. There are hundreds of them, I do not know how many, and they wind up in a delicate curve. The slope is so gentle that a horse could easily walk up and down them. I think they must originally have had something to do with the abbey. I shall go home too. Lucy went out, visiting with her mother, and as they were only duty calls, I did not go. They will be home by this. 1st August. I came up here an hour ago with Lucy, and we had a most interesting talk with my old friend and the 2 others who always come and join him. He is evidently the Sir Oracle of them, and I should think must have been in his time a most dictatorial person. He will not admit anything, and down faces everybody. If he can't out-argue them, he bullies them, and then takes their silence for agreement with his views. Lucy was looking sweetly pretty in her white lawn frock. She has got a beautiful color since she has been here. I noticed that the old men did not lose any time in coming up and sitting near her when we sat down. She is so sweet with old people. I think they all fell in love with her on the spot. Even my old man succumbed and did not contradict her, but gave me double share instead. I got him on the subject of the legends, and he went off at once into a sort of sermon. I must try to remember it and put it all down. It be all fool talk, lock, stock, and barrel. That's what it be, and nowt else. These bands and wafts and bar ghosts and bar guests and bogles and all lament them is only fit to set bairns and dizzy women a belderin'. They be nowt but airblebs. They and all grims and sights and warnin's be all invented by parsons and ilsome book bodies and railway touters to skeer and scunner halflins, and to get folks to do something that they don't other inclined to do. It makes me ireful to think of them. Why, it's them that, not content with printin' lies on paper and preachin' them out of pulpits, does want to be cuttin' them on the tombstones. Look here all around you and what ert you will. All them stains holdin' up their heads as well they can out of their pride is a cant. Simply tumblin' down with the weight of the lies wrote on 'em. Here lies the body, or sacred to the memory wrote on all of 'em. And yet in nigh half of them there bain't no bodies at all, and the memories of them bain't cared a pinch of snuff about, much less sacred. Lies, all of them. Nothing but lies of one kind or another. My God, but it'll be a quare wonderment to the day of judgment when they come tumbling up in their death sarks, all drooped together and trying to drag their tombstones with them to prove how good they was. Some of them trembling and ditherin' with their hands that doesn't and slippin' from lying in the sea, that they can't even keep their grip of them. I could see from the old fellow's self-satisfied air and the way in which he looked round for the approval of his cronies that he was showing off. So I put in a word to keep him going. Oh, Mr. Swales, you can't be serious. Surely these tombstones are not all wrong. Yablins. There may be a poorish few not wrong, savin' where they make out the people too good. For there be folk that do think a balm bowl be like the sea, if only it be their own. The whole thing be only lies. Now look ye here. You come here a stranger, and you see this Kirkgarth. I nodded, for I thought it better to assent, though I did not quite understand his dialect.
You probably know more about what goes
I knew
on
it had
around
something
here
to
than
do with the church.
True.
He went
At
on,
least I used
and you
to,
conceit
but with
that all
these
these
new
stains be a
people
boon
coming in,
folk
I'm
that
not
be
sure I
happened
know
here.
anything anymore.
Snod and snog.
all these new
I
people.
assented
You
again.
mean I'm not the only fresh
Then
blood?
that be just
No,
where the lie
but,
comes
Dr.
in.
Klingman was
Why
only
there be
accepted a few
scores
weeks
of these
ago.
lay beds that be
Really?
that be tomb
You
as
brought him
old
in.
Dunn's
I was not
back-a-box
in
on
the
Friday
discussion,
night.
so I really
He
couldn't say.
nudged one of his
But I'm
companions,
sure there
and they
was
all
more
laughed.
thought behind his
And my
acceptance
gog,
than
how
yours.
could they be otherwise? Look at that one. The aftest abaft the beer bank. Read it.
Heard of
I went over and read. Edward Spenslaw, master mariner, murdered by pirates off the coast of
Alrighty.
Andres, April 1854,
All right,
at
Xavier.
30.
Thanks.
When I came back, Mr. Swales went on. Who brought him home, I wonder, to have him here? Murdered off the coast of Andres, and you conceded his body lay under? Why, I could name ye a dozen whose bones lie in the Greenland seas above, he pointed northwards, or where the currents may have drifted them. There be the stains around ye. Ye can, with your young eyes, read the small print of the lies from here. This Braithwaite Lowry,
German.
I knew his father, lost in the lively off Greenland in 20, or Andrew Woodhouse, drowned in the same seas in
I don't think I should get
1777,
too comfy
or
around
John
here.
Paxton, drowned off Cape Farewell a year later, or old John Rawlings, whose grandfather sailed with me, drowned in the Gulf of Finland in 50. Do ye think that all these men will have to make a rush to Whitby when the trumpet sounds? I have me antherums aboot it. I tell ye that when they got
Locked.
here, they'd be jomlin' and jostling one another that way, that it'd be like a fight up on the ice in the old days, when we'd be at one another from daylight to dark, and trying to tie up our cuts by the light of the aurora borealis. This was evidently local pleasantry, for the old man cackled over it, and his cronies joined in with gusto. But, I said, surely you are not quite correct, for you start on the assumption that all these poor people, or their spirits, will have to take their tombstones with them on the day of judgment. Do you think that will be really necessary?
Nice
Well, what else be they tombstones for? Answer me that, miss. Not to please their relatives, I suppose.
And I thought
To
Germans
please
only
their
drank
relatives,
beer.
you suppose. This
I
he
don't
said
think I
with
should get
intense
too comfy
scorn.
around here.
How will it pleasure their
And I thought
relatives to
Germans
know
only
that
drank
lies is
beer.
wrote over them, and that everybody in the place knows that they be lies?
And I thought
He
Germans
pointed to
only
a
drank
stone at
beer.
our feet which had been laid down as a slab, on which the seat was rested, close to the edge of the cliff. Read the
It just
lies
leads to a
on that.
back alley.
On that Thrufstein, he said. The letters were upside down to me from where I sat, but Lucy was more opposite to them, so she leant over and
I
read,
think I've pumped that.
Sacred to the memory of George Cannon, who died in the hope of glorious resurrection on July
Guess I figured
29,
out where last night's killing
1873,
took place.
falling from the rocks at Kettleness. This tomb was erected by his sorrowing mother to her dearly beloved son. He was the only son of his mother, and she was a widow. Really, Mr. Swales, I don't see
I don't
anything
think
very
I'd know
funny
much
in
about
that. She spoke her comment very gravely and somewhat severely. You don't see out funny? Ha! Ha! But that's because you don't gom the sorrowing mother was a
Isn't that
hellcat
the
that
detective from
hated
the
him
paper?
because he was
Commissar Levy?
accrued. A regular limiter he was, and he hated her so that he committed suicide in order that she mightn't get an insurance she put on his life. He blew nigh the top of his head off with an old musket that they had for scaring the crows with. 'Twarn't for crows then, for it brought the clegs and the doups to him. That's the way he fell off the rocks. And as to hopes of a glorious resurrection, I've often heard him say myself that he hoped he'd go to hell, for his mother was so pious that she'd be sure to go to heaven, and he didn't want to addle where she was. Now isn't that stain at any rate? He hammered it with his stick as he spoke. A pack of lies. And won't it make Gabriel keckle when Geordie comes panting up the grease with the tombstone balanced in his hump and asked to be took as evidence? I did not know what to say, but Lucy turned the conversation as she said, rising up, Oh, why did you tell us of this? It is my favorite seat, and I cannot leave it, and now I find I must go on sitting over the grave of a suicide? That won't harm you, my pretty, and it may make poor Georgie gladsome to have so trim a lass sitting on his lap. That won't hurt ye. Why, I've sat here off and on for nigh 20 years past, and it hasn't done me no harm. Don't ye fash about them as lies under ye, or that doesn't lie there either. It'll be time for ye to be getting scart when you see the tombstones all run away with, and the place's bearers a stubble field. Ah, there's the clock, and I must gang. My service to ye, ladies. And off he hobbled.
I don't have time for this.
Lucy and I sat a while, and it was all so beautiful before us that we took hands as we sat, and she told me all over again about Arthur and their coming marriage. That made me just a little heartsick, for I haven't heard from Jonathan for a whole month. The same day. I came up here alone, for I am very sad. There was no letter for me. I hope there cannot be anything the matter with Jonathan. The clock has just struck 9. I see the lights scattered all over the town, sometimes in rows where the streets are, and sometimes singly. They run right up the Esk and die away in the curve of the valley. To my left, the view is cut off by a black line of roof of the old house next to the abbey. The sheep and lambs are bleating in the fields away behind me, and there was a clatter of donkeys' hooves up the paved road below. The band on the pier is playing a harsh waltz in good time, and further along the quay there is a Salvation Army meeting in a back street. Neither of the bands hear the other, but up here I hear and see them both. I wonder where Jonathan is, and if he is thinking of me. I wish he were here. Dr. Seward's Diary. 5 June. The case of Renfield grows more interesting the more I get to understand the man.
Yes, I do.
He has certain qualities very largely developed: selfishness, secrecy, and purpose. I wish I could get at what is the object of the latter. He seems to have some settled scheme of his own, but what it is I do not know. His redeeming quality is a love of animals, though indeed he has such curious turns in it that I sometimes imagine he is only abnormally cruel. His pets are of odd sorts. Just now, his hobby is catching flies. He has at present such a quantity that I have had myself to expostulate. To my astonishment, he did not break out into a fury, as I expected, but took the matter in simple seriousness. He thought for a moment and then said, "May I have 3 days? I shall clear them away." Of course, I said that would do. I must watch him. 18 June. He has turned his mind now to spiders, and has got several very big fellows in a box. He keeps feeding them with his flies, and the number of the latter is becoming sensibly diminished, although he has used half his food in attracting more flies from outside to his room. 1 July. His spiders are now becoming as great a nuisance as his flies, and today I told him that he must get rid of them. He looked very sad at this, so I said that he must clear out some of them, at all events. He cheerfully acquiesced to this, and I gave him the same time as before for reduction. He disgusted me much while with him, for when a horrid blowfly, loaded with some carrion food, buzzed into the room, he caught it, held it exultantly for a few moments between his finger and thumb, and before I knew what he was going to do, put it in his mouth and ate it. I scolded him for it, but he argued quietly that it was very good and very wholesome, that it was life, strong life, and gave life to him. This gave me an idea, or the rudiment of one. I must watch how he gets rid of his spiders. He has evidently some deep problems in his mind, for he keeps a little notebook in which he is always jotting down something. Whole pages of it are filled with masses of figures, generally single numbers added up in batches, and then the totals added in batches again, as though he were focusing some account, as the auditors put it. 8 July. There is a method in his madness, and the rudimentary idea in my mind is growing. It will be a whole idea soon, and then, oh, unconscious celebration. You will have to give the wall to your conscious brother. I kept away from my friend for a few days so that I might notice if there were any change. Things remain as they were, except that he has parted with some of his pets and got a new one. He has managed to get a sparrow and has already partially tamed it. His means of taming is simple, for already the spiders have diminished. Those that do remain, however, are well fed, for he still brings in the flies by tempting them with his food. 19 July. We are progressing. My friend has now a whole colony of sparrows, and his flies and spiders are almost obliterated. When I came in, he ran to me and said he wanted to ask me a great favor. A very, very great favor. And as he spoke, he fawned on me like a dog. I asked him what it was, and he said, with a sort of rapture in his voice and bearing, a kitten. A nice, little, sleek, playful kitten that I can play with and teach and feed and feed and feed.
So generous of you to
I
see
was
me.
not unprepared for this request, for I had noticed how his pets went on increasing in size and vivacity. But I did not care that his pretty family of tame sparrows should be wiped out in the same manner as the flies and spiders. So I said I would see about it, and asked him if he would rather not have a cat than a kitten. His eagerness betrayed him as he answered, "Oh yes, I would like a cat.
so much for your
I
time."
only asked for a kitten lest you should refuse me a cat. No one would refuse me a kitten, would they?" I shook my head and said that at present I feared it would not be possible,
want information?
but that I would see about it. His face fell, and I could see a warning of danger in it, for there was a sudden,
Why not?
fierce,
You're not
sidelong
asking for anything
look which
confidential.
meant killing.
Hell, I can't even read the
The
damn
man
newspapers
is an
around here.
undeveloped homicidal
Press release
maniac.
stuff, that's all I want.
I shall test him with his present craving and see how it will work out. Then I shall know more.
But then it's your turn.
10 p.m.
Agreed?
I have visited him again and found him sitting in a corner, brooding. When I came in, he threw himself on his knees before me and implored me to let him have a cat, that his salvation depended upon it. I was firm, however, and told him that he could not have it, whereupon he
10
went
years.
without a word and sat down,
All of them
gnawing
here in
his fingers in the corner where I had
Yes.
found him. I shall see
And,
him in the
criminal
morning, early.
commissars like what, a police
20
detective in
July.
America?
Visited Renfield very
Americans
early
don't have
before
so
the
many
attendant
ranks,
went
I
his
think.
rounds. Found him up and humming a
German
tune.
criminal
He was
commissar
spreading
say
out his
more
sugar,
like an
which he had
English
saved, in the window, and was
chief
manifestly
inspector.
beginning his fly catching again.
Ah, PD James.
Beginning it cheerfully and with a good grace.
What?
I looked around for his birds, and
nothing.
not seeing them, asked him where they were. He replied, without turning around, that they had all flown away. There were a
Tell me
few
about the other
feathers about the
victims.
room, and on his pillow
What do
a
you
drop
want to
of
know?
blood. I said nothing, but went and told the keeper to report to me if there were anything odd about him during the day. 11 a.m. The attendant has just been to me to say that Renfield has been very sick and has disgorged a whole lot of feathers. My belief is, doctor,
How
he
many
said,
victims have
that
there
he has
been?
eaten his birds and that he
5,
just took and
including
ate
the one
them
downtown.
raw.
Could there be bodies out there
11
that
p.m.
you haven't found yet?
I gave Renfield a strong opiate tonight,
Killings have been done
enough
in
to
broad
make even
daylight.
him sleep, and
Body
took away his
parts left
pocketbook
like a
to look
trail
at
of
it.
old criminal.
The thought that has been
Red
buzzing around
crumbs.
my brain lately is complete, and the theory proved.
The Ripper Wolf.
My homicidal maniac is of a peculiar kind. I shall have to invent a new classification for him and call him a zoophagus, life-eating maniac.
When were the other victims
What he
killed?
desires
The
is to
first was
absorb as
32
many
days
lives
ago.
as he can, and he has laid himself out to achieve it
days
in a
after the
cumulative
zoo
way.
escaped.
He gave many flies to
And the
one
others?
spider
The
and
two
many
teenage
spiders
boys
to
were
one
killed
bird,
20
and then
days
wanted a
ago.
cat to eat the
You
many
were there
birds.
6
What would have
days
been
ago.
his later steps? It would almost
The
be
speed
worthwhile
limit.
to complete the experiment.
Maybe.
It might be done if there were only a sufficient cause. Men sneered at vivisection, and yet look at its results today. Why not advance
What about the
science in its
locations
most
of the
difficult
killings?
and vital
Any
aspect,
pattern there?
the knowledge
You
of
can
the
see yourself
brain?
if you like.
Had
I
I
have a
even the
marked map
secret
on
of
the
one
wall.
such mind, did I hold the key to
Till
the
last night,
fancy
the
of
killer
even one
always got
lunatic,
30 to 40
I
minutes
might
outside
advance
the
my
city.
own branch of science to a pitch compared
first
with
was
which
killed
Burdock
north of
Sanderson's
München near
physiology or Ferrier's
2 males were killed in
brain
Feldkirchen,
knowledge would be as
east.
nothing. If
Tony
only
Hilbert
there
was
were a
killed on their
sufficient
parents' farm
cause.
just west of
I must
Lackham.
not think too much of this, or I may be tempted. A good cause might turn the scale with me, for may not I too be of an exceptional brain congenitally? How well the man reasoned. Lunatics always do within
What
their
does
own
forensics
scope.
say about the
I
killing?
wonder at how many lives he values a man, or if at only one.
With the bite
He has
marks,
closed the account
saliva.
most
You've seen the
accurately,
bodies, I
and today
have.
begun a new record.
All
How
I
many of
can
us begin a
say
new record
is
with each day
it
of our
is an
lives?
animal.
To me, it seems only yesterday that my whole life
Mind
ended
if I
with
take
my
a
new
guess?
hope, and that truly I began a new record.
Your
So it
boys
will
in
be
the
until
lab
the great
say the
recorder
bite
sums
marks
me up
are
and closes my
canine
ledger account with a
and are
balance to
closer
profit
wolf
or
with the
loss.
dog.
Oh,
But beyond that, they
Lucy,
can't pin it
Lucy,
down,
I cannot be
nothing like it on the
angry with
records.
you, Nor can I be
Probably
angry
a
with my
weird
friend
hybrid.
whose happiness is yours. But I must only wait on hopeless and
Yeah.
work. Work, work.
That's what I thought.
If I only could have as strong a cause as my poor mad friend there, a good, unselfish cause to make me work, that would be indeed happiness. Mina Murray's Journal, 26 July. I am anxious,
Have you
and it
given
soothes me
any
to express
thought at
myself
all
here.
about
It
the
is like whispering to
possibility of
oneself and listening at the same time, and there is also
werewolf?
something about the shorthand symbols that makes it different from writing. I am unhappy about Lucy and about Jonathan. I had not heard from Jonathan for some time and was very concerned, but yesterday dear Mr. Hawkins, who was always so kind, sent me a letter from him. I had written asking him if he had heard, and he said the enclosed had just been received. It is only a line dated from Castle Dracula, and says that he is just starting for home. That is not like Jonathan. I do not understand it, and it makes me uneasy. Then, too, Lucy, although she is so well, has lately taken to the old habit of walking in her sleep. Her mother has spoken to me about it, and we have decided that I am to lock the door of our room every night. Mrs. Westenra has got an idea that sleepwalkers always go out on roofs of houses and along the edges of cliffs, and then get suddenly wakened and fall over with a despairing cry that echoes all over the place. Poor dear. She is naturally anxious about Lucy, and she tells me that her husband, Lucy's father, had the same habit, that he would get up in the night and dress himself and go out, if he were not stopped. Lucy is to be married in the autumn, and she is already planning out her dresses and how her house is to be arranged. I sympathize with her, for I do the same, only Jonathan and I will start in life in a very simple way, and shall have to make both ends meet. And shall have to try to make both ends meet. Mr. Holmwood, he is the Honourable Arthur Holmwood, only son of Lord Godalming, is coming up here very shortly, as soon as he can leave town, for his father is not very well, and I think dear Lucy is counting the moments till he comes. She wants to take him up in the seat on the churchyard cliff, and show him the beauty of Whitby. I dare say it is the waiting which disturbs her. She will be all right when he arrives.
You keep saying an animal. You found evidence of
27
one
July.
animal?
No
One
news
bite
from
pattern,
Jonathan.
one
I am
saliva
getting
type?
quite uneasy about him, though why I should, I do not know. But I do wish that he would write, if it were only a single line.
As you
Lucy
say,
walks more than
the
ever,
zoo
and
wolves
each
do not
night
figure
I am
into
awakened
this
by
at
her
all.
moving about the room.
Oh,
Fortunately, the weather
I
is so
wouldn't say
hot that she
that.
cannot get cold, but still the
I definitely
anxiety
would
and the
not say
perpetually
that.
being awakened is beginning to tell on me, and I am getting nervous and wakeful myself. Thank God, Lucy's health keeps up. Mr. Holmwood has been suddenly called to Ring to see his father, who has been taken seriously ill. Lucy frets at the postponement of seeing him, but it does not touch her looks. She is a trifle stouter, and her cheeks are a lovely rose pink. She has lost that anemic look which she had. I pray it will all last. 3 August. Another week gone, and no news from Jonathan, not even to Mr. Hawkins, from whom I have heard. Oh, I do hope he is not ill. He surely would have written. I look at that last letter of his, but somehow it does not satisfy me. It does not read like him, and yet it is his writing. There is no mistake of that. Lucy has not walked much in her sleep the past week, but there is an odd concentration about her which I do not understand. Even in her sleep, she seems to be watching me. She tries the door, and finding it locked, goes about the room searching for the key.
Heard of anyone or anything
6
called
August.
Black Wolf?
Another
Well,
3
some
days,
we have a
and no
whole reddish
news.
brown.
This suspense is getting
I know,
dreadful. If
I
I
just
only
wondered
knew
if
where
you'd
to
heard
write
of
to, or
Black
where to
Wolf
go
in
to,
general.
I should feel easier. But no one has heard a word of Jonathan since that last letter. I must only pray to God for patience. Lucy is more excitable than ever, but is otherwise well. Last night was very threatening, and the fishermen say that we are in for a storm. I must try to watch it and learn the weather signs. Today is a gray day, and the sun as I write is hidden in thick clouds, high over Kettleness. Everything is gray, except the green grass, which seems like emerald amongst it, gray earthy rock, gray clouds, tinged with the sunbursts at the far edge, hang over the gray sea, into which the sand points stretch, like gray figures. The sea is tumbling in over the shallows and the sandy flats with a roar, muffled in the sea mists drifting inland. The horizon is lost in a gray mist. All is vastness. The clouds are piled up like giant rocks, and there is a gruel over the sea that sounds like some presage of doom. Dark figures are on the beach here and there, sometimes half shrouded in the mist, and seem men like trees walking. The fishing boats are racing for home and rise and dip in the ground. The fishing boats are racing for home and rise and dip in the ground swell as they sweep into the harbor, bending to the scuppers. Here comes old Mr. Swales. He is making straight for me, and I can see, by the way he lifts his hat, that he wants to talk.
The old lady had been complaining.
I had been quite touched by the change in the poor old man. When he sat down beside me, he said in a very gentle way, "I want to say something to you, miss." I could see he was not at ease, so I took his poor old wrinkled hand in mine and asked him to speak fully. So he said, leaving his hand in mine, "I'm afraid, my dearie, that I must have shocked you by all the wicked things I've been saying about the dead and such like for weeks past. But I didn't mean them, and I want you to remember that when I'm gone. We old folks that be daffled and with one foot abaft the croak-hool, don't altogether like to think of it, and we don't want to feel scared of it. And that's why I took to making light of it, so that I'd cheer up my own heart a bit. But Lord love you, miss, I ain't afraid of dying, not a bit. Only I don't want to die if I can help it. My time must be nigh at hand now, for I be old, and 100 years is too much for any man to expect. And I'm so nigh it that the old man is already wetting his scythe. You see, I can't get out of the habit of caffing about it all at once. The chaps will wag as they be used to. Some day soon the angel of death will sound his trumpet for me. But don't ye duel and greet me, dreary, For he saw that I was crying. If he should come this very night, I'd not refuse to answer his call. For life be, after all, only a waiting for something else than what we're doing, and death be all that we can rightly depend on. But I'm content, for it's coming to me, my dearie, and coming quick. It may be coming while we be looking and wondering. Maybe it's in that wind out over the sea that's bringing with it loss and wreck, and sore distress and sad hearts. Look, look, he cried suddenly. There's something in that wind and in the host beyond that sounds and looks and tastes and smells like death. It's in the air. I feel it coming. Lord, make me answer cheerful when my call comes. He held up his arms devoutly and raised his hat. His mouth moved as though he were praying. After a few minutes' silence, he got up, shook hands with me, and blessed me and said goodbye, and hobbled off. It all touched me and upset me very much. I was glad when the Coast Guard came along with his spyglass under his arm. He stopped to talk with me as he always does, but all the time kept looking at a strange ship. "I can't make her out," he said. "She's a Russian by the look of her, but she's knocking about in the queerest way. She doesn't know her mind a bit. She seems to see the storm coming, but can't decide whether to run up north in the open or to put in here. Look there again. She is steered mighty strangely, for she doesn't mind the hand on the wheel, changes about with every puff of wind. We'll hear more of her before this time tomorrow." And that concludes Chapter 6 of our read-along together of Dracula. I will catch up on reading the annotated editions. That way, tomorrow we can catch up a little bit on what happened today and maybe discuss a little bit of the deeper meaning of the last couple of chapters as revealed through the annotations. So thank you very much for joining me today. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. And that is fabulous. Thank you. Oops. Bye.
I suppose. I still say that one in the middle is different. I still say that one in the middle is different.
Okay, I think it's going live already. So, hi, I'm Christina, the manager of the Pacific Beach Library. Thank you for joining me for day 7 of our read-along together of Dracula by Bram Stoker. Of course, it's going to be a fabulous day. I did actually peek into the annotated edition and reread over yesterday's chapter to see the notes. and it was thoroughly amusing. We'll get to it in a bit, but where they were, it was just great because in the sections where the older gentleman, Mr. Swales, I believe it was speaking, they would just have a little summary like, this is what he means. It was great. I'm going to start out by having some tea. Today's tea is this gorgeous, deep, dark red color. Very appropriate for our vampiric story. But this one is not the blood orange. This is the berry blossom. But isn't that just gorgeous? I really love the color. Oof. Has like a garnet ruby kind of thing. Maybe a little more garnet because it has just a dark purple tinge to it. Really lovely.
I'm gonna take off.
Stay out of trouble.
I was trying to place what's in it because this tea doesn't actually list the ingredients. And I was thinking, I think currants. Probably a little bit of blueberry in there for color, but I'm not certain. But maybe blackberries, perhaps? I don't know. It's a really good tea. I wish I knew it was in it. That would be something, if anyone knows the folks from Cafe Virtuoso, please ask them to list what's the ingredients in their tea, because that is a wonderful tea. I wish I knew it was in it. All right, so let's start by talking a little bit about yesterday's chapter. Yesterday we read chapter 6 of Dracula, and basically in chapter 6, Mina Murray, the fiancée of Jonathan Harker, traveled to Whitby, and she went to stay with her friend Lucy Wenestra, I think is her last name. And so she's with Lucy in Whitby, and they're exploring. It's a city along the coast, and they're exploring like the old graveyard, and they meet an older gentleman who's close to 100 years old, and I believe it was his, let me find it again, I think his name was Mr. Swales. Yes, Mr. Swales. And he's just hilarious, but because he later on explains near the end of the chapter that he's getting older, and so he's trying to make light of death, which he feels to be around the corner and approaching him closer and closer due to his age. But he talks with the young ladies about how, look around this graveyard, like you see all these things written in stone on the headstones, the tombstones, and you can't believe any of it. It's like it's lies, most of it. And he says how, especially with it being a sailing town, a port city, that many of the tombstones are covering empty graves because the bodies were lost at sea. Likewise, too, he talks about like a certain young gentleman, his name was George Cannon, who died after falling from the rocks, and his mother puts it a tombstone saying it was erected by his sorrowing mother to her dearly beloved son. He was the only son of his mother, and she was a widow. And it's actually, the Mr. Swales says it was not to be taken that seriously, because he knew that the mother and son had fought for years with each other, and to the point that the son had even said, I hope I end up in hell because I think my mom's pretty pious and I don't want to spend the afterlife with her. Sorry. Eventually he ends up killing himself, and it's only after that he tumbles off the cliff, but the mother leaves that out in the head on the tombstone. And so Mr. Swales is enjoying being a little bit disrespectful. That's not quite the right word, but making light of the situation. And so while the young ladies are a little bit surprised and not quite aghast, but just like a little bit surprised by what he's done, he's enjoying needling them, but he's just doing it for good fun. And so what we find then too is that, let's see, I was going back and forward a little bit. There's a passage from Dr. Seward, who is the doctor who had proposed to Lucy and was refused. He is still rather sad about that relationship not happening, and he ends up devoting himself to his work. And he talks a bit more about his patient Renfield, who is a very odd man. He seems to have a passion for consuming life of other creatures, and specifically he uses his food for his meals and his sugar to attract flies. He then uses the flies to feed spiders. He uses the spiders to feed birds, and ultimately he would like to feed the birds to a cat, but because he can't get a cat, he eats the birds. And he keeps a log tallying how many lives he's consumed. So within each bird, he may have consumed 50 spiders. Within 50 spiders, each of them may have consumed however many flies. And so he logs how many lives he's ingesting. And so it's an odd, strange thing that he does. But Dr. Seward is monitoring it and is rather
That's me.
fascinated by
Yeah.
it. Mina Murray, by the way, in her journals, she makes out a couple extra things. One of the things she talks about is how her good friend Lucy, with whom she's staying and indeed sharing a room, Lucy has reverted back to her old habit of walking in her sleep. And so in order to protect her from going out, Mina has been trying to lock the door and everything so that Lucy can't go out into the night. Also, Mina refers several times to her concern about her fiancé Jonathan Harker, whom she hasn't heard as much from as she normally would. She got a letter from him that didn't say much other than "I'm going to be at Castle Dracula a while longer," which we know that was dictated to him by Count Dracula, and but she, of course, doesn't realize that. She just knows that something isn't right with Jonathan, and so she's concerned about his safety. The chapter ends, as I'd mentioned, with her going back to the hillside overlooking the water, excuse me, and her speaking to Mr. Swales and him telling her that, I didn't mean to, sacrilegious, that might be the word I was looking for, that I didn't mean to be too blasphemous with your friend and to disturb you or she, that, I'm getting older and I'm just trying to make light of the death that I see coming. But when it comes, I will be ready and I'll go. And then he also says, too, going along with that idea that death is coming soon, he points out to the sea and he says, look, there's something in that wind and in the beyond that sounds and looks and tastes and smells like death. It's in the air. I feel it coming. And he points towards the sea, and then he leaves. Then, before she goes back, she's met by another gentleman from the Coast Guard who says that he sees a boat, a Russian boat it looks like, that's behaving oddly, and that there's something very strange about the ship, and he says we'll hear more of her before this time tomorrow. So where Chapter 7 resumes, it starts out with a news clipping from the Daily Telegraph, a newspaper. And then, of course, there'll be other bits as well. All right, so let's go ahead and resume our story. We're going to continue with Chapter 7, which is entitled Cutting from the Daily Graph, 8 August. Pasted in Mina Murray's journal from a correspondent, Whitby. One of the greatest and suddenest storms on record has just been experienced here, with results both strange and unique. The weather has been somewhat sultry, but not to any degree uncommon in the month of August. Saturday evening was as fine as was ever known, and the great body of holiday makers laid out yesterday for visits to Mulgrave Woods, Robin Hood's Bay, Rig Mill, Runswick, Staithes, and the various trips in the neighborhood of Whitby. The steamers Emma and Scarborough made trips up and down the coast, and there was an unusual amount of tripping both to and from Whitby. The day was unusually fine till the afternoon, when some of the gossips who frequent the East Cliff churchyard and from that commanding eminence watch the wide sweep of sea visible to the north and east, called attention to a sudden show of mares' tails high in the sky to the northwest. The wind was then blowing from the southwest in the mild degree, which in barometrical language is ranked number 2, light breeze. The Coast Guard on duty at once made report, and one old fisherman, who for more than half a century has kept watch on weather signs from the East Cliff, foretold in an emphatic manner the coming of a sudden storm. The approach of sunset was so very beautiful, so grand in its masses of splendidly colored clouds, that there was quite an assemblage on the walk along the cliff in the old churchyard to enjoy the beauty. Before the sun dipped below the black mass of Kettleness, standing boldly athwart the western sky, its darkward way was marked by myriad clouds of every sunset color, flame, purple, pink, green, violet, and all the tints of gold, with here and there masses not large, but of seemingly absolute blackness, in all sorts of shapes, as well outlined as colossal silhouettes. The experience was not lost on the painters, and doubtless some of the sketches of the prelude to the great storm will grace the R.A. and R.I. walls in May next.
What a pleasure to see
More
you,
than
Susan.
one captain made up his mind then and there that his cobble, or his mule as they termed the different classes of boats, would remain in the harbor till the storm had passed. The wind fell away entirely during the evening, and at midnight there was a dead calm, a sultry heat, and that prevailing intensity which, on the approach of thunder, affects persons of a sensitive nature. There were but few lights in sight at sea, for even the coasting steamers, which usually hug the shore so closely, kept well to seaward, and but few fishing boats were in sight. The only sail noticeable was a foreign schooner with all sails set, which was seemingly going westwards. The foolhardiness or ignorance of her officers was a prolific theme for comment whilst she remained in sight, and efforts were made to signal her to reduce sail in face of her danger. Before the night shut down, she was seen with sails idly flapping as she gently rolled on the undulating swell of the sea, as idle as a painted ship upon a painted ocean.
It is only when people know
Shortly before 10 o'clock, the stillness of the air grew quite oppressive, and the silence was so marked that the bleating of a sheep inland or the barking of a dog in the town was distinctly heard. And the band on the pier, with its lively French air, was like a discord in the great harmony of nature's silence. A little after midnight came a strange sound from over the sea, and high overhead the air began to carry a strange, faint, hollow booming. Then, without warning, the tempest broke. With a rapidity which, at the time, seemed incredible, and even afterwards is impossible to realize the whole aspect of nature at once became convulsed. The waves rose in growing fury, each overtopping its fellow, till in a very few minutes the lately glassy sea was like a roaring and devouring monster. White-crested waves beat madly on the level sands and rushed up the shelving cliffs. Others broke over the piers, and with their spume swept the lanthorns of the lighthouses which rise from the end of either pier of Whitby Harbor.
No.
The wind roared like thunder and blew with such force that it was with difficulty that even strong men kept their feet or clung with grim clasp to the iron stanchions. It was found necessary to clear the entire piers from the mass of onlookers, or else the fatalities of the night would have increased manifold. To add to the difficulties and dangers of the time, masses of sea fog came drifting inland, white, wet clouds, which swept by in ghostly fashion, so dank and damp and cold that it needed but little effort of imagination to think that the spirits of those lost at sea were touching their living brethren with the clammy hands of death, and many a man shuddered as the wreaths of sea mist swept by. At times the mist cleared, and the sea, for some distance, could be seen in the glare of the lightning, which now came thick and fast, followed by such sudden peals of thunder that the whole sky overhead seemed trembling under the shock of the footsteps of the storm. Some of the scenes thus revealed were of immeasurable grandeur and of absorbing interest. The sea, running mountains high, threw skywards with each wave mighty masses of white foam, which the tempest seemed to snatch at and whirl away into space. Here and there a fishing boat, with a rag of sail, running madly for shelter before the blast. Now and again the white wings of a storm-tossed seabird. On the summit of the east cliff, the new searchlight was ready for experiment, but had not yet been tried. The officers in charge of it got it into working order, and in the pauses of the inrushing mist, swept with it the surface of the sea. Once or twice its service was most effective, as when a fishing boat, with gunwale under water, rushed into the harbor, able, by the guidance of the sheltering light, to avoid the danger of dashing against the piers. As each boat achieved the safety of the port, there was a shout of joy from the mass of people on shore, a shout which for a moment seemed to cleave the gale, and was then swept away in its rush. Before long the searchlight discovered some distance away a schooner with all sails set, apparently the same vessel which had been noticed earlier in the evening. The wind had by this time backed to the east, and there was a shudder amongst the watchers on the cliff as they realized the terrible danger in which she now was. Between her and the port lay the great flat reef on which so many good ships have from time to time suffered, and, with the wind blowing from its present quarter, it would be quite impossible that she should fetch the entrance of the harbor. It was now nearly the hour of high tide, but the waves were so great that in their troughs The shallows of the shore were almost
All of the
visible,
men of the
and
club
the
are from
schooner, with
wealthy
all
German
sails
families, I
set,
gather.
was rushing
Yes.
with such speed
But it's
that
not
in the
quite that
words of
simple.
one old salt, she must fetch
I
up
am a
somewhere
believer
if
in
it was only in
self-determination.
hell. Then
Each
came
man of the
another
club
rush of sea fog,
must also be
greater
personally
than any
accomplished
hitherto,
and
a
gifted.
mass of dank
Really?
mist which seemed to
Absolutely.
close on all things like a
For
grey
example, von
pall,
Eigner
and
owns
left
one of
available to
Germany's
men only the organ
biggest
of hearing,
meat butchery
for the
plants.
roar of the tempest and the
And he
crash
runs
of
an
the
elite
thunder
private
and the
brewery.
booming of the mighty
It's
billows
true he
came through the
inherited the
damp
business,
oblivion, even louder
but he's
than
expanded
before.
it a great deal.
The rays of the searchlight
A
were
butchery.
kept fixed on the harbor mouth across the east pier, where the shock was
And the
expected,
others?
and men waited
Price
breathless.
is recognized
The
as
wind
one of the
suddenly
best
shifted to
trial
the
lawyers in
northeast,
Germany.
and the remnant of the sea
He
fog
seems
melted
pleasant
in the
enough in
blast.
person,
And then,
but you would be surprised how vicious he can be in a courtroom.
Dictu, between the piers, leaping from wave
An
to
enemy.
wave as it rushed
As with
at
the
headlong speed, swept
He has
the
a prominent
strange
position,
schooner before the blast, with
and,
all sails set, and
He's
gained
an
the
acknowledged
safety of the
contender
harbor.
for
The searchlight followed her,
higher
and a
office.
shudder ran through
Really?
all who saw her,
How high?
for lashed
There
to the
have been
helm was a
newspaper
corpse
reports
with drooping
that
head,
predicted
which
the
swung
highest.
horribly to and fro at each
That would be
motion of the
convenient for
ship.
his friends, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
No other form
Such
could be
men
seen
are
on deck
an
at all.
asset to
A great
everyone who
awe
knows them.
came on all as they
And
realized
Baron
that the
von
ship,
Zell.
as if by a miracle,
Von Zell's
had
family
found
owned
the
the
harbor,
majority of stock
unsteered,
one
save
of
by the
Munich's
hand of
oldest
a dead
banks.
man. However,
In his
all
own
took place more
personal
quickly than it
accomplishments?
takes to write these words. The schooner paused not,
Gar
but
was,
rushing across the harbor,
is
pitched herself on that accumulation
a
of
quite
sand and
promising
gravel
man.
washed by many tides and
He
many
was always
storms
top of his class.
into the southeast
best
corner
at
of the
anything he
pier,
did.
jutting over the east cliff, known locally as
I keep
Tate
picking
Hill
up a past
Pier.
tense here.
There was, of
haven't
course, a
seen him at his
considerable
best.
concussion as the vessel drove up on the sand heap.
He's
Every
going through a rough
spar,
spot
rope,
lately,
and
I'm
stay
afraid.
was strained, and some of the top hammer came crashing down. But strangest of all, the very instant the shore was touched, an immense dog sprang up on deck from below, as if shot up by the concussion, and running forward, jumped from the bow on the sand. Making straight for the steep cliff where the churchyard hangs over the laneway to the east pier, so steeply that some of the flat tombstones, the rough steens, or throw stones, as they are called in Whitby vernacular, actually project over where the sustaining cliff has fallen away.
It's all right.
It disappeared in the darkness, which seemed intensified just beyond the focus of the searchlight. It so happened that there was no one at the moment on Tate Hill Pier, as all those whose houses are in close proximity were either in bed or were out on the heights above. Thus the Coast Guard on duty on the eastern side of the harbor, who at once ran down to the little pier, was the first to climb aboard. The men working the searchlight, after scouring the entrance of the harbor without seeing anything, then turned the light on the derelict and kept it there. The Coast Guard ran aft, and when he came beside the vessel, and when he came beside the wheel, bent over to examine it, and recoiled at once as though under some sudden emotion. This seemed to pique general curiosity, and quite a number of people began to run. It is a good way round from the West Cliff by the drawbridge to Tate Hill Pier, but your correspondent is a fairly good runner, and came well ahead of the crowd. When I arrived, however, I found already assembled on the pier a crowd whom the Coast Guard and police refused to allow to come on board. By the courtesy of the chief boatman, I was, as your correspondent, permitted to climb on deck, and was one of a small group who saw the dead seaman whilst actually lashed to the wheel.
I'm sure that's true.
I apologize.
It was no wonder that the Coast Guard was surprised, or even awed, for not often can such a sight have been seen. The man was simply fastened by his hands, tied one over the other to a spoke of the wheel. Between the inner hand and the wood was a crucifix, the set of beads on which it was fastened being around both wrists and wheel, and all kept fast by the binding cords. The poor fellow may have been seated at one time, but the flapping and buffeting of the sails had worked through the rudder of the wheel and dragged him to and fro, so that the cords with which he was tied had cut the flesh to the bone. Accurate note was made of the state of things, and a doctor, Surgeon J. M. Caffrin of 33 East Elliott Place, who came immediately after me, declared, after making examination, that the man must have been dead for quite 2 days. In his pocket was a bottle, carefully corked, empty save for a little roll of paper, which proved to be the addendum to the log. The Coast Guard said the man must have tied up his own hands, fastening the knots with his teeth. The fact that a Coast Guard was the first on board may save some complications later on in the Admiralty Court, for Coast Guards cannot claim the salvage which is the right of the first civilian entering on a derelict. Already, however, the legal tongues are wagging, and one young law student is loudly asserting that the rights of the owner are already completely sacrificed, his property being held in contravention of the statutes of Mortmain, since the tiller, as emblemship is not proof of delegated possession, is held in a dead hand. It is needless to say that the dead steersman has been reverently removed from the place where he held his honorable watch and ward till death. A steadfastness as noble as that of a young Casabianca, and placed in the mortuary to await inquest. Already the sudden storm is passing, and its fierceness is abating. Crowds are scattering homeward, and the sky is beginning to redden over the Yorkshire wolds. I shall send, in time for your next issue, further details of the derelict ship which found her way so miraculously into harbor in the storm. 9 August. The sequel to the strange arrival of the derelict in the storm last night is almost more startling than the thing itself. It turns out that the schooner is a Russian from Varna and is called the Demeter. She is almost entirely in ballast of silver sand with only a small amount of cargo, a number of great wooden boxes filled with mold. This cargo was consigned to a Whitby solicitor, Mr. S. F. Billington of 7, the Crescent, who this morning went aboard and formally took possession of the goods consigned to him. The Russian consul, too, acting for the charter party, took formal possession of the ship and paid all harbor dues, etc. Nothing is talked about here today except the strange coincidence. The officials of the Board of Trade have been most exacting in seeing that every compliance has been made with existing regulations. As the matter is to be a 9 days' wonder, they are evidently determined that there shall be no cause of other complaint. A good deal of interest was abroad concerning the dog which landed when the ship struck, and more than a few of the members of the SPCA, which is very strong in Whitby, have tried to befriend the animal. To the general disappointment, however, it was not to be found. It seems to have disappeared entirely from the town. It may be that it was frightened and made its way onto the moors, where it is still hiding in terror. There are some who look with dread on such a possibility, lest later on should it itself become a danger, for it is evidently a fierce brute. Early this morning a large dog, half-bred mastiff belonging to a coal merchant close to Tate Hill Pier, was found dead in the roadway opposite to its master's yard. It had been fighting, and manifestly had had a savage opponent, for its throat was torn away, and its belly was slit open, as if with a savage claw.
Yes?
Later, by the kindness of the Board of Trade Inspector, I have been permitted to look over the logbook of the Demeter, which was in order up to within 3 days, but contained nothing of special interest, except as to facts of missing men. The greatest interest, however, is with regard to the paper found in the bottle, which was today produced at the inquest. And a more strange narrative than the two between them unfold, it has not been my lot to come across. As there is no motive for concealment, I am permitted to use them, and accordingly send you a rescript, simply omitting technical details of seamanship and supercargo. It almost seems as though the captain had been seized with some kind of mania before he had got well into blue water, and that this had developed persistently throughout the voyage. Of course, my statement must be taken cum grano, since I am writing from the dictation of a clerk of the Russian consul, who kindly translated for me, time being short. Log of the Demeter, Varna to Whitby. Written 18 July. Things so strange happening that I shall keep accurate note henceforth till we land. On 6 July, we finished taking in cargo, silver sand, and boxes of earth. At noon, set sail. East
I'd better
wind,
make sure
fresh.
Gracie keeps
Crew,
busy
5 hands. 2
elsewhere.
mates, cook, and myself, captain. On 11 July, at dawn, entered Bosphorus. Boarded by Turkish customs officers. Bakshish, all correct. Underway at 4 p.m. On 12 July, through Dardanelles. More customs officers and flagboat of guarding squadron. Bakshish again. Work of officers thorough, but quick. Want us off soon. At dark, passed into archipelago. On 13 July, passed Cape Matapan. Crew dissatisfied about something. Seemed scared, but would not speak out. On 14 July, was somewhat anxious about crew. Men all steady fellows, who sailed with me before. Mate could not make out what was wrong. They only told him there was something, and crossed themselves. Mate lost temper with one of them that day, and struck him. Expected fierce quarrel, but all was quiet. On 16 July, mate reported in the morning that one of the crew, Petrovsky, was missing. Could not account for it. Took larboard watch 8 bells last night. Was relieved by Abramov, but did not go to bunk. Men more downcast than ever. All said they expected something of the kind, but would not say more than there was something aboard. Mate getting very impatient with them. Feared some trouble ahead. On 17 July, yesterday, one of the men, Olgaren, came to my cabin and in an awestruck way confided to me that he thought there was a strange man aboard the ship. He said that in his watch he had been sheltering behind the deck house as there was a rainstorm when he saw a tall, thin man who was not like any of the crew come up the companionway and go along the deck forward and disappear. He followed cautiously, but when he got to bows, found no one, and the hatchways were all closed. He was in a panic of superstitious fear, and I am afraid the panic may spread. To allay it, I shall today search entire ship carefully from stem to stern. Later in the day I got together the whole crew and told them, as they evidently thought there was someone in the ship, we would search from stem to stern. First mate angry, said it was folly, and to yield to such foolish ideas would demoralize the men. Said he would engage to keep them out of trouble with a handspike. I let him take the helm, while the rest began thorough search, all keeping abreast with lanterns. We left no corner unsearched. As there were only the big wooden boxes, there were no odd corners where a man could hide. Men much relieved when search over, and went back to work cheerfully. First mate scowled, but said nothing. 22 July. Rough weather last 3 days, and all hands very busy with salts. No time to be frightened. Men seem to have forgotten their dread. Mate cheerful again, and all on good terms. Praised men for work in bad weather. Past Gibraltar and out through straits. All well. 24 July. There seems some doom over this ship. Already a hand short, and entering on the Bay of Biscay with wild weather ahead, and yet last night another man lost. Disappeared. Like the first, he came off his watch and was not seen again. Men all in a panic of fear, sent a round robin asking to have double watch, as they fear to be alone. Mate angry, fear there will be some trouble, as either he or the men will do some violence.
I pumped that particular well dry.
28 July. 4 days in hell, knocking about in a sort of maelstrom, and the wind is a tempest. No sleep for anyone. Men all worn out, hardly know how to set a watch, since no one fit to go on. Second mate volunteered to steer and watch, and let men snatch a few hours' sleep. Wind abating, seas still terrific, but feel them less as ship is steadier. 29 July. Another tragedy. Had single watch tonight, as crew too tired to double. When morning watch came on deck, could find no one except steersman. Raised outcry, and all came on deck. Thorough search, but no one found. Are now without second mate, and crew in a panic. Mate and I agreed to go armed henceforth, and wait for any sign of cause. 30 July. Last night, Rejoiced we are nearing England. Weather fine, all sails set. Retired, worn out, slept soundly. Awakened by mate telling me that both men of watch and steersman missing. Only self and mate and 2 hands left to work ship. 1 August. 2 days of fog and not a sail sighted. Had hoped when in the English Channel to be able to signal for help or get in somewhere. Not having power to work sails, have to run before wind. Dare not lower, as could not raise them again. We seem to be drifting to some terrible doom. Mate now more demoralized than either of men. His stronger nature seems to have worked inwardly against himself. Men are beyond fear, working stolidly and patiently with minds made up to worst. They are Russian, he Romanian. 2 August, midnight. Woke up from a few minutes' sleep by hearing a cry, seemingly outside my port. Could see nothing in fog. Rushed on deck and ran against mate. Tells me he heard cry and ran, but no sign of man on watch. 1 more gone. Lord help us. Mate says we must be past Straits of Dover, as in a moment of fog lifting he saw North Foreland, just as he heard the man cry out. If so, we are now off in the North Sea, and only God can guide us in the fog, which seems to move with us, and God seems to have deserted us. 3 August. At midnight, I went to relieve the man at the wheel, and when I got to it, found no one there. The wind was steady, and as we ran before it, there was no yawing. I dared not leave it, so shouted for the mate. After a few seconds, he rushed up on deck in his flannels. He looked wild-eyed and haggard, and I greatly fear his reason has given way. He came close to me and whispered hoarsely, with his mouth to my ear, as though fearing the very air might hear.
Somebody's at the door.
It is here. I know it now. On the watch last night, I saw it. Like a man, tall and thin and ghastly pale. It was in the bows and looking out. I crept behind it and gave it my knife, but the knife went through it, empty as the air, and as he spoke he took his knife and drove it savagely into space. Then he went on, but it is here, and I'll find it. It is in the hold, perhaps in one of those boxes. I'll unscrew them one by one and see. You work the helm. And with a warning look and his finger on his lip, he went below. There was springing up a choppy wind, and I could not leave the helm. I saw him come out on deck again with a tool chest and a lantern and go down the forward hatchway. He is mad, stark, raving mad, and it's no use my trying to stop him. He can't hurt those big boxes. They are invoiced as clay, and to pull them about is as harmless a thing as he can do. So here I stay and mind the helm and write these notes. I can only trust in God and wait till the fog clears. Then, if I can't steer to any harbor with the wind that is, I shall cut down sails and lie by and signal for help. It is nearly all over now. Just as I was beginning to hope that the mate would come out calmer, for I heard him knocking away at something in the helm, and work is good for him. There came up the hatchway a sudden, startled scream, which made my blood run cold, and up on the deck he came as if shot from a gun, a raging madman with his eyes rolling and his face convulsed with fear. "Save me! Save me!" he cried, and then looked round on the blanket of fog. His horror turned to despair, and in a steady voice he said, "You had better come too, Captain, before it is too late. He is here. I know the secret now. The sea will save me from him, and it is all that is left." Before I could say a word or move forward to seize him, he sprang on the bulwark and deliberately threw himself into the sea. I suppose I know the secret too now. It was this madman who had got rid of the men one by one, and now he has followed them himself. God help me, how am I to account for all these horrors when I get to port? When I get to port? When will that ever be? 4 August. Still fog, which the sunrise cannot pierce. I know there is sunrise because I am a sailor. Why else I know not. I dared not go below. I dared not leave the helm, so here all night I stayed, and in the dimness of the night I saw him. God forgive me, but the mate was right to jump overboard. It was better to die like a man. To die like a sailor in blue water no man can object. But I am captain, and I must not leave my ship. But I shall baffle this fiend or monster, for I shall tie my hands to the wheel when my strength begins to fail, and along with them I shall tie that which it, dare not touch. And then, come good wind or foul, I shall save my soul and my honor as a captain. I am growing weaker, and the night is coming on. If he can look me in the face again, I may not have time to act. If we are wrecked, mayhap this bottle may be found, and those who find it may understand. If not, well then, all men shall know that I have been true to my trust. God and the Blessed Virgin and the saints help a poor ignorant soul trying to do his duty. Of course, the verdict was an open one. There is no evidence to adduce, and whether or not the man himself committed the murders, there is now none to say. The folk here hold almost universally that the captain is simply a hero, and he is to be given a public funeral. Already it is arranged that his body is to be taken with a train of boats up the Esk for a piece and then brought back to Tate Hill Pier and up the Abbey steps, where he is to be buried in the churchyard on the cliff. The owners of more than 100 boats have already given in their names as wishing to follow him to the grave. No trace has ever been found of the great dog, at which there is much mourning, for, with public opinion in its present state, he would, I believe, be adopted by the town.
Photos of the club.
Tomorrow we'll see the funeral,
like
and
Von
so will
Glauer,
end
Von
this
Zell
one more
monopolized the camera,
mystery of the
or
sea.
the Hunts.
Mina
Photos
Murray's
of the
journal,
club
8
Hunts.
August.
Looks like Von Glauer and Von
Lucy
Zell
was very
monopolized the
restless
camera,
all night, and
or the
I
Hunts.
too could not sleep. The storm was fearful, and as
the
it
hell did
boomed
these guys
loudly
hunt,
among the
anyway?
chimney pots, it
Ninjas?
made me shudder. When a sharp puff
What the
came,
hell
it
did
seemed
these
to be
guys-
like a distant
What the hell
gun.
did
Strangely enough, Lucy did not wake, but she got up twice and dressed herself. Fortunately, each time I awoke in time and managed to undress her without waking her and got her back to bed. It is a very strange thing, this sleepwalking, for as soon as her will is thwarted in any physical way, her intention, if there be any, disappears, and she yields herself almost exactly to the routine of her life. Early in the morning we both got up and went down to the harbor to see if anything had happened in the night. There were very few people about, and though the sun was bright and the air clear and fresh, the big, grim-looking waves, that seemed dark themselves because the foam that topped them was like snow, forced themselves in through the narrow mouth of the harbor, like a bullying man going through a crowd. Somehow, I felt glad that Jonathan was not on the sea last night, but on land.
And
But
I thought Germans only
is
drank
he on
beer.
land or sea? Where is he?
I don't think
and
I
how?
should get too comfy
I
around
am
here.
getting fearfully anxious about him. If I only knew what to do, and could do anything.
It just leads to a back out.
10 August. The funeral of the poor sea captain today was most touching. Every boat in the harbor seemed to be there, and the coffin was carried by captains all the way from Tate Hill Pier up to the churchyard. Lucy came with me, and we went early to our old seat, whilst the cortege of boats went up the river on the to the viaduct and came down again. We had a lovely view, and saw the procession nearly all the way. The poor fellow was laid to rest near our seat, so that we stood on it, when the time came and saw everything. Poor Lucy seemed much upset. She was restless and uneasy all the time, and I cannot but think that her dreaming at night is telling on her. She is quite odd in one thing. She will not admit to me that there is any cause for restlessness, or if there be, she does not understand it herself. There is an additional cause in that poor old Mr. Swales was found dead this morning on our seat, his neck being broken. He had evidently, as the doctor said, fallen back in the seat in some sort of fright, for there was a look of fear and horror on his face that the men said made them shudder. Poor dear old man. Perhaps he had seen death with his dying eyes. Lucy is so sweet and sensitive that she feels influences more acutely than other people do. Just now, she was quite upset by a little thing which I did not much heed, though I am myself very fond of animals. One of the men who came up here often to look for the boats was followed by his dog.
Looks like Von
The dog
Glau
is
and
always
Von
with
Zell
him.
monopolized
They are
the
both
camera.
quiet persons, and I never saw the man angry nor heard the dog bark. During the service, the dog would not come to its master, who was on the seat with us, but kept a few yards off, barking and howling. Its master spoke to it gently, and then harshly, and then angrily, but it would neither come
And I thought
nor
Germans
cease to
only
make a
drank
noise.
beer.
It was in a sort of fury, with its eyes savage, and all its hairs bristling out like a cat's tail when puss is on the warpath. Finally, the man too got angry, and jumped down and kicked the dog, and then took it by the scruff of the neck, and half dragged, and half threw it on the tombstone on which the seat is fixed. The moment it touched the stone, the poor thing became quiet, and fell all into a tremble. It did not try to get away, but crouched down, quivering and cowering, and was such a pitiable state of terror that I tried, though without effect, to comfort it. Lucy was full of pity too, but she did not attempt to touch the dog, but looked at it in an agonized sort of way. I greatly fear that she is of too supersensitive a nature to go through the world without trouble. She will be dreaming of this tonight, I am sure. The whole agglomeration of things, the ship steered into port by a dead man, his attitude tied to the wheel with a crucifix and beads, the touching funeral, the dog, now furious and now in terror, will all afford material for her dreams. I think it will be best for her to go to bed tired out physically, so I shall take her for a long walk by the cliffs to Robin Hood's Bay and back. She ought not to have much inclination for sleepwalking then. And that concludes chapter 7. And to me, that sounds like foreshadowing. I do not think that walk is going to tucker Miss Lucy out. I think that we'll find some more sleepwalking happening tomorrow, so we'll see. Thank you for joining me today. I hope that you enjoyed today's chapter, and I look forward to seeing you again tomorrow for more from our read aloud together of Dracula by Bram Stoker. Thank you so much. I'll see you next time. Bye. Hi everyone, welcome back. I'm Christina, the manager of the Pacific Beach Library. Thank you for joining me for day 8 of our read along together of Dracula by Bram Stoker. Let's see. I'm still getting used to using the computer instead of my phone. It does this long thing where it circles, 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 and I think it's actually working. Let's hope it's working. But today I'm starting with a green tea. What did I have? I had an errand to run during lunch, so I didn't have time to go home, which I usually do. And so I just stopped at Sprouts and picked up some sushi for lunch. And I was like, well, as long as I'm having sushi, I need to have green tea. And so this would be my second pot of green tea for today. Oh, yummy. So yeah, once you get in the green tea mood,
Von
there you are.
Hanneman.
Oh,
Met
that's a
them
really
all
fun one.
last night. I wonder what these figures mean.
I like that. Oh, big now. Okay, so let's talk about what happened in yesterday's reading. Yesterday was a little unusual in that chapter 7 started out with the majority of the chapter was actually a news article that Mina Murray had pasted into her journal, and it talked about what had happened on a ship called the Demeter that had been
I'd better make sure you do not take another unexpected
run ashore where she was staying at Whitby, and then when they investigated, they found some rather, again, mysterious things going on that ship. So we'll start out by talking about that, and then we'll get a little bit more into some bits about Mina's journal. So, in chapter 7, like I said, the majority was an article from the Daily Graph from August, when they were talking about this really devastating storm that was raging in the area. Hi, Helen. And then what ended up happening after that was the reporters talking about the storm, and then the climax is that they see this ship sort of listing into port, and it runs aground into the port there, and they look closer. The Coast Guard guy goes out in his little boat, and when he gets out there, he sees something horrifying, and it is the sight of the captain's hands lashed to the steering wheel of the ship, lashed onto it, tied in place by a crucifix. And this captain at this point is dead. He's probably been dead for a few days, and the storm has buffeted the ship about enough that his hands tied in place with this crucifix, like the chain is cut into his hands down to the bone. Oh, it's a really graphic, gory image. It's wonderful. Okay, so this reporter talks about this, and then he says,
what do you do for a living, Baron von
in a continuation of the article the following day, he says that he managed to gain access to the log of the captain. And basically what the captain recounts over several weeks is that
I'm a writer.
A writer?
The crew of his ship are scared, that they feel there's something suspicious going on, that they're just a cargo ship. They have these boxes of earth, which again we know from what we've learned previously are the boxes of earth taken from the Carpathian Hills, the home of Count Dracula, which it's relevant to Dracula, and he needs to have these cases of his earth, his resting ground near him.
We are the best.
That's why he takes him with him to England.
You may find that out for yourself someday.
They only think they have these boxes of earth, but the men working the ship talk about how they see somebody. They believe there's something there on the ship, and they're scared. And then one by one, over and over, the members of the crew disappear. Finally, there's just a few members of the crew left, including the captain, the first mate, who is Romanian. So again, he knows a lot about
So it is.
the myths and legends surrounding Dracula and the vampires, because as a Romanian, that's his local area in Transylvania. There's also some Russians on the ship, and they seem to be less, knowledgeable about the vampires. This first mate, he ends up eventually investigating, and he tells the captain recounts how the first mate goes down and says, "I'm going to check each of those cases of dirt," and the captain's like, "You're being weird. There's nothing there." But finally, the first mate comes back up and says, "I saw him, and I know who it is, and I'm not going to die like that. I'd rather die as a man." And the first mate literally dives off the side of the ship, commits suicide rather than be taken by Dracula. The captain, however, interprets that as, clearly the first mate has been crazy all along, and if anyone's been murdering and throwing the bodies of our crew overboard, it must have been that first mate, because look what he just did. However, in the next log entry, the captain says that he too has seen it, and that he knows now what he must do, and that he must protect himself by having this sacred object with him. And that's then when he apparently ties himself to the ship, the ship's steering wheel, with a crucifix.
Just vacation. Thought I'd stop by on my way through.
The people of the town, when they read these entries in the newspaper, they're all convinced that the captain, something strange was happening there. They don't know what it was. It might have been that first mate killing people. They just don't know. But the captain was a noble man who tried to save the ship and the cargo. Because even though he too said that he would rather die than in the way that the first mate did, that he is a captain as well as a man, and that as a captain he must protect the ship, and so he will do his duty. And so they all respect him for this. Mina Murray then continues after this article. She talks a bit more in her journal about what's going on in her own life, and she says that she and Lucy are having a little bit of distress because Lucy's sleepwalking is continuing, and that she is walking about each night. She keeps getting up and dressing herself. Unfortunately, Mina's able to wake up in time to stop her from leaving the room, but it's a little worrisome, and it's disturbing. I mean, literally disturbing her slumber, and so they're both not getting as much rest as they would. Meanwhile, Mina is also very distressed and worried about what's going on with her fiancé, Jonathan Harker, who has not been heard from since visiting Castle Dracula on business.
Shut and observe.
Mina also writes about the funeral that was held for that ship captain. And it's interesting because there's one other thing too. There were two dogs of note in this chapter. The first was when the ship first came ashore, a very large, scary dog that no one had seen before ran off the ship and ran away, and no one was able to find it. And the reporter says, probably it would have been happily adopted because the people respect that ship captain so much, but they were not able to find the dog. My personal speculation is that dog was probably Dracula in another form, but we'll see.
The majority of what the club hunts are far more common species here, Knight.
Comment if you think he might be Dracula, or if the dog is something else, and I'm just guessing on that one. There's another instance with the dog at the funeral where Lucy and Mina are sitting where they had been previously on that empty tombstone, the tombstone covering an empty grave belonging to Geordie, whatever his name was, the one that Mr. Swales had spoken about in the previous chapter when he was talking about the empty graves in that cemetery. And
The why you are a guest of this club.
There's a
is
gentleman
mystery.
who comes nearby, and
But as
he's
a
sitting
guest,
near Lucy and Mina, and
perhaps
his
you should
dog
limit your
refuses to
prowling
come close. He's growling and
sniffing
upset and scared,
areas
and
which
he's
you are
really
offered
disturbed by
openly
that
by those who
spot
belong here.
where Lucy and Mina are at. And so eventually the owner of that dog, gets upset with the dog, and he forces him to come over. The dog is just miserable. And again, implication is that there is something suspicious going on there, that maybe Dracula has something to do with that spot, that he may have taken residence there. I feel too like there was one more thing. Oh yes, here, one more thing. In that same spot where they're sitting, where they're sitting when they observe the funeral happening, that is the same spot where Mr. Swales, the older gentleman who was talking to Mina and Lucy in the graveyard a while ago, and was using all the local dialect, that he has been found dead on that exact spot, and that he had a look of horror and fright on his face. And so we know, we can put together the clues that there is something going on in that spot. And considering the book is called Dracula, it probably involves Count Dracula. Alright, so now let's continue with more of Mina Murray's journal. It's chapter 8 of Dracula. Let's see what we get. Chapter 8, Mina Murray's journal. Same day, 11 o'clock p.m. Oh, but I am tired. If it were not that I had made my diary a duty, I should not open it tonight. We had a lovely walk. Lucy, after a while, was in gay spirits, owing, I think, to some deer cows who came nosing toward us in a field close to the lighthouse and frightened the wits out of us. I believe we forgot everything except, of course, personal fear, and it seemed to wipe the slate clean and give us a fresh start. We had a capital, severe
Gabriel.
tea at Robin's Hood Bay in a
Come
sweet
in.
little old-fashioned inn,
Please, sit down.
with a bow
Sorry
window
about
right
it
over
again.
the seaweed-covered rocks of the
But we haven't
Strand.
finished our conversation.
I believe we should have shocked the new woman with our
me.
appetites. Men are more tolerant, bless them. Then we walked home with some, or rather many, stoppages to rest, and with our hearts full of a constant dread of wild bulls. Lucy was really tired, and we intended to creep off to bed as soon as we could. The young curate came in, however, and Mrs. Westenra asked him to stay for supper. Lucy and I had both a fight for it with the dusty miller. I know it was a hard fight on my part, and I am quite heroic. I think that someday the bishops must get together and see about breeding up a new class of curates who don't take supper, no matter how hard they may be pressed to, and who will know when girls are tired. Lucy is asleep and breathing softly. She has more color in her cheeks than usual, and looks, oh, so sweet. If Mr. Holmwood fell in love with her seeing her only in the drawing room, I wonder what he would say if he saw her now. Some of the new women writers will someday start an idea that men and women should be allowed to see each other asleep before proposing or accepting.
I'm curious.
But I suppose the new woman won't condescend in future to accept. She will do the proposing herself, and a nice job she will make of it too. There's some consolation in that. I am so happy tonight because dear Lucy seems better. I really believe she has turned the corner, and that we are over her troubles with dreaming. I should be quite happy if I only knew if Jonathan...
Think of it this way.
God
What
bless
makes men
and keep
different
him.
from any other species on this
11
planet?
August, 3 a.m. Diary
Civilization.
again.
Of course.
No sleep now, so I may
it's
as
not a
well
bad
write.
thing, human
I
society.
am too agitated to sleep. We
But
have
it has
had
come
such an
at a
adventure,
terrible price.
such an agonizing experience.
Through
I fell
civilization,
asleep
man
as
has
soon as I'd
lost
closed
his
my
physical
diary.
self.
Suddenly,
His
I
sensory
became
power.
broad awake and
His
sat up
instinct, if you
with a horrible sense of fear upon
He
me
became
and of some
fat
feeling of emptiness
and
around
lazy.
me. The
A
room was
dull,
dark,
rusted
so I could
blade.
not see Lucy's bed. I stole across
Those are
and
my
felt
good
for her.
days.
The bed was empty.
Picture a beast in the
I
woods.
lit a match and found that she
It
was
is
not in the
alert.
room. The door was shut, but was not
It
locked,
smells.
as I had left it. I feared to wake her mother, who
It
had been
feels
more than
everything
usually
around
ill lately, so threw on some clothes and got ready
You
to
can
look
tell
for
where
her.
some other
As I
animal
was
has
leaving the
passed
room, it
days
struck
before.
me that the clothes she
Where
wore
food is
might
to be
give me
found.
some clue to her dreaming intention. Dress and
can sense
gown would
danger.
mean
We
house.
put
Dress
civilized man
outside.
in the woods.
Dressing gown and
And he's
dress
comparably
were
deaf,
both in
dumb,
their
and blind.
places. Ooh, thank God, I said to myself. She cannot be far, as she is only in her nightdress. I ran downstairs and looked in the sitting room. Not there. Then I looked in all the other open rooms of the house, with an ever-growing fear chilling my heart. Finally, I came to the hall door and found it open. It was not wide open, but the catch of the lock had not caught. The people of the house are careful to lock the door every night, so I feared that Lucy must have gone out as she was. There was no time to think of what might happen. A vague, overmastering fear obscured all details. I took a big, heavy shawl and ran out. The clock was striking 1 as I was in the crescent, and there was not a soul in sight. I ran along the north terrace, but could see no sign of the white figure which I expected. At the edge of the west cliff, above the pier, I looked across the harbor to the east cliff, in the hope or fear, I don't know which, of seeing Lucy in our favorite seat. There was a bright full moon with heavy black driving clouds, which threw the whole scene into a fleeting diorama of light and shade as they sailed across. For a moment or two, I could see nothing, as the shadow of a cloud obscured St. Mary's Church and all around it. Then, as the cloud passed, I could see the ruins of the abbey coming into view, and as the edge of a narrow band of light, as sharp as a sword cut, moved along, the church and the churchyard became gradually visible. Whatever my expectation was, it was not disappointed, for there, on our favorite seat, the silver light of the moon struck a half-reclining figure, snowy white. The coming of the cloud was too quick for me to see much, for shadow shut down on light almost immediately, but it seemed to me as though something dark stood behind the seat where the white figure shone, and bent over it. What it was, whether man or beast, I could not tell. I did not wait to catch another glance, but flew down the steep steps to the pier and along by the fish market to the bridge, which was the only way to reach the east cliff. The town seemed as dead, for not a soul did I see. I rejoiced that it was so, for I wanted no witness of poor Lucy's condition. The time and distance seemed endless, and my knees trembled and my breath came labored as I toiled up the endless steps to the abbey. I must have gone fast, and yet it seemed to me as if my feet were weighted with lead, and as though every joint in my body were rusty. When I got almost to the top, I could see the seat and the white figure, for I was now close enough to distinguish it even through the spells of shadow. There was undoubtedly something, long and black, bending over the half-reclining white figure. I called in fright, "Lucy! Lucy!" And something raised a head, and from where I was, I could see a white face and red, gleaming eyes.
That is normally lost.
Lucy did not answer, and I ran on to the entrance of the churchyard. As I entered, the church was between me and the seat, and for a minute or so I lost sight of her. When I came in view again, the cloud had passed, and the moonlight struck so brilliantly that I could see Lucy half reclining with her head lying over the back of the seat. She was quite alone, and there was not a sign of any living thing about.
I'm not sure what else to say.
When I bent over her, I could see that she was still asleep. Her lips were parted and she was breathing, not softly as usual with her, but in long, heavy gasps, as though striving to get her lungs full at every breath. As I came close, she put up her hand in her sleep and pulled the collar of her nightdress close about her, as though she felt the cold. I flung the warm shawl over her and drew the edges tight round her neck, for I dreaded lest she should get some deadly chill from the night air, unclad as she was. I feared to wake her all at once, so, in order to have my hands free that I might help her, I fastened the shawl at her throat with a big safety pin. But I must have been clumsy in my anxiety, and pinched or pricked her with it, for by and by, when her breathing became quieter, she put her hand to her throat again and moaned. When I had her carefully wrapped up, I put my shoes on her feet and then began very gently to wake her. At first she did not respond, but gradually she became more and more uneasy in her sleep, moaning and sighing occasionally. At last, as time was passing fast, and for many reasons I wished to get her home at once, I shook her more forcibly, till finally she opened her eyes and awoke. She did not seem surprised to see me, as, of course, she did not realize all at once where she was. Lucy always wakes prettily, and even at such a time, when her body must have been chilled with cold and her mind somewhat appalled at waking unclad in a churchyard at night, she did not lose her grace. She trembled a little and clung to me. When I told her to come at once with me home, she rose without a word, with the obedience of a child. As we passed along, the gravel hurt my feet, and Lucy noticed me wince. She stopped and wanted to insist upon my taking my shoes, but I would not. However, when we got to the pathway outside the churchyard, where there was a puddle of water remaining from the storm, I daubed my feet with mud, using each foot in turn on the other, so that as we went home, no one, in case we should meet anyone, should notice my bare feet. Fortune favored us, and we got home without meeting a soul. Once we saw a man, who seemed not quite sober, passing along a street in front of us. But we hid in a door till he had disappeared up an opening such as there are here, steep little closes or wynds, as they call them in Scotland. My heart beat so loud all the time that sometimes I thought I should faint. I was filled with anxiety about Lucy, not only for her health, lest she should suffer from the exposure, but for her reputation, in case the story should get wind. When we got in and had washed our feet and had said a prayer of thankfulness together, I tucked her into bed. Before falling asleep, she asked, even implored, me not to say a word to anyone, even her mother, about her sleepwalking adventure. I hesitated at first to promise, but on thinking of the state of her mother's health and the knowledge of such a thing would fret her, and thinking too of how such a story might become distorted, nay, infallibly would, in case it should leak out, I thought it wiser to do so. I hope I did right. I have locked the door, and the key is now tied to my wrist, so perhaps I shall not be again disturbed. Lucy is sleeping soundly. The reflex of the dawn is high and far over the sea. Same day, noon. All goes well. Lucy slept till I woke her and seemed not to have even changed her side. The adventure of the night does not seem to have harmed her. On the contrary, it has benefited her, for she looks better this morning than she has done for weeks. I was sorry to notice that my clumsiness with the safety pin hurt her. Indeed, it might have been serious, for the skin of her throat was pierced. I must have pinched up a piece of loose skin and have transfixed it, for there are 2 little red points like pinpricks, and on the band of her nightdress was a drop of blood. When I apologized and was concerned about it, she laughed and petted me and said she did not even feel it. Fortunately, it cannot leave a scar, as it is so tiny. Same day, night. We passed a happy day. The air was clear and the sun bright, and there was a cool breeze. We took our lunch to Mulgrave Woods, Mrs. Westenra driving by the road, and Lucy and I walking by the cliff path, and joining her at the gate. I felt a little sad myself, for I could not but feel how absolutely happy it would have been had Jonathan been with me. But there, I must only be patient. In the evening we strolled in the casino terrace and heard some good music by Spohr and Mackenzie, and went to bed early. Lucy seems more restful than she has been for some time, and fell asleep at once. I shall lock the door and secure the key the same as before, though I do not expect any trouble tonight.
I've been known to.
12 August. My expectations were wrong, for twice during the night I was wakened by Lucy trying to get out. She seemed, even in her sleep, to be a little impatient at finding the door shut, and went back to bed under a sort of protest. I woke with the dawn and heard the birds chirping outside of the window. Lucy woke too, and I was glad to see was even better than on the previous morning. All her old gaiety of manner seemed to have come back, and she came and snuggled in beside me and told me all about Arthur. I told her how anxious I was about Jonathan, and then she tried to comfort me. Well, she succeeded somewhat, for, though sympathy can't alter facts, it can help to make them more bearable.
Does it?
13 August.
We're all animals.
Another quiet day, and to bed with the key on my wrist as before. Again I woke in the night and found Lucy sitting up in bed, still asleep, pointing to the window. I got up quietly and pulled aside the blind, looked out. It was brilliantly moonlight, and the soft effect of the light over the sea and sky, merged together in one great silent mystery, was beautiful beyond words. Between me and the moonlight flitted a great bat, coming and going in great whirling circles. Once or twice it came quite close, but was, I suppose, frightened at seeing me, and flitted away across the harbor towards the abbey. When I came back from the window, Lucy had lain down again, and was sleeping peacefully. She did not stir again all night. 14 August. On the East Cliff, reading and writing all day, Lucy seems to have become as much in love with the spot as I am, and it is hard to get her away from it when it is time to come home for lunch or tea or dinner. This afternoon she made a funny remark. We were coming home for dinner and had come to the top of the steps up from the West Pier and stopped to look at the view, as we generally do. The setting sun, low down in the sky, was just dropping behind Kettleness. The red light was thrown over on the East Cliff and the old abbey, and seemed to bathe everything in a beautiful rosy glow. We were silent for a while, and suddenly Lucy murmured, as if to herself, "His red eyes again. They are just the same." It was such an odd expression, coming apropos of nothing, that it quite startled me. I slewed round a little, so as to see Lucy well without seeming to stare at her, and saw that she was in a half-dreamy state, with an odd look on her face that I could not quite make out. So I said nothing, but followed her eyes. She appeared to be looking over at our own seat, whereon was a dark figure, seated alone. I was quite a little startled myself, for it seemed for an instant as if the stranger had great eyes like burning flames. But a second look dispelled the illusion. The red sunlight was shining on the windows of St. Mary's Church behind our seat, and as the sun dipped, there was just sufficient change in the refraction and reflection to make it appear as if the light moved. I called Lucy's attention to the peculiar effect, and she became herself with a start, but she looked sad all the same. It may have been that she was thinking of that terrible night up there. We never referred to it, so I said nothing, and we went home to dinner. Lucy had a headache and went early to bed. I saw her asleep and went out for a little stroll myself. I walked along the cliffs to the westward and was full of sweet sadness, for I was thinking of Jonathan. Any particular reason? When coming home, it was then bright moonlight, so bright that, through the front of our part of the crescent, though the front of our part of the crescent was in shadow, everything could be well seen. I threw a glance up at our window and saw Lucy's head leaning out. I thought that perhaps she was looking out for me, so I opened my handkerchief and waved it. She did not notice or make any movement whatever. Just then, the moonlight crept round an angle of the building, and the light fell on the window. There distinctly was Lucy, with her head lying up against the side of the windowsill, and her eyes shut. She was fast asleep, and by her, seated on the windowsill, was something that looked like a good-sized bird. I was afraid she might get a chill, so I ran upstairs, but as I came into the room, she was moving back to her bed, fast asleep and breathing heavily. She was holding her hand to her throat as though to protect it from the cold. I did not wake her, but tucked her up warmly. I have taken care that the door is locked and the window securely fastened.
Why would anyone in this club
need money? She looks so sweet as she sleeps, but she is paler than is her wont, and there was a drawn, haggard look under her eyes which I do not like. I fear she is fretting about something. I wish I could find out what it is. 15 August. Rose later than usual. Lucy was languid and tired, and slept on after we had been called. We had a happy surprise at breakfast. Yes. Arthur's father is better, and wants the marriage to come off soon. Lucy is full of quiet joy, and her mother is glad and sorry at once. Later on in the day she told me the cause. She is grieved to lose Lucy as her very own, but she is rejoiced that she is soon to have someone to protect her. Poor, dear, sweet lady. She confided to me that she has got her death warrant. She has not told Lucy, and made me promise secrecy. Her doctor told her that within a few months, at most, she must die, for her heart is weakening. At any time, even now, a sudden shock would be almost sure to kill her. Ah, we were wise to keep from her the affair of the dreadful night of Lucy's sleepwalking. 17 August. No diary for 2 whole days. I have not had the heart to write. Some sort of shadowy pall seems to be coming over our happiness. No news from Jonathan, and Lucy seems to be growing weaker, whilst her mother's hours are numbering to a close. I do not understand Lucy's fading away as she is doing. She eats well and sleeps well and enjoys the fresh air, but all the time the roses in her cheeks are fading, and she gets weaker and more languid day by day. At night, I hear her gasping as if for air. I keep the key of our door always fastened to my wrist at night, but she gets up and walks about the room and sits at the open window. Last night I found her leaning out when I woke up, and when I tried to wake her, I could not. She was in a faint. When I managed to restore her, she was as weak as water and cried silently between long, painful struggles for breath. When I asked her how she came to be at the window, she shook her head and turned away. I trust her feeling ill may not be from that unlucky prick of the safety pin. I looked at her throat just now as she lay asleep, and the tiny wounds seem not to have healed. They are still open, and, if anything, larger than before, and the edges of them are faintly white. They are like little white dots with red centers. Unless they heal within a day or two, I shall insist on the doctor seeing about them.
How's it going?
Fine.
Letter.
Would you
Samuel
excuse
F.
us,
Billington
please?
and
We are
Son,
discussing something
solicitors.
private.
Whitby. To Messrs. Carter, Patterson, and Company, London. 17 August. Dear Sirs, herewith please receive invoice of goods sent by Great Northern Railway. Same are to be delivered at Carfax, near Purfleet, immediately on receipt at Goods Station, King's Cross. The house is at present empty, but enclosed please find keys, all of which are labeled. You will please deposit the boxes, 50 in number, which form the consignment, in the partially ruined building forming part of the house, and marked A on rough diagrams enclosed. Your agent will easily recognize the locality, as it is the ancient chapel of the mansion. The goods leave by the train at 9:30 tonight, and will be due at King's Cross at 4:30 tomorrow afternoon. As our client wishes the delivery made as soon as possible, we shall be obliged by your having teams ready at King's Cross at the time named, and forthwith conveying the goods to destination. In order to obviate any delays possible through any routine requirements as to payments in your departments, we enclose check herewith for £10, receipt of which please acknowledge. Should the charge be less than this amount, you can return balance. If greater, we shall at once send check for difference on hearing from you.
Then we'd have to
you are to leave the keys on coming away in the main hall of the house,
I'm just kidding,
where the
Doctor.
proprietor may get them on his entering the house by means
I'm
of his
afraid our
duplicate
discussion
key.
is private, Mr.
Pray
Knight.
do not take us as exceeding the
know
bounds
now.
of business courtesy and pressing
play
you
with
in
you
all
later.
ways to use the utmost expedition.
Can't wait.
We are, dear sirs, faithfully yours, Samuel F. Billington and Son. Letters, Messrs. Carter, Patterson and Company, London, to Messrs. Billington and Son, Whitby, 21 August. Dear sirs, we beg to acknowledge £10 received and to return check for £1 17 shillings and 9D. I don't know what D are. 9D, amount of overplus, as shown in receipted account herewith. Goods are delivered in exact accordance with instructions, and keys left in parcel in main hall as directed. We are, dear sirs, yours respectfully, Pro, Carter, Patterson and Company. Mina Murray's Journal, 18 August. I am happy today, and right sitting on the seat in the churchyard. Lucy is ever so much better. Last night she slept well all night and did not disturb me once. The roses seem coming back already to her cheeks, though she is still sadly pale and wan-looking. If she were in any way anemic, I could understand it, but she is not. She is in gay spirits and full of life and cheerfulness. All the morbid reticence seems to have passed from her, and she has just reminded me, as if I needed any reminding, of that night, and that it was here, on this very seat, I found her asleep. As she told me, she tapped playfully with the heel of her boot on the stone slab and said, "My poor little feet didn't make much noise then. I dare say poor old Mr. Swales would have told me that it was because I didn't want to wake up Geordie."
Serious conversation tonight,
As she was in such a communicative humor, I asked her if she had dreamed at all that night. Before she answered, that sweet puckered look came into her forehead, which Arthur, I call
You
him
guys heard
Arthur
about the
from her
mutilation
habit,
killing last night?
says he loves.
Happened right
And
around the
indeed,
corner.
I don't wonder that he
Simply
does.
awful.
Then she went on in a
I
half
looked at the
dreaming
newspaper,
kind
but
of
time
way,
got away
as if
from
trying
me.
to
Do
recall
you
it
have
to
any
herself.
details?
A few.
I didn't
Victim was
quite
mainly
dream,
gross
but it
brain,
all
who ran a furry
seemed to be
business
real.
in town.
I only wanted to be here in
No,
this spot.
wolf
I
business
don't
is
know why,
inexcusable.
for I was afraid
The
of
mayor has
something.
been spoken
I
to,
don't
and
know
quite
what.
seriously.
I remember,
The
though
Prime
I
Minister
suppose
is
I was
concerned.
asleep,
Did you
passing
know
through the
Grossberg
streets
have
and
all
over
that?
the bridge.
Me?
A fish
Grossberg?
leapt as I went by,
Why,
and
no,
I leaned
no.
over to look at it,
Why
and
do
I
you ask?
heard a lot of dogs
I
howling.
just thought,
The whole
you're
town
both in the
seemed as
animal
if it must be
processing
full of
business.
dogs all
Munich is a
howling
big
at once
city,
as I
Hamlet.
went up the
So it
steps.
is.
Then I had a
Ah,
vague
wow.
memory of something long
just
and dark
curious.
with red eyes, just as we saw in the sunset, and something very sweet and very bitter all around me at once.
So what were y'all talking about when I
And
came
then
by?
I seemed sinking
Tomorrow's
into
an
deep
excursion. Will you
green
be
water,
joining us?
and there was a singing in my
monthly
ears,
hunting
as
trip.
I have heard there is to
A hunt
drowning
trip?
men.
Really?
And then
Where?
everything seemed
How long does that
passing
happen,
away
Berg?
from
It's in
me.
the Bavarian
My
National
soul
Forest.
seemed
We
to
leave
go out
tomorrow.
from my body and
Oh,
float
gosh.
about the air.
You know, that sounds
I
great,
seem to
but,
remember that
you know,
once
my
the
gun
West
clean.
Lighthouse
Oh,
was
there are
right
plenty of
under
guns
me,
at the lodge.
and then there was a sort of agonizing feeling, as if I were in an earthquake, and I came back and found you
Go
shaking
ahead,
my
why not?
body. I
Baron?
saw you do it before I felt you.
A hunting trip
Then
tomorrow. Will our
she
new
began
American
to
friend
laugh.
be going with us?
It seemed a little uncanny
don't
to
see
me,
why he
and I
could.
listened to her breathlessly.
He's not a club member.
I did not quite like
He's
it,
probably not even
and thought
registered
it
with the
better
license
not to
office.
keep her mind on the
Nonsense,
subject,
Gar.
so we drifted on to other subjects,
sooner we
and
get
Lucy
to
was
see
like
his
her old
technique, the
self
better.
again.
We'll
When we
just
got
slip
home,
him
the
in,
fresh
and he can
breeze had
register
graced her
properly
up,
when we get
and her
back.
pale
But that's
cheeks
not
were
legal.
really
Since
more
when do you
rosy.
care about
Her mother
legalities? It's
rejoiced
only
when
a
she
hunting
saw her,
license?
and we all
I agree.
spent a very happy evening together.
I would enjoy Gabriel's presence very much.
Well, enough said. The Baron should certainly get whatever
19
he wants.
August. Joy, joy, joy! Though not all joy. At last, news of Jonathan. The dear fellow has been ill. That is why he did not write. I am not afraid to think it or say it now that I know. Mr. Hawkins sent me on the letter and wrote himself, oh, so kindly. I am to leave in the morning and go over to Jonathan, and to help to nurse him if necessary, and to bring him home.
I've already bonded
Mr.
with those
Hawkins
two.
said it would not be a bad thing if we
It
were to
is
be
a hoot
married out
as to
there.
them,
I have
but I'm
cried over the good sister's letter till I can feel it wet against my bosom where it lies. It is of Jonathan, and must be next my heart, for he is in my heart. My journey is all mapped out and my luggage ready. I am only taking one change of dress. Lucy will bring my trunk to London and keep it till I send for it may be that I must write no more. I must keep it to say to Jonathan, my husband. The letter that he has seen and touched must comfort me till we meet.
They're busy. I've already
Letter.
bonded with those two.
Letter, Sister Agatha,
is a hoot
Hospital
as
of
to
St.
them,
Joseph and
but I'm
St.
kinda
Mary,
running out of
Budapest,
reasons.
to Miss
Maybe I should
Wilhelmina
wait
Murray.
until I have something
12
meaningful to
August.
say.
Dear Madam, I write by desire of Mr. Jonathan Harker, who is himself not strong enough to write, though
just leads
progressing
to a
well,
back
thanks
alley.
to God and St. Joseph and
I
St.
don't
Mary.
think I'm going to get down
He has been
there
under our
again.
care for nearly 6 weeks, suffering from a violent brain fever. He wishes me to convey his love, and to say that by
There are
this
more
post I
interesting
write for
people to
him to
talk to
Mr.
in the
Peter
back.
Hawkins, Exeter, to say with his dutiful respects that he is sorry for his delay, and that all of his work is completed. He will require some few weeks' rest in our sanatorium in the hills, but will then return. He wishes me to say that he has not sufficient money with him, and that he would like to pay for his staying here, so that others who need help shall not be wanting for help. Believe me, yours, with sympathy and all blessings, Sister Agatha. P.S. My patient being asleep, I
That's
open
a
this
thought.
to let you know something more. He has told me all about you, and that you are shortly to be his wife. All blessings to you both. He has had some fearful shock, so says our doctor,
I
and
hid the
in
tape
his
recorder
delirium his
inside the
ravings have been
magazine.
dreadful, of wolves and poison and blood, of ghosts and demons, and I fear to say of what. Be careful with him always, that there
Just
may be
wanna put
nothing
this
to
magazine
excite
back.
him of at. Be careful of always. Be careful with him always, that there may be of nothing
It
to
wasn't
excite
very
him of
good,
this kind for a long
wouldn't
time to
recommend
come. The traces of such an illness as his do not lightly die away. We should have written long ago, but we knew nothing of his friends, and there was on him nothing that any one could understand. He came He came in the train from Klausenberg, and the guard was told by the station master there that he rushed into the station shouting for a ticket for home. Seeing from his violent demeanor that he was English, they gave him a ticket for the furthest station on the way thither that the train reached. Be assured that he is well cared for. He has won all hearts by his sweetness and gentleness. He is truly getting on well, and I have no doubt will in a few weeks be all himself. But be careful of him for safety's sake. There are, I pray God and St. Joseph and St. Mary, many, many happy years for you both.
Tomorrow. We don't get started until the afternoon, so won't have to worry about staying up late tonight.
Dr. Seward's diary,
I have to warn you,
19
Manhattan's
August.
kind of rusty.
Strange and sudden change in Renfield last night. About 8 o'clock, he began to get excited and sniff about as a dog does when setting. The attendant was struck by his manner, and knowing my interest in him, encouraged him to talk. He is usually respectful to the attendant and at times servile. But tonight, the man tells me, he was quite haughty, would not condescend to talk with him at all. All he would say was, I don't want to talk to you. You don't count now. The master is at hand. The attendant thinks it is some sudden form of religious mania which has seized him. If so, we must look about for squalls, for a strong man with homicidal and religious mania at once might be dangerous. The combination is a dreadful one. At 9 o'clock I visited him myself. His attitude to me was the same as that to the attendant. In his sublime self-feeling, the difference between myself and attendant seemed to him as nothing. It looks like religious mania, and he will soon think that he himself is God. These infinitesimal distinctions between man and man are too paltry for an omnipotent being. How these madmen give themselves away. The real God taketh heed lest a sparrow fall. But the God created from human vanity sees no difference between an eagle and a sparrow. If men only knew. For half an hour or more, Renfield kept getting excited in greater and greater degree. I did not pretend to be watching him, but I kept strict observation all the same. All at once, that shifty look came into his eyes which we always see when a madman has seized an idea, and with it, the shifty movement of the head and back, which asylum attendants come to know so well. He became quite quiet, and went and sat on the edge of his bed resignedly, and looked into space with lackluster eyes. I thought I would find out if his apathy were real or only assumed, and tried to lead him to talk of his pets, a theme which had never failed to excite his attention. At first he made no reply, but at length said testily, "Bother them all. I don't care a pin about them." "What?" I said. "You don't mean to tell me you don't care about spiders?" Spiders at present are his hobby, and the notebook is filling up with columns of small figures. To this he answered enigmatically, "The bride maidens rejoice the eyes that wait the coming of the bride. But when the bride draweth nigh, then the maidens shine not to the eyes that are filled." He would not explain himself, but remained obstinately seated on his bed all the time I remained with him. I am weary tonight and low in spirits. I cannot but think of Lucy and how different things might have been. If I don't sleep at once, chloral, the modern Morpheus. C2, HCl3O H2O. I must be careful not to let it grow into a habit. No, I shall take none tonight. I have thought of Lucy, and I shall not dishonor her by mixing the two. If need be, tonight shall be sleepless. Later. Glad I made the resolution, gladder that I kept to it. I had lain tossing about, and had heard the clock strike only twice, when the night watchman came to me, sent up from the ward, to say that Renfield had escaped. I threw on my clothes and ran down at once. My patient is too dangerous a person to be roaming about. Those ideas of his might work out dangerously with strangers. The attendant was waiting for me. He said he had seen him not 10 minutes before, seemingly asleep in his bed, when he had looked through the observation trap in his door. His attention was called by the sound of the window being wrenched out. He ran back and saw his feet disappear through the window, and had at once sent up for me. He was only in his night gear, and cannot be far off. The attendant thought it would be more useful to watch where he should go than to follow him, as he might lose sight of him whilst getting out of the building by the door. He's a bulky man and couldn't get through the window. I am thin, so with his aid, I got out, but feet foremost, and as we were only a few feet above ground, landed unhurt. The attendant told me the patient had gone to the left and had taken a straight line, so I ran as quickly as I could. As I got through the belt of trees, I saw a white figure scale the high wall, which separates our grounds from those of the deserted house. I ran back at once, told the watchman to get 3 or 4 men immediately and follow me into the grounds of Carfax, in case our friend might be dangerous. I got a ladder myself, and crossing the wall, dropped down on the other side. I could see Renfield's figure just disappearing behind the angle of the house, so I ran after him. On the far side of the house, I found him pressed close against the old iron-bound oak door of the chapel. He was talking, apparently to someone, but I was afraid to go near enough to hear what he was saying, lest I might frighten him and he should run off. Chasing an errant swarm of bees is nothing to following a naked lunatic when the fit of escaping is upon him. After a few minutes, however, I could see that he did not take note of anything around him, and so ventured to draw nearer to him. The more so as my men had now crossed a wall and were closing him in. I heard him say, "I am here to do your bidding, master. I am your slave, and you will reward me, for I shall be faithful. I have worshipped you long and afar off. Now that you are near, I await your commands, and you will not pass me by. Will you, dear master, in your distribution of good things?" He is a selfish old beggar anyhow. He thinks of the loaves and fishes even when he believes he is in a real presence. His manias make a startling combination. When we closed in on him, he fought like a tiger. He is immensely strong, for he was more like a wild beast than a man. I never saw a lunatic in such a paroxysm of rage before, and I hope I shall not again. It is a mercy that we have found out his strength and his danger in good time. With strength and determination like his, he might have done wild work before he was caged. He is safe now at any rate. Jack Shepherd himself couldn't get free from the straight waistcoat which keeps him restrained, and he is chained to the wall in the padded room. His cries are at times awful, but the silences that follow are more deadly still, for he means murder in every turn and movement. Just now he spoke coherent words for the first time. "I shall be patient, master. It is coming, coming, coming." So I took the hint and came to. I was too excited to sleep, but this diary has quieted me, and I feel I shall get some sleep tonight. And that concludes chapter 8. We'll talk about it a little bit more tomorrow. But, yes, interesting things as Count Dracula seems to be making his way from Whitby over to his new home next to the asylum. So, we'll see what happens in tomorrow's Read Aloud.
That's great.
Thank you very much for joining me today. I hope you're enjoying a wonderful tea, perhaps. And I hope that you're enjoying our read along together.
I'm not sure what
I'll see you next time. And until then,
but Ludwig II, I think you might have something there. Ubergrau says there are 2 places.
Hi friends, welcome back. I'm Christina, the manager at the Pacific Beach Library. Thank you for joining me for day 9 of our read along together of Dracula.
Something like that.
Let's see.
I really think you should spend some time looking into it.
Okay, so I thought we'd start out with a little tea today. Today
Things are going very smoothly
a
this
loose
time
leaf
around.
Earl Grey tea.
I've tracked
It's
a
actually
suspect
been
to a hunt
steeping for a
club
few
run by a man
minutes.
named Von Glauer.
But
He
again,
seems
I love
okay,
the clear
but I'm
teapot. I
sure
can
there's
see it's
something
gotten
going
a
on
lot
with
of
at
good
least one of the
steeping
others.
already, so I'm ready to go
Don't
in.
worry though. I met a police detective named Lieber, so I have
I
back.
love this one. It smells so good.
I'll be finished soon.
Hi, Helen. How you
Sit tight
doing?
and enjoy your visit till I get there. Gabriel.
What does he think? I'm on
So good.
vacation here?
All right.
No address.
So let's see. Today we're
Thank
on
you
chapter
very much,
9,
Mr. Knight.
and I did not mark on my thing with my usual bookmark where chapter 8 started. But, okay, there we go. I found it. All right. So chapter 8. Yesterday we read Mina Murray's journal, and it was really interesting. So basically, there was a lot of Lucy and Mina. Mina, of course, is staying with her good friend Lucy Winestra, who is having some interesting sleepwalking adventures. And in this chapter, let's see.
Hello there, dear.
Hi, I'm Grace Nakamura from the castle.
The main thing that happens is that on the night of August the 11th,
Have a seat, Miss
Lucy
Nakamura.
starts sleepwalking again, as she has been doing for a while now.
Isn't it
And
nice?
she actually leaves the house. And when
No,
Mina
thanks.
goes looking for her, she sees her outside. She can see her like over the hill, and that she's at the cemetery, like at the spot where they usually sit overlooking the shore. And so Mina runs out there.
You mentioned the other night that you were a demonologist.
And
what is that exactly?
she
Well,
sees,
it's not as
she
bad as
almost
it
thinks she
sounds,
sees
honey.
Lucy with
What Emma and
somebody,
I
that somebody's
really
leaning
do
over
is
her.
to help protect people.
But of course, you know, when she gets closer, Lucy's quite alone. She's lying over the tombstone of the empty grave that they like to sit on.
but Satan and
The
his
same
demons are
tombstone that they
real,
sat
and they
on for
will
the
attack
service
the
for the
living.
sea captain.
And
The
most
same
folks don't know
tombstone
what to
that
do
the
once
dog
they've been
wouldn't
attacked.
approach.
We try
And
to
the
help
same
protect
tombstone
people.
where Mr. Swales was
How
killed.
can you protect
Dun,
people
dun,
from
dun.
demons?
So
Best
we can
protection is
probably
faith in
assume
God,
that this
of
is
course.
Dracula with
But
Lucy
sometimes
at
faith
that
isn't enough.
tombstone.
Sometimes we have to
And
delve into the supernatural in order to protect others.
it's interesting too. It's
Your
kind of funny.
shouting joggers are just the same.
Lucy's outside
They
in her
are?
nightgown, and
is?
when
Of
Mina finds her, she
course.
wraps
The
her up
warriors of
in a
light are
cloak that she's
rare
brought
these
with her,
days, but they
and
do
she
exist
pins
all
it
around
around
the globe.
Lucy's neck.
That's interesting.
And
I just read about a
later,
group
when they
called
get
Manos del
back
Sol in
to the
Brazil.
bedroom,
So the
she
Ritters aren't
sees
the only
that there's
Well,
some
they're probably
little
the only
marks,
ones
little
to use that
pinpricks, it
title,
looks like, in
but
Lucy's neck.
others
And so
have been
she's worried
chosen
that
for
she
the
may have
battle.
accidentally pricked Lucy's neck. So silly. She notices that the next day, and she's like, but it's okay, it's small, there was a little drop of blood, but Lucy seems not bothered by it, and in fact, she seems to be having a wonderful
Do you know
day the
anything
next
about
day.
King Ludwig II?
The next night,
Sure,
Lucy
we saw
again
his
tries to
castles,
go out,
didn't
so
we,
Mina is now
We
locking
sure
the door
did.
and
Why
wearing
do
the
you
key to the
ask?
door around her
Well,
wrist,
I found a
so
letter
Lucy
in the
cannot
Schottenegger
escape during the
library
night.
warning Ludwig about the
Days
Black
go
Wolf.
by, this is
Who
still
wrote the
happening,
letter?
and then eventually what
Gabriel's
she starts seeing is
ancestors,
Lucy,
a Schottenegger.
instead of trying to leave the room, is
Oh.
going to the window,
Seems
and
like
when she's
whoever
at
was
the window,
using me as a megaphone
she
helped
sees
you
her one
find
day.
that
Mina is
letter.
coming back to the house, and she
Perhaps
sees
you should
Lucy
follow
leaning
the
out the
path
window, and there
something's
appears to be a
pointing
bat
at.
flying around
Look
by
into
her, or a big
Ludwig.
black bird.
I intend to.
It's a bat. Also, Lucy makes some
The other
comment
night you
one
said
night while they're
something about
watching
the
the
Black
sun
Wolf.
setting
What did you
that the
mean? Where
red
did you hear that
sky
name?
looks like his red
I
eyes
wasn't
again.
the
They're
one
just the
talking.
same. So again, she too has seen the eyes
don't
of
understand.
Dracula, even though she's sort of in a
Quite all
dream
right. The
state. It
point
doesn't seem
is,
quite
it
real
would
to
be
her.
a very good idea to
Um,
answer those questions, and
Let's
we
see.
must work together to do so.
Lucy's health gradually
course
starts
I'll
to fade.
help you, pumpkin. I'd
She
like to
seems
know
to be
myself,
the
wouldn't
little
I? It isn't
pinpricks on
every
her
day
neck.
one's
They see
taken
the
over
little
by a
dots with red
disembodied
centers. They
spirit,
seem to
and I
be
don't
still
much
open
care for it,
and
thank
getting
you.
worse.
You're not
And she
talking about a
seems pale and rather
seance, are you?
anemic.
Oh, heavens, no.
And
Thank God.
so again, from this we can
Emma's right. I'm
deduce
much
that
better
she
at
is
tarot cards.
that Dracula is
I can
feeding
read
upon
for
her.
you or for someone else if you prefer.
Also, in the chapter, we get some business correspondence. There are some gentlemen who are handling the shipping of
sure
those
you don't
crates
know
of
anything
earth
about the
that were
Black
shipped
Wolf?
out on the Demeter.
I never
And they
did,
basically
dear.
say, we
I
want to
told
have these
you.
50 boxes of
Really,
earth
you mustn't
delivered
confuse the
to this
vessel with the
house
voice.
in Carfax
All I remember
that is
was
located
seeing
next
a
to the lunatic
very
asylum.
bright flash like
And they want
lightning.
them delivered
Next thing
and
I knew,
stored in
Emma
the
had me
church, or in the
outside.
chapel, excuse me.
Whatever it
And
was,
so
it was
the other
very
gentlemen go ahead and
powerful.
do that. Let's
Very
see.
powerful.
So again, as they're making these arrangements, we can safely deduce that if Dracula is being shipped, well, I think that Dracula is being shipped
I
out
guess
with
it
the
wouldn't
dirt
hurt to do my tarot reading.
to the other location,
Don't
and
you
therefore,
worry now.
as the journal
I know
continues,
what
Mina's
I'm
journal,
doing.
she starts seeing that Lucy is doing better by the 18th, which is after those boxes have shipped out. And so Lucy seems to be getting healthier, and
Push
she
your
says,
vital energies
she
into
has a
the
recollection, like she felt like there was something happening there, but it's very dream-like, her encounters with Dracula.
This
She doesn't acknowledge,
is your
that
soul
there's somebody
card.
sucking her blood,
That which
but just that,
applies
she
to
has a
all
vague
of your
memory of something
lifetimes.
long and dark with red eyes,
It's the
just
Empress.
as we saw in the
Oh, that's a
sunset,
good
something
one.
very sweet and bitter
What's it
all around
mean?
me, and then I was
It
sinking into a
means
deep
that
green
your
water,
soul's
and there was
journey is
singing
one
in
of
my
leadership.
ears.
There's
So,
great strength here.
it's
and
an interesting
intelligence.
depiction of what her
This card
feeling as
represents
as
what
this
you're
is
like
happening.
in this lifetime.
Let's see. Finally,
It's the
Mina's
chariot.
journal also has an
Self-discipline.
account that she has
Control. You need to feel
finally
you have a
gotten
plan,
word
that you're
about Jonathan Harker.
testing your
Her fiance
abilities.
had turned up about 6 weeks
Chariot's
prior, so
very
again, shortly
masculine.
after Dracula left
In combination
Castle
with the
Dracula,
Empress,
that he
tells me that
seems
you're
to have wandered
currently
about,
exploring your
and
male side.
he's like,
You
he
will
kind of
seek
looked
out
like a
great
madman, and he
achievement,
went to the train
but
station
it
and said,
does
"I need
have
to
its
get back
price.
home." They
Doesn't
heard he was
sound
speaking English.
anything
They
like
sent him
me.
on the train
Yes,
as
dear.
far as they could towards England,
The third
and eventually
card
he's been taken
represents
in
the
by
other.
at a hospital, a sanatorium, so he can
pulled
get
the
healthier
magician?
again. And then
Who is he,
the
dear?
nun who writes to him, the nurse, says
Excuse
basically
me?
that he's had
Your
a huge
other,
shock.
the magician.
He
Oh,
said
this
some
is a very
very
powerful card.
strange
Major
things, and you want to
arcana.
try to keep him as
My
calm as you
other?
can, so that he
Everyone
won't get
has
worse.
another. Let's
Therefore,
see.
Mina's going
I
to
bet
be
it's the
preparing to go visit
Schottenjäger. What's his
Jonathan.
name?
The Schottenjäger?
And they'll probably get married there.
Gabriel Knight?
So she can care
The
for
name
him.
of power.
Finally, the
He
chapter
is
has
powerful,
a
this one.
section
The
from
magician
Dr.
is
Seward,
dexterous,
who is again the former
mischievous
suitor
and
of Lucy
manipulative.
Wenestra,
That's Gabriel,
who lives,
And
who works at the
very strong
sanitarium
with
that is
magical
next
and
to,
occult
or the
powers.
lunatic asylum,
Now, this
excuse
is
me,
interesting
that is
because
next door
your
to the
card,
home
the
purchased by
chariot,
Count
is all
Dracula.
logic and,
And
reasoning,
he's
while
talking
his,
about
the magician,
how
is spiritual and
well,
intuitive.
he mentions that he's still quite
You
depressed
two are
about
quite a
not being
pair.
able to convince Lucy to marry him,
The fourth
but
card
that he
shows what you're trying to achieve.
he's
at this
throwing
moment.
himself into his
Your
work.
immediate destiny.
And meanwhile,
the
strange things are
strength
happening with his
or
patient
lust
Renfield, the one
card.
who likes to eat creatures
Lust?
and eat their life,
Not
basically.
that kind of lust,
and that
dear. It's a trial
he runs
card.
away. He says that, well, he
Finding
tells
the
the attendants that
strength
the
to
master is
continue
now at
some
hand,
difficult
so he
journey.
doesn't need to bother with all these other things anymore.
It also
And
represents
so he actually
the
runs away from the
integration
asylum.
of conflicting
He
energies.
manages to get next
That must
door
be your chariot and his
and to the
magician
chapel,
energies.
where he
Strength
is
also
heard
means
saying, "I am
bonding
here to do
those
your bidding,
energies,
master. I am your
loving without
slave, and you
judgment.
shall reward me, for I
Learning
shall
to
be
love the
faithful.
beast.
I've worshipped you long and afar, and now that you are near, I await your commands, and you will not pass me by."
What is this
And
trial,
so
dear?
he is
Do you know?
basically pledging himself to serve Count Dracula.
Gabriel and I
Dr.
are
Seward
involved
doesn't
with the
see
case
who
right
he's
now.
addressing. He just thinks that Renfield
It
is
will be a
crazy.
hard time.
And they actually do
You must
retrieve
let
him.
your
They
love
lock him up
give
at the
you power.
asylum with a straitjacket.
Use the
And the
positive
chapter
energy
ends
of your union, or you
with
may not succeed.
Dr. Stewart's
I
reflections.
think you have the wrong idea.
Okay,
Gabriel and I just work
so,
together.
A lot of stuff happening. So now
But
let's
if I
see,
might
Lucy
just
Wenestra, if
suggest,
she'll get
when
healthier.
you're
Let's see
facing
what's going to
negative
happen
forces,
with Mina now that she has.
Positive energy of love is a very
Ooh,
vital
I just
weapon.
noticed something interesting too. Hang on.
You make yourself vulnerable when you resist
It's
your
interesting.
own
Chapter
tools.
9. On the one heading, it says Mina
Wow.
Murray's journal.
That's been
But
helpful.
on the other, at the start of this
I
first
hope
section of
so,
chapter
dear.
9, it says letter Mina Harker to Lucy Wenestra. Oh, I guess the wedding happened. Okay, let's start with that. That's exciting. All right, letter Mina
Maybe we
Harker
should do
to
a reading
Lucy
for Gabriel.
Westenra.
Oh,
Budapest,
it's a little
24
like
August.
spying on someone unawares.
My
but
dearest
what
Lucy,
the heck?
I know you will be anxious to hear all that has happened since we parted at the railway station at Whitby. Well, my dear, I got to Hull all right
Reach
and
out
caught
to
the
the
boat to
cards
Hamburg and then the
and to
train
think
on
about his
here.
essence.
I feel that I can hardly recall anything of the journey except that I knew
He's
I was
so
coming to
kind.
Jonathan, and that
He's
I
the
should, and that
magician.
as I should have to do some
Yes,
nursing,
dear.
I had better
It
get all the
reflects
sleep
your
I could.
other- Exactly.
I found my dear
Well,
one.
maybe, but
oh, so
I'd rather
thin
hold
and
out for
pale
David
and weak
Copperfield.
looking. All the resolution has gone
And
out of his dear
lifetime
eyes,
card.
and that quiet dignity which
Oh,
I told you
goodness.
was in his face
The lovers.
has vanished. He is
You mean the
only a
sole
wreck of
purpose of his
himself,
life is in his
and he
pants?
does not remember
Doesn't surprise
anything that has
me.
happened to him for a long
It's
time
not
past.
what you think,
At
dear.
least he wants
It's
me
a
to believe so,
duality card.
and I shall never
As a
ask.
lifetime card, it refers
He has had
to
some
Gabriel's
terrible
own
shock,
duality.
and I fear it
Good
might
versus
tax his
evil,
poor brain if
physical
he were to
pleasure
try to
versus
recall
spiritual
it.
growth, that kind
Sister
of thing.
Agatha, who is a good creature
His
and a born
challenge
nurse, tells
to
me that he
integrate the
raved of
conflicting
dreadful
parts of
things while he
himself.
was off his head.
Until he does, he'll
I
never
wanted her to
find
tell me
peace.
what they were, but she would only cross herself and say
you
she
will
would never
find
tell.
peace when
That the
you
ravings of the
acknowledge
sick
all
were the
of it.
secrets of God,
Find
and
a
that
way
if a
to love
nurse,
the
through
worst as you already
her
love the best.
vocation,
You're
should
really
hear them, she should
Mother.
respect her trust. She is a sweet,
His
good
other
soul, and the next day, when she
is
saw
the
I was
high
troubled,
priestess.
she opened up
Let
the
me
subject
guess.
again,
That's me,
and
right?
after saying that she
No,
could
dear,
never
it's
mention what
not.
my poor dear
The
raved
high
about,
priestess
added,
represents
I can
psychic
tell you
mystery,
this much, my
deep
dear,
wisdom.
that it was
This
not
is a
about
very different
anything which he
energy
has
from
done
your
wrong himself.
earthly one.
And you, as his wife
This
to
must be our
have no
connection.
cause to be concerned. returned. He has not forgotten you or what he
dear.
owes to
Someone
you.
is trying
His
to
fear was of
communicate with
great and
Gabriel.
terrible
This
things,
force
which
is
no mortal
represented by
can
the High
treat of.
Priestess.
That's not much help.
I do believe the dear soul,
What about the
though I
Black
might
Wolf?
be jealous lest my poor
But
dear
it
should have
is a
fallen in
help,
love with
dear.
any other girl.
The High Priestess is
The
a spiritual
idea
guide
of
card if
my
ever there
being
was
jealous
one.
about Jonathan
The message
And yet,
must
my
have been a
dear, let me
warning.
whisper,
If this
I felt a
force
thrill of
is
joy
connected to
through me
Gabriel,
when
and
I
he's so very
knew that no
psychic,
other woman was the
then why
cause
doesn't
of
it just
trouble.
go to him? Why
I am
say
now
it to
sitting
me?
by his
Maybe
bedside,
Gabriel's
where I
blocked.
can see his face
Maybe
while he
he's
sleeps.
purposefully blocking.
He
There
is
is
waking.
that duality business. Let's go on and see if it becomes clear. The
When he
fourth
woke,
card,
he asked
remember,
me for his coat
represents
as
the
he wanted to
current
get something from
situation.
the pocket.
It's
I asked Sister Agatha, and she brought all his
death.
things. I saw that amongst them was his notebook, and was going to ask him to let me look at it,
Nothing to worry
for I
about
knew
then.
then that I might find
Now
some
you
clue to
just
his
leave
trouble.
interpretation
But
up
I
to me,
suppose
Sugar
he
Pie.
must have seen my wish in his
It's a
eyes, for he
transformation
sent me over to the
card.
window,
Dying to
saying
one
he wanted
thing
to be quite
and being
alone
born
for a
to
moment.
another.
Then he called me back,
It is
and he said to me
painful,
very
but it isn't
solemnly,
necessarily bad.
Wilhelmina. I knew then that he was in deadly
Two of
earnest, for he has
wands.
never called me by that name since
Oh
he asked
my.
me to marry him.
What?
You know, dear, my ideas of
A
the
two
trust
is
between
not
husband
good
and
here.
wife. That there should
Wands
be
is
no
Mars
secret,
in Aries. That's
no
a war card
concealment.
in conjunction with the death card.
I have had a great shock, and when
There
I
are
try to
two
think of
possible
what it is, I
transformations.
feel my
Two
head spin round,
transformations?
and I do
Yes,
not
dear.
know if it was all real or the
Gabriel
dreaming of a
is waging
madman.
a spiritual
You
battle.
know I've had brain
transformation
fever,
might be
and
good
that is to be mad. The
or
secret
evil.
is here, and I do not want
That
to
must
know
be
it.
the purpose of the
I
High
want to
Priestess. She's
take up
trying
my
to
life
guide him.
here with our marriage.
So you think...
For my dear, he had decided
really
to be
might be in
married as soon
danger?
as the formalities are
Oh
complete.
yes, dear.
Are you willing, Wilhelmina,
Gabriel's
to
very
share my
essence is at
ignorance?
stake.
Here is the book.
If he takes
Take
the
it
wrong path
and keep
with
it.
his powers,
Read it if you will, but never let me know.
Emma and I will
Unless,
stay in
indeed,
town.
some
You must let me
solemn
know
duty
if
should come
anything
upon
else
me to go
happens that we
back
can read for
to the
clues.
bitter hours, awake, asleep
Let
or
the
awake,
Force
sane
use
or
you.
mad, recorded here. He fell back exhausted, and I put the book under his pillow and kissed him. I have asked
I'd better
Sister
go.
Agatha to beg the
Anytime
Superior
you
to
need
let
us,
our wedding be
stop
this
by.
afternoon,
Be
and
careful,
am
though.
waiting her reply.
Thanks.
She has come and told me that the chaplain of the English Mission Church has been sent for. We are to be married in an hour, or as soon after as Jonathan awakes. Lucy, the time has come and gone. I feel very solemn, but very, very
Herr Huber?
happy. Jonathan woke a little after the hour, and all was ready, and he sat up in bed, propped up with pillows. He answered his "I will" firmly and
I was
strong.
wondering if you've changed
I
your
could
mind
hardly
about telling
speak.
me where Gabriel
My
is. It's
heart was
really
so
important.
full that even those words
No.
seemed to choke me. The dear
Sorry.
sisters were so kind. Please God, I shall never, never forget them, nor the grave and sweet
Thanks.
responsibilities I have taken
Bitte.
upon me. I must tell you of my wedding present. When the chaplain and the sisters had left me alone with my husband, oh, Lucy, it is the first time I have written the words, my husband. Left me alone with my husband, I took the book from under his pillow and wrapped it up in white paper and tied it with a little bit of pale blue ribbon which was round my neck, and sealed it over the knot with sealing wax, and for my seal I used my wedding ring. Then I kissed it and showed it to my husband and told him that I would keep it so, and then it would be an outward and visible sign for us all our lives that we trusted each other. That I would never open it unless it were for his own dear sake, or for the sake of some stern duty.
I don't want to disturb
Then he
her.
took my hand in his, and oh, Lucy, it was the first time he took his wife's hand, and said that it was the dearest thing in all the wide world, and that he would go through all the past again
Candace
to win
here.
it, if need
I
be.
wonder what she's up to.
The poor dear meant to have said a part of the past, but he cannot think of time yet, and I shall not wonder if at first he mixes up not only the month, but the year. Well, my dear, what could I say? I could only tell him that I was the happiest woman in all the wide world, and that I had nothing to give him except myself, my life, and my trust, and that with these went my love and duty for all the days of my life. And, my dear, when he kissed me and drew me to him with his poor, weak hands, it was like a very solemn pledge between us. Lucy, dear, do you know why I tell you all this? It is
Boy,
not
do I
only
feel
because it is all
stupid or
sweet to
what.
me, but because you have been, and are, very dear to me. It was my privilege to be your friend and guide when you came from the schoolroom to prepare for the world of life. I want you to see now, and with the eyes of a very happy wife, whither duty has led me, so that in your own married life you too may be all happy as I am. My dear, please Almighty God, your life may be all it promises, a long day of sunshine with no harsh wind, no forgetting duty, no distrust. I must not wish you no pain, for that can never be, but I do hope you will be always as happy as I am now. Goodbye, my dear. I shall post this at once, and perhaps write you very soon again. I must stop, for Jonathan is waking. I must attend to my husband. Your ever-loving Mina Harker. Letter. Lucy Westenra to Mina Harker. Whitby, 30 August. My dearest Mina, oceans of love and millions of kisses, and may you soon be in your own home with your husband. I wish you could be coming home soon enough to stay with us here. The strong air would soon restore Jonathan. It has quite restored me. I have an appetite like a cormorant, am full of life and sleep well. You will be glad to know that I have quite given up walking in my sleep. I think I have not stirred out of my bed for a week. That is, when I once got into it at night. Arthur says I am getting fat. By the way, I forgot to tell you that Arthur is here. We have such walks and drives and rides and rowing and tennis and fishing together, and I love him more than ever. He tells me that he loves me more, but I doubt that, for at first he told me that he couldn't love me more than he did then. But this is nonsense. There he is, calling to me, so no more just at present, from your loving Lucy. P.S.
Perhaps this
Mother
was a
sends
fault
her
of his
love.
sheltered upbringing
She
as
seems
future
better,
king.
poor dear.
He never was
P.P.S.
introduced to the real
We are
world,
to be
and the
married
real
on
world
28th
failed to interest
September.
him as an adult. In his youth, Ludwig was in
Dr.
fine physical
Seward's diary,
condition and
20
loved to hike
August.
alone in the Alps and ride
The
horses.
case of Renfield
He had a
grows
hunting
even more
lodge,
interesting.
Shorthand,
He is now
specifically
so
for this
far
purpose.
quieted that there are spells of
Unfortunately, in
cessation from his
1872,
passion.
a rather traumatic
For the
hunting
first
accident
week after his
befell the
attack,
king
he
at
was perpetually
Shorthand,
violent.
and his leg was
Then one
cruelly
night,
damaged.
just as the moon
He never
rose,
fully
he
recovered
grew
from this
quiet,
incident, and his hiking
and
and
kept
riding
murmuring to
ceased.
himself,
His
"Now
physical
I
health
can
deteriorated
wait.
from that
Now
time
I
on,
can wait."
and explains why he
The
looked so
attendant came
unhealthy
to
in
tell
later
me,
years.
so I ran down at
A
once to have a
hunting
look at
accident?
him. He was still in the straight waistcoat and in the padded room, but the suffused look had gone from his face, and his eyes had something of their old pleading, I might almost say cringing, softness. I was satisfied with his present condition and directed him to be relieved. The attendants hesitated, but finally carried out my wishes without protest.
Other
It
than
was a
his
strange thing
long-standing
that the
friendship
patient had
with the
humor
Empress
enough to see their
Elizabeth of
distrust,
Austria and
for,
with his mother,
coming close to me,
the
he said in a
relationships
whisper,
Ludwig
all
attempted
the
with
while
others
looking
were
furtively at
nearly
them,
always a
"They
disappointment for
think
him
I could hurt
and a
you.
bewilderment for his
Fancy,
partners.
me
He would become
hurting
obsessed
you?
with someone,
The
a
fools."
singer, an artist, a
It
nobleman
was soothing
or a
somehow to
peasant,
the feelings to
and would
find
bombard
myself
them with
dissociated
gifts,
even in the mind of
praise,
this poor
and
madman
favors
from
when
the
they
others.
would fail to return
But all
the
the
depths
same,
of
I do not
rapturous
follow his
passion
thought.
he required.
Am I to take
The
it that I have
singular
anything in
adoration
common
and
with
humble
him,
obedience
so that
he
we are,
expected,
as it were, to
he would
stand
grow
together?
disappointed
Or has
and
he
cut
to
himself
gain
off
from
from
me
them.
some good so
The objects of his
stupendous that my
interest were
well-being is
occasionally
needful
women,
to him?
usually
I
ones he
must
fell in
find
love
out
with
later
after
on.
seeing them in
Tonight
idealized
he will
roles on the
not speak.
stage.
Even the
But they
offer
were
of a
more
kitten
often
or even a
young
full-grown
men
cat
who
will
fit his
not tempt him.
fantasies of the
He will
heroic
only
sagas
say,
like
"I don't
Lohengrin
take any
and
stock in
Parsifal
cats.
that he so loved.
I have more to think of now, and I can
A
wait."
good example of the
I
king's
can
obsessive
wait.
behavior in relationships
After a
is
while,
the
I left
following
him.
letter from the
The attendant
Königlich
tells me that he was quiet
which this
until
author was
just before
privileged to
dawn,
access.
and that then he
It is
began to
dated
get uneasy
1864,
and at length
and it
violent,
was written by
until at
Ludwig's
last he fell
manservant,
into a
Paul,
paroxysm which
to a
exhausted
friend.
him so
The king
that
has
he
been in
swooned
high
into a
mood
sort of
these
coma.
days. The reason, of course, is a new interest. Thursday last,
3 nights
the king
has the same
attended
thing
a
happened.
performance of
Violent
Lohengrin
all
in the
day,
Wittelsbacher
then quiet
Theatre.
from moonrise
He
to
came
sunset.
back in a fever,
I wish I
demanding
could
that
get
a man
some
be
clue as to the
found.
cause.
The man, it was gathered, had been sitting in a
violent all day,
box
then
across
quiet
from
from
Ludwig
moonrise
and had
to
drawn the king's
sunrise.
attention by his
I wish I
beauty
could get some
and
clue to
his
the cause.
deep emotional
It would almost seem
response
as if
to
there
the
was some
performance.
influence which
The
came
king
and
declared
went.
that here at
Happy
last
thought.
is a sensitive
We shall
soul.
tonight
The
place
man
sane
was tracked
wits
down
against
and brought
mad
in
ones.
for an audience.
He escaped before
Upon
without
my
our help.
word, never have I seen
Tonight
any
he shall
mind
escape
so
with
in
it.
line with his
We
majesty's
shall give him a
own.
chance and have the
They
men ready
discussed
to
Wagner
follow in
and
case they are
France and
required.
Byron and all manner of things until long past
23
dawn.
August.
The young man,
The unexpected
beautiful
always
indeed
happens.
to look upon,
How
met the king's
well Disraeli
enthusiasm
knew
and
life.
knowledge bit
Our
for
bird,
bit.
when he found the cage open, would not fly.
His
So all
Majesty
our
has
subtle
been in the
arrangements
thick of
were
it
for
ever
naught.
since.
At any rate,
And
we
while I
have proved
welcome
one
his
thing,
good temper,
that the spells
I
of
grow
quietness,
tired of fetching
that the
letters back and
spells of
forth to Louis,
quietness
so called
last
by
a
his
reasonable
Majesty.
time.
That should
We
tell you
shall
who the
in
young
future
man
be
looks
easy
like.
to ease his
At all
bonds.
hours of the night,
Excuse me.
This
We
author
shall in
has not
future
been
be
able
able to
learn
ease
much
his
about
bonds
Louis,
for a few hours
but
each
he was
day.
known to have
I have
been a
given
seemingly
orders to the night
hybrid
attendant
foreigner,
merely to shut
and he
him
was
in the
involved
padded
with
room
Ludwig
when once
as
he is
late
quiet,
as
until an hour
1880,
before
when he fell
sunrise.
into
The
disfavor.
poor soul's body will enjoy the relief, even if his mind cannot appreciate it.
The king,
Hark!
especially later
The
in
unexpected
life,
again.
felt a
I am
great
called.
deal of guilt
The
about his
patient
sensual
has once
nature.
more escaped.
His diaries are full of repentant entries
Later,
begging God for
another night
forgiveness
adventure.
and swearing to remain
Renfield
pure.
artfully
In
waited
many of
until the
diary
attendant was
entries,
entering
he
the room to
swears
inspect.
abstain from
Then he
sexual
dashed out
relations.
past him and flew down
The
the
number
passage.
of these oath
I sent
entries
word for the attendants
indicate
to
that
follow.
Ludwig was not very
Again he went
successful in
into the
resisting
grounds of the deserted
temptation,
house, and we
yet
found
it
him in the
is
same
also
place,
clear that
pressed
Ludwig
against
was a
the old
God-fearing
chapel door.
man, and that,
When
though
he
his
saw
flesh
me,
might
he became
occasionally
furious,
fall,
and had
he
not
never
the attendant
surrendered his
seized him in
heart
time,
and his
he
conscience
would have
to
tried
sin.
to kill me. As we were holding him, a strange thing happened. He suddenly redoubled his efforts, and then, as suddenly, grew calm. I looked round instinctively, but could see nothing. Then I caught the patient's eye and followed it, but could trace nothing as it looked into the moonlit sky, except a big bat, which was flapping its silent and ghostly way to the west. Bats usually wheel and flit about, but this one seemed to go straight on, as if it knew where it was bound for or had some intention of its own. The patient grew calmer every instant and presently said, "You needn't tie me. I shall go quietly." Without trouble, we
Grace
came back to the
Nakamura.
house. I feel there is something ominous in his calm, and shall not forget this night. Lucy Westenra's diary. Hillingham, 24 August. I must imitate Mina and keep writing things down. Then we can have long talks when we do meet. I wonder when it will be. I wish she were with me again, for I feel so unhappy. Last night I seemed to be dreaming again, just as I was at Whitby. Perhaps it is the change of air or getting home again. It is all dark and horrid to me, for I can remember nothing. But I am full of vague fear, and I feel so weak and worn out. When Arthur came to lunch, he looked quite grieved when he saw me, and I hadn't the spirit to try to be cheerful. I wonder if I could sleep in Mother's room tonight. I shall make an excuse and try. 25 August. Another bad night. Mother did not seem to take to my proposal. She seems not too well herself, and doubtless she fears to worry me. I tried to keep awake and succeeded for a while, but when the clock struck 12, it waked me from a doze, so I must have been falling asleep. There was a sort of scratching or flapping at the window, but I did not mind it, and as I remember no more, I suppose I must then have fallen asleep. More bad dreams. I wish I could remember them. This morning I am horribly weak. My face is ghastly pale, and my throat pains me. It must be something wrong with my lungs, for I don't seem ever to have air enough. I shall try to cheer up when Arthur comes, or else I know he will be miserable to see me so. Letter, Arthur Holmwood to Dr. Seward. Albemarle Hotel, 31 August. My dear Jack, I want you to do me a favor. Lucy is ill. That is, she has no special disease, but she looks awful and is getting worse every day. I have asked her if there is any cause. I do not dare to ask her mother, for to disturb the poor lady's mind about her daughter, in her present state of health, would be fatal. Mrs. Westenra has confided to me that her doom is spoken, disease of the heart, though poor Lucy does not know it yet. I am sure that there is something preying on my dear girl's mind. I am almost distracted when I think of her. To look at her gives me a pang. I told her I should ask you to see her, and though she demurred at first, I know why, old fellow, she finally consented. It will be a painful task for you, I know, old friend, but it is for her sake, and I must not hesitate to ask or you to act. You are to come to lunch at Hillingham tomorrow, 2 o'clock, so as not to arouse any suspicion in Mrs. Westenra, and after lunch, Lucy will take an opportunity of being alone with you. I shall come in for tea, and we can go away together. I am filled with anxiety, and want to consult with you alone as soon as I can after you have seen her. Do not fail. Arthur. Telegram. Arthur Holmwood to Seward. 1 September. Am summoned to see my father, who is worse. Am writing. Write me fully by tonight's post to ring. Wire me, if necessary. Letter from Dr. Seward to Arthur Holmwood, 2 September.
But they won't last long.
My dear old fellow, with regard to Miss Westenra's health, I hasten to let you know at once that in my opinion, there is not any functional disturbance or any malady that I know of. At the same time, I am not by any means satisfied with her appearance. She is woefully different from what she was when I saw her last. Of course, you must bear in mind that I did not have full opportunity of examination such as I should wish. Our very friendship makes a little difficulty which not even medical science or custom can bridge over. I had better tell you exactly what happened, leaving you to draw, in a measure, your own conclusions. I shall then say what I have done and propose doing. I found Miss Westenra in seemingly gay spirits. Her mother was present, and in a few seconds I made up my mind that she was trying all she knew to mislead her mother and prevent her from being anxious. I have no doubt she guesses, if she does not know, what need of caution there is.
Gabriel and I...
We lunched alone, and as we all exerted ourselves to be cheerful, we got, as some kind of reward for our labors, some real cheerfulness amongst
Gabriel's
us.
fault. He never tells
Then
me
Mrs.
anything.
Westenra went to lie down, and Lucy was left with
why
me.
you didn't want me on this
We
case.
went into her boudoir. Until we got there, her gaiety remained, for the servants were coming and
Don't
going.
even try to make
As
excuses
soon as
for
the
him.
door was closed, however, the mask fell from her face, and she sank down into
He's
a
up to
chair
his
with a
neck in it,
great
I think.
sigh, and hid her eyes with her hand. When I saw that her high
Will you
spirits
help
had
me out with
failed,
something?
I at once took advantage of her reaction to make a
Of
diagnosis. She said to me very sweetly, I cannot tell you how I loathe
Have to do
talking
some
about
research
myself.
on Ludwig.
I reminded her that a doctor's confidence
I
was
want to
sacred,
go
but
see
that
some
you
of
were
his
grievously
castles.
anxious about her. She caught on to my meaning at once and settled the matter in a word.
Take
Tell
Gabriel's
Arthur
car.
everything you choose. I do not care for myself, but all for him.
There's a
So,
map of
I
southern
am
Bavaria
quite
in
free.
the car. Ludwig's castles
I
are
could
all
easily
marked.
see that she is somewhat bloodless, but I could not
Thanks.
see the usual anemic signs, and by a chance I was actually able to test the
luck.
quality of her blood, for in opening a window which was stiff, a cord gave way, and she cut her hand slightly with broken glass. It was a slight matter in itself, but it gave me an evident chance, and I secured a few drops of the blood and have analyzed them. The qualitative analysis gives a quite normal condition and shows, I should infer, in itself a vigorous state of health. In other physical matters I was quite satisfied that there is no need for anxiety. But as there must be a cause somewhere, I have come to the conclusion that it must be something mental. She complains of difficulty in breathing satisfactorily at times, and of heavy, lethargic sleep, with dreams that frighten her, but regarding which she can remember nothing. She says that as a child she used to walk in her sleep, and that when in Whitby the habit came back, and that once she walked out in the night and went to East
At
Cliff,
least I
where
have the
Miss
car
Murray
keys
found
now.
her. But she assures me that of late the habit has not returned. I am in doubt, and so have done the best thing I know of. I have written to my old friend and master, Professor Van Helsing of Amsterdam, who knows as much about obscure diseases as anyone in the world. I have asked him to come over, and as you told me that all things were to be at your charge, I have mentioned to him who you are and your relations to Miss Westenra. This, my dear fellow, is in obedience to your wishes, for I am only too proud and happy to do anything I can for her. Van Helsing would, I know, do anything for me for a personal reason, so no matter on what ground he comes, we must accept his wishes. He is a seemingly arbitrary man, but this is because he knows what is talking about. But this is because he knows what he is talking about better than anyone else. He is a philosopher and a metaphysician, and one of the most advanced scientists of his day, and he has, I believe, an absolutely open mind. This, with an iron nerve, a temper of the icebrook, an indomitable resolution, self-command, and toleration exalted from virtues to blessings, and the kindliest and truest heart that beats. These form his equipment for the noble work that he is doing for mankind. Work both in theory and practice, for his views are as wide as his all-embracing sympathy. I tell you these facts that you may know why I have such confidence in him. I have asked him to come at once. I shall see Miss Westenra tomorrow again. She is to meet me at the stores, so that I may not alarm her mother by too early a repetition of my call. Yours always, John Seward. Letter. Abraham Van Helsing, M.D., D.Ph.D., Literature, M.D., D.Ph., D.Lit, etc., etc. to Dr. Seward. To September. My good friend, when I have received your letter, I am already coming to you. By good fortune, I can leave just at once, without wrong to any of those who have trusted me. Were fortune other, then it were bad for those who have trusted, for I come to my friend when he call me to aid those he holds dear. Tell your friend that when that time you sucked from my wound so swiftly the poison of the gangrene from that knife that our other friend, too nervous, let slip, you did more for him when he wants my aids, and you call for them, than all in his great fortune could do. But it is great pleasure to do for him, your friend. It is to you that I come. Have near to hand, and please it so arrange that we may see the young lady not too late on tomorrow, for it is likely that I may have to return here that night. But if need be, I shall come again in 3 days, and stay longer if it must. Till then, goodbye, my friend John. Van Helsing. Letter, Dr. Seward to Honorable Arthur Holmwood. 3 September. My dear Art, Van Helsing has come and gone. He came on with me to Hillingham and found that, by Lucy's discretion, her mother was lunching out, so that we were alone with her. Van Helsing made a very careful examination of the patient. He is to report to me, and I shall advise you, for of course I was not present all the time. He is, I fear, much concerned, but says he must think. When I told him of our friendship and how you trust me in the matter, he said, you must tell him all you think. Tell him what I think if you can guess it, if you will. Nay, I am not jesting. This is no jest, but life and death, perhaps more.
You gave me permission to visit you at Ischl.
I asked what he meant by that, for he was very serious. This was when we had come back to town, and he was having a cup of tea before starting on his return to Amsterdam.
Of sincere love and reverence and faithful
he would not give me any further clue. You must not be angry with me, Art, because his very reticence means that all his brains are working for her good. He will speak plainly enough when the time comes, be sure. So I told him I would simply write an account of our visit, just as if I were doing a descriptive special article for the Daily Telegraph. He seemed not to notice, but remarked that the smuts in London were not quite so bad that they used to be when he was a student here. I am to get his report tomorrow if he can possibly make it. In any case, I am to have a letter.
Hoping to protect him
well,
from
as to the visit,
opinion.
Lucy was more cheerful than on the day I first met her, and certainly looked better.
My dearest
she had
Eagle,
lost something of the ghastly look that so upset you, and her breathing was normal. She was very sweet to the professor, as she always is, and tried to make him feel at ease, although I could see that the poor girl was making a hard struggle for it. I believe Van Helsing saw it too, for I saw the quick look under his bushy brows that I knew of old. Then he began to chat of all things except ourselves and diseases, and with such an infinite geniality that I could see poor Lucy's pretense of animation merge into reality. Then, without any seeming change, he brought the conversation gently round to his visit, and suavely said, "My dear young miss, I have the so great pleasure because you are so much beloved. That is much, my dear, even were there that which I do not see. They told me you were down in the spirit, and that you were of a ghastly pale. To them I say, poof!" And he snapped his fingers at me and went on, "But you and I shall show them how wrong they are. How can he?" And he pointed at me with the same look and gesture as that with which he pointed me out to his class, on, or rather after, a particular occasion which he never fails to remind me of. Know anything of young ladies. He has his madmen to play with and to bring them back to happiness, and to those that love them.
If you do not wish to confess
it is much to do, and but there are rewards, and that we can bestow such happiness. But the young ladies? He has no wife nor daughter, and the young do not tell themselves.
In this letter, dated November 1886,
and the young do not tell themselves to the young, but to the old like me, who have known so many sorrows and the causes of them. So, my dear, we will send him away to smoke the cigarette in the garden, whilst you and I have little talk all to ourselves. I took the hint and strolled about, and presently the professor came to the window and called me in. He looked grave, but said, "I have made careful examination, but there is no functional cause. With you I agree that there has been much blood lost. It has been, but is not. but the conditions of her are in no way anemic.
This place is giving me
I've
more
asked her to
questions
send
than
me her
answers.
maid that I may ask just 1 or 2 questions. That's so I may not chance to miss anything. I know well what she will say, and yet there is cause. There is always cause for everything.
Ludwig is
I
Prince
must go back
Charming.
home and think.
He played the part
You must
well.
send to me the telegram every day, and if there be cause, I shall come again. The disease, for not to be all well is a disease, interests me. And the sweet young dear, she interests me too. She charmed me, and for her, if not for you
Ludwig
or
and
disease,
Wagner.
I come.
Ludwig loved the opera of
As I
his
tell you, he would not
contemporary
say a
Richard
word
Wagner.
more, even when
He
we
helped
were
support
alone.
Wagner's
And
music
so
through much
now,
of his
Art,
life.
you know all
Ludwig
I know.
considered Wagner a
I shall
close
keep stern
friend,
watch. I
often
trust your
calling
poor
him
father
the
is
great
rallying.
friend.
It must be a terrible
Wagner
thing to you,
encouraged
my
this
dear old fellow,
infatuation,
to be
some
placed in
believe,
such
for
a position
personal
between
gain.
2 people
Typical
who are
artist.
both so dear to you. I know your idea of duty to your father, and you are right to stick to it. But if need be, I shall send you word to come at once to Lucy, so do not be over anxious unless you hear from me.
From the Order of the Knights of St. George.
Dr. Seward's
These were
diary.
worn on Ludwig's uniform,
4
as
September.
befitted his rank of Grand
Zoophagus
Master.
patient
They are now
still
the
keeps up our
property of the
interest in
Bavarian
him.
Crown
He had only
Treasury.
1 outburst, and that was yesterday at an unusual time. Just before the stroke of noon, he began to grow restless. The attendant knew the symptoms and at once summoned aid. Fortunately, the men came at a run and were just in time. For at the stroke of noon, he became so violent that it took all their strength to hold him. In about 5 minutes, however, he began to get more and more quiet,
so
and
regal.
finally sank into a
Why
sort
would
of
he give up
melancholy,
all of this
in which state he has
pageantry
remained
and
up to
become a
now.
recluse?
The attendant tells me that his screams, whilst in the paroxysm, were really
Ludwig
appalling.
is Grand
I
Master
found
of
my
the
hands
Knights of
full
St.
when I got
George.
in, attending to
The
some of the
Knights
other
of St. George
patients
was
who
an
were frightened by
aristocratic
him.
society dedicated
Indeed,
to
I
the
can
acts
quite
of
understand
chivalry.
the effect,
Ludwig
for the
loved the
sounds
medieval
disturbed
pageantry of
even
the
me,
order in his
though I
early
was some
years,
distance
before
away.
his increasing
It is now after the
reclusiveness
dinner
drove him
hour
to
of the
abandon
asylum,
public
and as yet my
appearances.
patient sits in a corner brooding, with a dull, sullen, woebegone look in his face, which seems rather to indicate than to show something directly. I cannot quite understand
Looks like it
it.
weighs a ton. Ludwig's
Later,
Grand Master
another
wardrobe
change
from
in
the
my
Knights of
patient.
St. George.
At 5 o'clock, I looked in on him and found him seemingly as happy and contented as he used to be. He was catching flies and eating them, and was keeping note of his
Richard
capture by making
Wagner.
nail marks on the edge of the door between the ridges of padding. When he saw me, he came over and apologized for his bad conduct, and asked me in a very humble, cringing
Ludwig's
way to be
diary.
led back to his own room
Ludwig kept
and
a
to have his
diary from
notebook again.
1869 when
I
he
thought
was
it well to
24
humor him,
years old
so he is
until
back
his
in his
death.
room with the
The
window
diary
open.
provides a
He
fascinating
has the sugar
look
of
into
his
the
tea
mind of this
spread out on the
tormented
windowsill
man.
and is
The
reaping
original
quite a
diary
harvest
is
of
kept in
flies.
the Royal
He is not
Archives.
now eating
A
them,
few entries
but
are
putting them
shown
into
on
a
the
box
opposite
as of
wall.
old, and is already examining the
Gotta
corners
see
of his
that
room to
diary.
find a spider. I tried to get him to talk about the past few days, but any clue to his thoughts would be of immense help to me. But he would not rise. For a moment or two he looked very sad, and said in a sort of faraway voice, as though saying it rather to himself than to me, "All over, all over. He has deserted me. No hope for me now, unless I do it myself." Then suddenly turning to me in a resolute way, he said, "Doctor, won't you be very good to me and let me have a little more sugar?
That's the slave from
I
my
think it
dream.
would be good for me." "And the flies?" I said.
The midnight
"Yes,
sleigh
the
rides.
flies like it
Ludwig
too,
went on
and I
long
like
sleigh
the
rides in the
flies.
middle of the night,
Therefore,
particularly
I
in
like
his later
it."
years. It
And
is
there are
said that
people
he
who know
suffered
so
from
little as to
insomnia,
think that madmen
headaches,
do
and
not argue.
toothaches,
I
and the
procured him a
rides
double
soothed
supply
his
and left him
restlessness.
as happy a man
The sight
as,
of the
I
king's grand
suppose,
sleigh
any in the
speeding
world.
through the
I
countryside of
wish
the Alps
I could fathom
often
his
startled the
mind.
peasants and became a superstitious omen of ill
Midnight.
fortune. I can see
Another
why.
change in him.
But
I
what
had
was he
been to
doing
see
out there
Miss
at night?
Westenra, whom I found much better, and had just returned, and was standing at our own gate looking at the sunset, when once more I heard him yelling. As his room is
Ludwig's
on the
death
side of the
mask.
house, I could hear it better than in the
Wow.
morning. It was a shock to me to turn from the wonderful smoky beauty of a sunset over London, with its lurid lights and inky shadows, and all the marvelous
June
tints that
7th,
come on foul clouds,
1886.
even
A
as
group of men
on
arrive at Neuschwanstein Castle,
even as on
demanding to
foul
take
water,
the king in
and to
custody.
realize all the grim
With them
sternness
is
of my
Dr.
own
Guden,
cold stone
the
building,
doctor who
with
had
its
been in
wealth
charge
of
of
breathing
Otto, the
misery,
king's
and my
mentally
own
ill
desolate
brother.
heart to endure it
The
all.
men have an order
I
for the
reached him
king's
just
arrest
as
on
the
the
sun was
grounds of
going down,
insanity.
and from his
They are
window saw the
refused
red
admittance
disc
by a brave group
sink.
of farmers and
As
local
it sank, he
soldiers who
became
have come
less
to
and
Ludwig's
less
aid.
frenzied, and
They are
just as it
forced to
dipped,
retreat
he
to
slid
nearby
from the hands that held
Hohenschwangau.
him, an
This
inert
is the
mass
first Ludwig
on the
hears of the
floor.
conspiracy.
It is wonderful,
Ludwig
however,
composes
what
a pamphlet
intellectual
explaining
recuperative
the
power
subversive
lunatics
acts of the
have. For within a few minutes,
and
he stood up
eloquently
quite
pleading with
calmly
his
and
people
looked
for
around
aid.
him.
The
I signaled
pamphlet
to
is
the
smuggled
attendants
out
not
of
to hold him,
Neuschwanstein
for I was
and
anxious to
printed,
see what
but
he
the
would do.
pamphlets are seized
He went straight
before
over
they
to
can
the
be
window and
distributed.
brushed out the crumbs of sugar. Then he took his fly box and emptied it outside and threw away the box.
June 12,
Then he shut the window,
1886.
and crossing over,
Ludwig
sat
knows
down
the
on the bed.
conspirators will return.
All this surprised
He
me, so I
despairs.
asked him,
He asks
"Are you
his
not going to
servant
keep
for the
flies
keys
anymore?"
to the tower. The servant,
"No,"
fearing
said
the king
he.
intends suicide,
"I am sick
says
of all
the
that
key is
rubbish."
lost. Unbeknownst to Ludwig,
He
the
certainly is a
conspirators
wonderfully
arrive at the
interesting
castle.
study.
This
I
time,
wish I could get
there's
some
no one to
glimpse of his
stop them.
mind or of the
Ludwig
cause
is
of his sudden
lured from his
passion.
bedroom to the entry
Stop.
hall of
There may be
Neuschwanstein
a
on
clue
pretense.
after all, if we
There,
can find
he
why
is taken
today
into
his
custody.
paroxysms
Ludwig
came
is
on at
taken
high
by
noon
carriage
and at
from
sunset.
Neuschwanstein
Can it be
to
that there is a
Berg,
malign
where his
influence
brother
of the
Otto
sun
had
at
long been
periods which
imprisoned.
affects certain
This is a
natures,
great
as
blow
at
to the
times
king's
the
state of
moon
mind.
does others?
While on
We
the
shall
way,
see.
the group stops at Seeshaupt to
Telegram,
change
Seward,
horses.
London,
Ludwig
to Van
asks
Helsing,
to see the
Amsterdam.
postmistress, Frau
4
Vogel.
September.
She brings him a
Patient
glass of
still
water
better
and he
today.
says something to her. She never reveals these
Telegram,
last words to
Seward,
anyone.
London, to Van Helsing, Amsterdam. 5 September. Patient greatly improved. Good appetite. Sleeps naturally.
June 13,
Good spirits.
1886.
Color coming back.
At Berg, Ludwig seems cooperative and coherent.
Telegram, Seward,
Dr. Guden
London
writes
to Van
the
Helsing,
government that
Amsterdam.
he has Ludwig well
6
under
September.
control.
Terrible
The two men
change
go
for
out
the
for a
worse.
walk,
Come at
and Dr.
once.
Guden is
Do
so
not lose an
confident
hour.
he
I
dismisses
hold
the
over
guards.
telegram to Holmwood
When
till
Ludwig
have
and the
seen
doctor
you.
do not return after several hours, a search is
That
undertaken.
concludes chapter
The bodies
9.
of the two men
Thank you for
are
joining me
found
for
in the
today's day
lake,
of reading.
drowned.
Put my
Circumstances
bookmark in
unknown.
there. We will see what happens tomorrow to conclude our week
June
of reading.
18th,
But yeah,
1886.
so it looks like
Ludwig's
Lucy
funeral
was briefly
procession
recovering,
marches
and
through the
now she
streets of
is having a
Munich,
relapse.
followed by enormous
And
crowds of
also
mourners.
that Count
The
Dracula
service is
seems
held
to have
at
been
a
traveling
St.
to and
Michael's
from
Church. Lightning
the chapel
strikes
that
the
he's
church
staying
during
in the
service,
house
but no
that
one
he's
is
purchased
harmed.
next to the
Ludwig's
lunatic's
body
house.
is
So
entombed in the
let's see
Wittelsbach
what happens
crypt
tomorrow
at St.
in
Michael's. His heart is placed in an urn
by
in the
Bram
pilgrimage
Stoker.
chapel at
Thank you very
Altani
much. I
in
hope
the
you have a great
Wittelsbach
rest of your day.
tradition.
Bye,
The
friends.
urn is shown to the right. His heart is in an urn. How bizarre.
Hi everyone, welcome back. I'm Christina, the manager at the Pacific Beach Library. Thank you for joining me today for day 10 of our read-along together of Dracula by Bram Stoker. We are really getting to some exciting stuff now. We've seen bats, we've had hints of blood-sucking, and so exciting things happening in the world of Dracula. Let's see, let me get to the proper chapter. All right, so let's go ahead and start out with a little bit of tea. So let's pour out, see what we're enjoying today. Today I have, what did I get? I steeped it about a half an hour ago, or I started boiling it about half an hour ago, and then I started steeping it about maybe 15-20 minutes ago because I was doing some work and I wanted to have it, give it a chance to get a little cooler. And of course, this tea doesn't say which kind it is, but I do remember now it was a dandelion detoxifying tea. It says it's by Choice Organic Teas. It's a wellness tea. Let's see. This one for me is a little unusual because I do tend to prefer the teas that are a bit sweeter. It's not bad. I mean, it's a really mild tea. It's actually a little less earthy than a green tea, like the Genmai Cha, the brown green teas. It's pleasant though, I like it. All right, so let's go in and talk a little bit about what happened in yesterday's chapter. Chapter 9 had some letters going back and forth. Chapter 8, as you may recall, had ended with had a few little cliffhangers. Mina Murray had gotten notification that Jonathan Harker had turned up at a sanatorium, like a hospital, and so she was summoned to go help him, to care for him and to get him healthy enough to come back home to England. And Lucy Westenra seemed to be recovering a little bit her health after having suffered probably from Dracula, is what we're going to suppose. Had enticed her to, come outside. He was sucking her blood on the in the cemetery, and then also from the window of her bedroom at her home. But she seemed to be doing better after his cases of earth, including his body, had been shipped over to his new residence in London. So, what happens in chapter 9 is that we get some more correspondence between Mina Murray, who is now, by the time she's writing this first letter, been married to Jonathan Harker, so she's now Mina Harker, and she's writing to her good friend Lucy from Budapest. And basically she says that she's come up, she's gotten to see Jonathan, that he is not doing well, he's very ill, and that the nurses have warned him that, you should not give him any shocks and everything. And basically what he says when they speak is, I can barely fathom what happened there. I'm not sure what actually happened and what's the brain sickness, the brain fever that I suffered from afterwards, because in my memories, it's just so unbelievable. So I don't know if it's the illness making me think that, or if I actually believe that was happening then. He's like, I have this journal of what I wrote. I don't want to look into it. I don't want to know. It's a secret, and I want to start my life fresh here with you, with our married life together. He's like, but I give it to you because I trust you. And she asked you, will you please take it and share my ignorance, and only read it if you must, but never let me know unless, again, you must. And so what she does is she takes it, after they're married, she wraps it in a ribbon, and she seals the ribbon with some wax, and she puts the imprint of her wedding ring into it, and she says, this is my, how much I trust you. We're going to live our lives together, and I promise you now I will never look in this journal. I'll never read it unless there is some serious reason why I must do so, because I trust you too, and I want to start our new life together. So that's that. Then there's some more letters back and forth. Lucy writes to Mina basically saying that, she is so happy for Mina, that she's doing well, and that she set her wedding date with Arthur Holmwood. They're going to be married at the end of September. By the way, it is at the end of August when she sends her that letter. Meanwhile, again, they loved this book. Bram Stoker has a lot of disjointed narrative in the sense of the time, because that letter was dated on August 30th, but then we go back August 20th for the journal entries of Dr. Seward. And Dr. Seward talks about what's going on with Renfield, his very odd patient. And basically, Renfield seems to be going through the stage now where he is quiet all night, but rather violently discomposed during the day. And so it's a strange thing. We also switch back over to Lucy Westenra's diary. She basically says she's doing really poorly. She's having odd dreams. She doesn't believe she's sleepwalking, but things are going very weird. And by the way, she's gone back home to London also. She was staying at Whitby previously. And so
the richly carved bed with its
Arthur Holmwood, her fiancé, writes to Dr. Seward, with whom he is a friend. And Dr. Seward, of course, as we know, he also had that relationship with Lucy where he had asked her to marry him as well, but she had said no, that her heart was elsewhere with Arthur. And so Dr. Seward, despite that disappointment with Lucy, he wants to help her. He is a friend to Arthur Holmwood, and he agrees to examine Lucy. So he goes to visit her, and he agrees that there is something wrong. He doesn't know what it is, and so he calls in his friend, Dr. Abraham Van Helsing, under whom Dr. Seward had studied. And Dr. Van Helsing, who is from Amsterdam, comes to visit and to examine Lucy as well. And he basically says he has concerns about Lucy's health. He does not want to, he has some thoughts about what it might be, but he doesn't know what it is quite yet. And he says, basically, summon me if she gets worse. But do not be overly anxious if you don't hear from me.
Beautiful crucifix.
Finally, the chapter goes back again to the perspective of Dr. Seward, who is talking again about his patient, who again seems to be doing better, and then he's violent, and then he is desolate. He says, he has deserted me, no hope for me now unless I do it myself. So again, Oh, by the way, a bat was observed flying away at the earlier part of the chapter too, so we can assume Dracula left for a while. My assumption is that he was visiting with Lucy Westenra and, you know, sucking her blood, which is why her health went downhill again.
The opera was given its
The chapter ends, though, with Dr. Seward noting that he is visited with Lucy. She seems to be better, and he's feeling encouraged by this. Then he also goes back, and so if Lucy's getting better, it means we can tell that means Dracula's not with her. In that same passage, then, it seems that Renfield is no longer interested in eating his flies, that he says he is sick of that rubbish, and basically he can do better than that. So that implies again that Dracula is in communication with him.
Figures of Tristan and Isolde.
There's a few more short entries where Seward communicates to Van Helsing in Amsterdam, giving him little updates like, she's doing better, she's doing better. But by September the 6th, terrible change for the worst. Come at once. Do not lose an hour. And so that's what we're going to resume with chapter 10 after Van Helsing has been informed by Dr. Seward that Lucy Westenra is doing terribly. All right, let's go into chapter 10 today of Dracula. And it begins with letter, Dr. Seward to Honorable Arthur Holmwood, 6th September. My dear Art, my news today is not so good. Lucy this morning had gone back a bit. There is, however, one good thing which has arisen from it. Mrs. Westenra was naturally anxious concerning Lucy, and has consulted me professionally about her. I took advantage of the opportunity and told her that my old master, Van Helsing, the great specialist, was coming to stay with me, and that I would put her in his charge conjointly with myself. So now we can come and go without alarming her unduly, for a shock to her would mean sudden death. And this, in Lucy's weak condition, might be disastrous to her. We are hedged in with difficulties, all of us, my poor fellow. But please God, we shall come through them all right. If any need, I shall write, so that, if you do not hear from me, take it for granted that I am simply waiting for news. In haste, yours ever, John Seward. 7th September. The first thing Van Helsing said to me when we met in Liverpool Street was, "Have you said anything to our young friend, the lover of her?" "No," I said. "I waited till I had seen you, as I said in my telegram. I wrote him a letter simply telling him that you were coming, as Miss Westenra was not so well, and that I should let him know if need be." "Right, my friend," he said. "Quite right. Better he not know as yet. Perhaps he shall never know. I pray so, but if it be needed, then he shall know all. And, my good friend John, let me caution you. You deal with the madmen. All men are mad in some way or the other, and inasmuch as you deal discreetly with your madmen, so deal with God's madmen too, the rest of the world. You tell not your madmen what you do, nor why you do it. You tell them not what you think. So you shall keep knowledge in its place, where it may rest, where it may gather its kind around it and breed. You and I shall keep as yet what we know here, and here. He touched me on the heart and on the forehead, and then touched himself the same way. I have for myself thoughts at the present. Later, I shall unfold to you. Why not now, I asked. It may do some good. We may arrive at some decision. He looked at me and said, "My friend John, when the corn is grown, even before it has ripened, while the milk of its mother earth is in him, and the sunshine has not yet begun to paint him with his gold, the husbandmen, he pull the earth and rub him between his rough hands and blow away the green chaff, and say to you, look, he's good corn, he will make a good crop when the time comes." I did not see the application and told him so. For reply, he reached over and took my ear in his hand and pulled it playfully, as he used long ago to do at lectures, and said, "The good husbandman tell you so then because he knows, but not till then. But you do not find the good husbandman dig up his planted corn to see if he grow. That is for the children who play at husbandry, and not for those who take it as the work of their life. See you now, friend John. I have sown my corn, and nature has her work to do in making it sprout. If he sprout at all, there's some promise. and I wait till the ear begins to swell.
His favorite authors.
He broke off, for he
loved
evidently
poetry,
saw that I
history,
understood.
and the classics.
Then he went on gravely,
In later years,
"You
he
were
also
always a
studied the
careful
occult.
student, and your casebook
With
was
affairs
ever
of
more
state,
full
he
than the
reluctantly
rest.
attend to,
You
but
were
generally
only student
attended to,
then.
alone at his
Now
desk
you are
and
master,
writing. His
and I
reluctance
trust
to
that
meet
good
with his
habits
heads
have
of
not
state
failed.
and perform
Remember,
the
my
duties of the
friend,
king
that knowledge
were
is
one of the
strength is
reasons for
stronger
the
than
charges
memory,
brought
and we
against
should not
him
trust
in
the weaker.
1886.
Even if you have not
But
kept the
Ludwig
good
dreamt
practice,
of true
let me
kingship
tell you that
and a
this
true
case of our
monarchy.
dear
And the
miss is
small
one that
powers
may
left to him
be
after Bavaria
mine.
succeeded
I
power
say
to Prussia
may
only
be
incited his
of such
disdain and
interest to
frustration.
us and others that all the rest may not make him kick the beam, as your people say. Take then good note of it. Nothing is too small. I counsel you, put down in record even your doubts
study
and surmises.
paintings depict scenes from the
Hereafter it may be of
Tannhäuser
interest
Saga
to you
and the
to see
Wartburg
how
Castle.
true you guess. We learn from failure, not from success. When I described Lucy's symptoms, the same as before, but infinitely more marked, he looked very grave, but said nothing. He took with him a bag in which were many instruments and drugs, the ghastly paraphernalia of our beneficial trade, as he once called, in one of his lectures, the equipment of a professor of the healing craft. When we were shown in, Mrs. Westenra met us. She was alarmed, but not nearly so much as I expected to find her. Nature, in one of her beneficent moods, has ordained that
I
even
doubt
death
there's
has
anything
some
left in there
antidote to
now.
its own terrors.
Besides, the guard
Here,
would kill me if
in a
I
case
touched
where
it.
any shock may prove fatal, matters are so ordered that, from some cause or other,
This is
the
the
thing's
final
not
room
personal.
of our tour.
Even the terrible
The
change in
Singer's
her
Hall.
daughter, to whom she is
It
so
was modeled
attached,
after the
do
Singer's
not
Hall
seem
of
to
the
reach her.
Wartburg Castle,
It is something
where
like the
minstrel
way Dame
competitions
Nature
were
gathers
held in
round
the
a foreign
13th
body an
century.
envelope
The
of
hall
some
was built for
insensitive
small,
tissue
private
which can protect
concerts.
from evil that
But
which it would
Ludwig
otherwise
himself
harm by
never gave one
contact.
here.
If that be an
It is
ordered
said that during
selfishness,
the last
then we
few
should
years of
pause before we
Wagner's life,
condemn
he
anyone for
came
the
to
vice of
Neuschwanstein
egoism,
frequently
for there may be
and
deeper
performed
root
for
for
the
its
king alone
causes
in
than we
this
have
room.
knowledge
The
of.
hall is probably best
I
known
used my
for its
knowledge of this
enigmatic
phase
wolf
of spiritual
paintings.
pathology and laid down
The
a rule that
original
she should not be
paintings were
present
from
with
the
Lucy
Parsifal
or think of her
Saga.
illness more than was
But in
absolutely required.
1882,
She assented
Ludwig had them
readily,
replaced,
so readily that I
supplying
saw
the
again the
description
hand of
and titles
nature
of the
fighting
new
for life.
paintings himself.
Van Helsing and I were shown up to
While
Lucy's
all
room.
the other rooms
If
in the
I was
castle
shocked when I
show
saw her
scenes from
yesterday,
Wagner's
I was
operas,
horrified when I
the
saw her
scenes in this
today.
room are not
She
from
was
any
ghastly,
opera that
chalkily
anyone
pale.
can identify.
The red
It
seemed
is
to have
yet
gone even
another
from
of
her
the
lips
many
and gums, and the bones of her face
associated with
stood
the
out
life
prominently.
of the fairy
Her breathing was
tale.
painful to see or hear. Van Helsing's face grew set as marble, and his
Why would
eyebrows
Ludwig
converged
have
till
wolf
they almost
paintings in his
touched over his
castle?
nose. Lucy lay motionless and did not seem to have strength to speak, so for a while we were all silent. Then Van Helsing beckoned to me, and we went gently out of the room.
Engelhard
The instant we had
towards
closed the door,
Hildegunda.
he stepped quickly along the passage to the next door, which was open. Then he pulled me quickly in with him and shut the door. "My God," he said, "this is dreadful.
The
There is no
hunters
time to
tracked
be
down
lost.
Engelhard
She will die
and
for sheer want of
Hildegunda.
blood to keep the heart's action as it should be. There must be transfusion of blood at once. Is it you or me?" "I am younger and stronger, Professor. It must be me." "Then get ready at once. I will bring up my bag. I am
Ludwig's
prepared."
childhood castle,
I went downstairs with him, and as we
is
were going,
visible
there
from
was a
the
knock at the
lookout in
hall
the
door.
Singer's Hall.
When we reached the hall, the maid had just opened the door, and Arthur was stepping quickly in. He rushed up to me, saying
This
in
is
an
the
eager
final room
whisper,
of our tour,
"Jack, I
the
was so
Singer's
anxious.
Hall.
I read
It was
between the
modeled
lines of your
after the
letter and
Singer's
have been
Hall
in
of
an
the
agony.
The hall
The
was
dad
built-
was
the
better,
hall is
so I ran
probably
down here to
best
see
known
for
its
myself.
enigmatic
Is
wolf
not that
paintings.
gentleman Dr. Van Helsing?
The original
I am so
paintings
thankful
were
to you,
from the
sir, for
Parsifal
coming."
Saga.
When
But in
first the professor's eye had
1882,
lit up on him,
Ludwig
he had been
them
angry at
replaced,
his interruption at such a
supplying
time.
the description
But
and
now, as he
titles
took
of the
in
new
his stalwart
paintings
proportions and recognized the strong young manhood which
While
seemed to
all the
emanate
other
from him,
rooms in the castle
his eyes
show
gleamed.
scenes from
Without a
Wagner's
pause,
operas,
he said to him as he
the
held out his
scenes in this
hand,
room are not
"Sir,
from
you have
any
come in
opera
time.
that
You are the
anyone can
lover of our
identify.
dear miss.
It is
She is
yet
bad,
another of the many
very,
mysteries
very bad.
associated
Nay,
with
my
the
child,
life
do
of
not
the
go
fairy
like that."
tale.
For he suddenly grew pale and sat down in a chair, almost fainting. "You are to help her. You can do more than any that live, and your courage is your best help." "What can I do?" asked Arthur hoarsely. "Tell me, and I shall do it. My life is hers, and I would
Hildegunda's
give the last
imprisonment.
drop of blood in my body for her." The professor has a strongly humorous side. and I could, from old knowledge, detect a trace of its origin in his answer. My young sir, I do not ask so much as that. Not the last. What shall I do? There was fire in his eyes, and his open nostril quivered with intent. Van Helsing slapped him on the shoulder. Come, he said. You are a man, and it is a man we want. You are better than me, better than my friend John. Arthur looked bewildered, and the professor went on by explaining in a kindly way. Young Miss is bad, very bad. She wants blood, and blood she must have or die. My friend John and I have consulted, and we are about to perform what we call transfusion of blood, to transfer from full veins of one to the empty veins which pine for him. John was to give his blood, as he is the more young and strong than me. Here Arthur took my hand and wrung it hard in silence. But now you are here, you are more good than us, old or young, who toil much in the world of thought. Our nerves are not so calm, and our blood not so bright as yours. Arthur turned to him and said, If you only knew how gladly I would die for her, you would understand. He stopped, with a sort of choke in his voice. Good boy, said Van Helsing. In the not so far off, you will be happy that you have done all for her you love. Come now, and be silent. You shall kiss her once before it is done, but then you must go, and you must leave at my sign. Say no word to Madame. You know how it is with her. There must be no shock. Any knowledge of this would be won. Come. We all went up to Lucy's room. Arthur, by direction, remained outside. Lucy turned her head and looked at us, but
I
said
don't have
nothing.
anything to say to her.
She was not asleep, but she was simply too weak to make the effort. Her eyes spoke to us. That was all. Van Helsing took some things from his bag and laid them on a little table out of sight. Then he mixed a narcotic, and coming over to the bed, said cheerily, Now, little miss, here is your medicine. Drink it off like a good child. See, I lift you so that to swallow is easy. Yes. She had made the effort with success. It astonished me how long the drug took to act. This, in fact, marked the extent of her weakness. The time seemed endless until sleep began to flicker on her eyelids. At last, however, the narcotic began to manifest its potency, and she fell into a deep sleep. When the professor was satisfied, he called Arthur into the room and bade him strip off his coat. Then he added, You may take that one little kiss, whiles I bring over the table. Friend John, help to me. So neither of us looked whilst he bent over her. Van Helsing, turning to me, said, He is so young and strong and of blood so pure that we need not defibrinate it. Then with swiftness, but with absolute method, Van Helsing performed the operation. As the transfusion went on, something like life seemed to come back to poor Lucy's cheeks, and through Arthur's growing pallor, the joy of his face seemed absolutely to shine. After a bit, I began to grow anxious, for the loss of blood was telling on Arthur, strong man as he was. It gave me an idea of what a terrible strain Lucy's system must have undergone, that what weakened Arthur only partially restored her. But the professor's face was set, and he stood watch in hand, and with his eyes fixed now on the patient and now on Arthur. I could hear my own heart beat. Presently he said in a soft voice, Do not stir an instant.
I don't think the guards want to be
It is
bothered
enough.
while on duty.
You attend him, I will look to her. When all was over, I could see how much Arthur was weakened. I dressed the wound and took his arm to bring him away, when Van Helsing spoke without turning round. The man seems to have eyes in the back of his head. The brave lover, I think, deserve another kiss, which he shall have presently. And as he had now finished his operation, he adjusted the pillow to the patient's head. As he did so, the narrow black velvet band, which she always seems to wear around her throat, buckled with an old diamond buckle which her lover had given her, was dragged a little up, and showed a red mark on her throat. Arthur did not notice it, but I could hear the deep hiss of indrawn breath, which is one of Van Helsing's way of betraying emotion. He said nothing at the moment, but turned to me, saying, Now take down our brave young lover, give him of the port wine, and let him lie down a while. He must then go home and rest, sleep much, and eat much, that he may be recruited of what he is so given to his love. He must not stay here. Hold a moment. I may take it, sir, that you are anxious of result. Then bring it with you, that in all ways the operation is successful. You have saved her life this time, and you can go home and rest easy in mind that all that can be is. I shall tell her all when she is well. She shall love you none the less for what you have done. Goodbye. When Arthur had gone, I went back to the room. Lucy was sleeping gently, but her breathing was stronger. I could see the counterpane move as her breast heaved. By the bedside sat Van Helsing, looking at her intently. The velvet band again covered the red mark. I asked the professor in a whisper, "What do you make of that mark on her throat?" "What do you make of it?" "I have not examined it yet," I answered, and then and there proceeded to loose the band. Just over the external jugular vein there were 2 punctures, not large, but not wholesome looking. There was no sign of disease, but the edges were white and worn-looking, as if by some trituration. It at once occurred to me that this wound, or whatever it was, might be the means of that manifest loss of blood. But I abandoned the idea as soon as formed, for such a thing could not be. The whole bed would have been drenched to a scarlet with the blood which the girl must have lost, to leave such a pallor as she had before the transfusion. "Well?" said Van Helsing. "Well," said I can make nothing of it." The professor stood up. "I must go back to Amsterdam tonight," he said. "There are books and things there which I want. You must remain here all the night, and you must not let your sight pass from her." "Shall I have a nurse?" I asked. "We are the best nurses, you and I.
Yes.
You keep watch all night. See that she is well fed and that nothing disturbs her. You must not sleep all the night.
Yeah, I bet
Later
so.
on we can sleep, you
Could
and
you
I.
ask them to come down,
I shall be
please?
back as soon as possible,
Yeah,
and then we may
natürlich.
begin." "May begin?" I said. "What on earth do you mean?" "We shall see," he answered, as he hurried out. He came back a moment later and put his head inside the door and
Now
said
you
with
just
warning
tell
finger
Merle
held
what's
up,
going on.
"Remember, she is your charge. If you leave her and harm befall, you shall
I had a
not
dream
sleep
last night.
easy hereafter."
I didn't remember it at first, but
Dr. Seward's diary
I saw
continued.
something today at one of the
8
museums.
September. I sat
the
up
dream?
all night with Lucy. The opiate worked
I was
itself
being
off towards
chased
dusk, and
in
she
the
waked
woods
naturally.
by
She looked a
wolves.
different being from what she had been before the operation.
And
Her
I saw a
spirits
sleigh.
even were good, and she was full of a happy
Ludwig was
vivacity.
inside.
But I could see evidence
He
of the
pulled me up,
absolute prostration
and
which she had
I
undergone.
thought I was safe.
When I told Mrs. Westenra that Dr. Van Helsing
But
had
then he
directed
turned
that I
into a
should
wolf.
sit up with her, she almost pooh-poohed the idea,
So what do you
pointing
think,
out her
Mother?
daughter's renewed strength and excellent
A dream of
spirits.
rescue.
I was firm,
As a
however,
spiritual
and made
guide
preparations
dream.
for my long vigil. When her
The high
maid had
priestess
prepared her
and
for the night,
Gabriel's
I came
cards
in,
must be linked
having
to
in the
Ludwig
meantime had
somehow.
supper, and took a seat
What
by
do
the
the wolves
bedside.
represent?
She did not in any
I'm a
way make
psychic, dear,
objection,
not
but
Freud.
looked at me gratefully whenever I caught her eye.
But the warning
After a
I
long
got was
spell,
about the
she
black
seemed
wolf,
sinking
wasn't
off to
it?
sleep,
And
but
the
with an
wolves in the
effort seemed to pull
dream?
herself together and shook it off.
It
This was
must be
repeated
the
several
same
times with
danger.
greater effort
It's
and with
so
shorter pauses as the
frustrating.
time moved on.
The more I find
It was
out, the more
apparent that
questions
she
I
did not
have.
want to sleep,
Why
so I
don't you
tackled
try
the
a little
subject at once.
communicating of your own?
"You do not want to
Ludwig's the
go to
link.
sleep?"
Appeal to him.
"No,
The
I am
answers may
afraid."
not come right away, but
"Afraid
at
to go to
least you'll
sleep?
give the guide
Why
something
so?
specific to
It
say
is the
next
boon
time
we
she
all crave
contacts you.
for.
Isn't there any way
Ah,
that you
Not if
could,
you were like me.
you know,
To sleep was to
do a
you a
psychic reading
presage
on
of
Ludwig or
horror.
something?
To
A
tell you the
presage of
truth, I've been
horror?
trying all
What
day
on
to
earth
make
do you
contact.
mean?
But I
I
only feel
don't know. Oh,
great
I don't know.
despair.
But and that is what is so
Ludwig's
terrible.
soul is not
All
at
this
peace.
weakness comes to me in sleep until I dread the very thought. But my dear girl, you may sleep tonight.
I'd better
I am
go.
here watching you,
Anytime
and I
you
can
need us,
promise that
stop
nothing
by.
will happen.
Be careful now.
Ah, I can
Thanks.
trust you. I seized the opportunity and said, "I promise you that if I see any evidence of bad dreams, I will wake you at once." "You will? Oh, will you really? How good you are to me. Then I will sleep." And almost at the word, she gave a deep sigh of relief and sank back asleep. All night long I watched by her. She never stirred, but slept on in a deep, tranquil, life-giving, health-giving sleep. Her lips were slightly parted, and her breast rose and fell with the regularity of a pendulum. There was a smile on her face, and it was evident that no bad dreams had come to disturb her peace of mind. In the early morning, her maid came, and I left her in her care and took myself back home, for I was anxious about many things. I sent a short wire to Van Helsing and to Arthur, telling them of the excellent result of the operation. My own work, with its manifold arrears, took me all day to clear off. It was dark when I was able to inquire about my zoophagous patient. The report was good. He had been quite quiet for the past day and night. A telegram came from Van Helsing at Amsterdam whilst I was at dinner, suggesting that I should be at Hillingham tonight, as it might be well to be at hand, and stating that he was leaving by the night mail and would join me early in the morning. 9 September. I was pretty tired and worn out when I got to Hillingham. For 2 nights I had hardly had a wink of sleep, and my brain was beginning to feel that numbness which marks cerebral exhaustion. Lucy was up and in cheerful spirits. When she shook hands with me, she looked sharply in my face and said, "No sitting up tonight for you. You are worn out." "I'm quite well again. Indeed, I am. And if there is to be any sitting up, it is I who will sit up with you." I would not argue the point, but went and had my supper. Lucy came with me, and enlivened by her charming presence, I made an excellent meal, and had a couple of glasses of the more than excellent port. Then Lucy took me upstairs and showed me to a room next to her own, where a cozy fire was burning. "Now," she said, "you must stay here. I shall leave this door open, and my door too. You can lie on the sofa, for I know that nothing would induce any of you doctors to go to bed whilst there is a patient above the horizon. If I want anything, I shall call out, and you can come to me at once." I could not but acquiesce, for I was dog-tired and could not have sat up had I tried. So on her renewing her promise to call me if she should want anything, I lay on the sofa and forgot all about everything. Lucy Westenra's diary, 9 September. I feel so happy tonight. I have been so miserably weak that to be able to think and move about is like feeling sunshine after a long spell of east wind out of a steel sky. Somehow Arthur feels very, very close to me. I seem to feel his presence warm about me. I suppose it is that sickness and weakness are selfish things, and turn your inner eyes and sympathy on ourselves, whilst
July
health and
3rd,
strength give love rein, and in thought and feeling he can wander where he wills. I know where my thoughts are.
Elizabeth frequently
If Arthur
gave Ludwig
only knew.
advice on royal
My
conduct.
dear, my
March
dear, your ears must tingle as you sleep, as mine do waking. Oh, the blissful rest of last night.
Ludwig's
How I
friends
slept
were
with that
concerned
dear,
for his
good
mental
Dr.
state
Seward
long
watching
before
me.
his arrest.
And tonight I shall not fear to sleep, since he is close at hand
In
and
this
within
letter,
call.
dated November
Thank everybody for being so
1886,
good to
no
me.
fur-
Thank God. Good night, Arthur. Dr. Seward's diary, 10 September. I was conscious of the professor's hand on my head and
certainly
started
make an
awake all in a
incredible-looking
second.
couple.
That is one of the things that we learn in an asylum at any rate. And how is my patient? And how is our patient, excuse me? Well, when I left her, or rather when she left me, I answered. "Come, let us see," he said, and together we went into the room. The blind was down, and I went over to raise it gently, whilst Van Helsing stepped, with his soft, cat-like tread, over to the bed. As I raised the blind and the morning sunlight flooded the room, I heard the professor's low hiss of inspiration, and knowing its rarity, a deadly fear shot through my heart. As I passed over, he moved back, and his exclamation of horror, "Gott in Himmel!" need no enforcement from his agonized face. He raised his hand and pointed to the bed, and his iron face was drawn and ashen white. I felt my knees begin to tremble.
For Ludwig throughout his life.
There on the bed, seemingly in a swoon, lay poor Lucy, more horribly white and wan-looking than ever. Even the lips were white, and the gums seemed to have shrunken back from the teeth, as we sometimes see in a corpse after a prolonged illness. Van Helsing raised his foot to stamp in anger, but the instinct of his life and all the long years of habit stood to him, and he put it down again softly. "Quick," he said, "bring the brandy." I flew to the dining room and returned with the decanter.
I have no idea
He
what
wetted
that
the poor
says.
white lips with it, and together we
no
rubbed palm and wrist and heart. He felt her heart, and after a few
June
moments of
7th,
agonizing suspense
1886.
said,
Ludwig
"It is not too late. It beats, though but feebly.
June 12th,
All our work is
1886.
undone.
Ludwig
We
knows
must
the
begin again.
conspirators will return.
There is no young Arthur here now.
Ludwig is
I have to call on you yourself this time, friend John."
June 13th,
As he spoke, he was dipping into his bag and producing the
At birth,
instruments for
Ludwig
transfusion.
seems
I had
when
taken
Ludwig-
off my coat and rolled up my shirt sleeve. There was no
June
possibility of
18th,
an opiate just at
1886.
present, and no need of one. And so, without a moment's delay, we began the operation. After a time, it did not seem a short time either, the draining away of one's blood, no matter how willingly it be given, is a terrible feeling. Dr. Van Helsing held up a warning finger. "Do not stir," he said, "but I fear that with growing strength she may wake, and that would make danger. Oh, so much danger. But I shall precaution take. I shall give hypodermic injection of morphia." He proceeded then, swiftly and deftly, to carry out his intent. The effect on Lucy was not bad, for the faint seemed to merge subtly into the narcotic sleep. It was with a feeling of personal pride that I could see a faint tinge of color steal back into the pallid cheeks and lips. No man knows, till he experiences it, what it is to feel his own lifeblood drawn away into the veins of the woman he loves. The professor watched me critically. "That will do," he said. "Already?" I remonstrated. "You took a great deal more from art." To which he smiled a sad sort of smile as he replied, "He is her lover, her fiancé. You have work, much work, to do for her and for others, and the present will suffice." When we stopped the operation, he attended to Lucy, whilst I applied digital pressure to my own incision. I laid down, while I waited his leisure to attend to me, for I felt faint and a little sick. By and by he bound up my wound and sent me downstairs to get a glass of wine for myself. As I was leaving the room, he came after me and half whispered, "Mind, nothing must be said of this. If our young lover should turn up unexpected, as before, no word to him. It would at once frighten him and enjealous him too. There must be none. So." When I came back, he looked at me carefully and then said, "You are not much the worse. Go into the room and lie on your sofa and rest a while. Then have much breakfast and come here to me." I followed out his orders, for I knew how right and wise they were. I had done my part, and now my next duty was to keep up my strength. I felt very weak, and in the weakness lost something of the amazement at what had occurred. I fell asleep on the sofa, however, wondering over and over again how Lucy had made such a retrograde movement, and how she could have been drained of so much blood, with no sign anywhere to show for it. I think I must have continued my wonder in my dreams, for sleeping and waking, my thoughts always came back to the little punctures in her throat, and the ragged, exhausted appearance of their edges, tiny though they were. Lucy slept well into the day, and when she woke, she was fairly well and strong, though not nearly so much so as the day before. When Van Helsing had seen her, he went out for a walk, leaving me in charge, with strict injunctions that I was not to leave her for a moment. I could hear his voice in the hall, asking the way to the nearest telegraph office. Lucy chatted with me freely, and seemed quite unconscious that anything had happened. I tried to keep her amused and interested. When her mother came up to see her, she did not seem to notice any change whatever, but said to me gratefully, "We owe you so much, Dr. Seward, for all you have done, but you really must now take care not to overwork yourself. You are looking pale yourself. You want a wife to nurse and look after you a bit. That you do." As she spoke, Lucy turned crimson, though it was only momentarily, for her poor wasted veins could not stand for long and unwanted drain to the head. The reaction came in excessive pallor as she turned imploring eyes on me. I smiled and nodded and laid my finger on my lips. With a sigh, she sank back amid her pillows. Van Helsing returned in a couple of hours and presently said to me, "Now you go home and eat much and drink enough. Make yourself strong. I stay here tonight, and I shall sit up with little miss myself. You and I must watch the case, and we must have none other to know. I have grave reasons. No, do not ask them. Think what you will. Do not fear to think even the most not probable. Good night."
You are interested
in the hall, two of the maids came to me and asked if they or either of them might not sit up with Miss Lucy. They implored me to let them, and when I said it was Dr. Van Helsing's wish that either he or I should sit up, they asked me quite piteously to intercede with the foreign gentlemen. I was much touched by their kindness. Perhaps it is because I am weak at present, and perhaps because it was on Lucy's account that their devotion was manifested. For over and over again have I seen similar instances of woman's kindness. I got back here in time for a late dinner, Went my rounds, all well, and set this down whilst waiting for sleep. It is coming.
Besides, I wouldn't be much of a
11
shining
September.
knight if I charge.
This afternoon
Thanks,
I went
dear.
over to Hillingham, found
My name's
Dr.
Grace.
found Van Helsing in excellent spirits, and
a
Lucy
good
much better. Shortly after I had arrived, a big parcel from abroad came for the professor. He opened it with much impressment, assumed of course, and showed a great bundle of white flowers. "These are for you, Miss Lucy," he said. "For me? Oh, Dr. Van Helsing." "Yes, my dear, but not for you to play with. These are medicines."
Wagner's
Here
piano.
Lucy made a wry face.
On this piano,
"Nay,
the
they are
maestro
not to
composed
take in a
his later
decoction
operas,
or a nauseous
including The
form,
Ring.
so you need not snub that so charming noise. But nose, or I shall point out to my friend Arthur what woes he may have to endure in seeing
Franz
so much
Liszt,
beauty that he so
composer and
loves,
Cosima
so much
Wagner's
distort.
father.
Ah, my pretty miss, that bring the so nice nose all straight again.
Richard
This is
Wagner.
medicinal, but you do not know how. I put him in your window. I make pretty wreath and hang him round your neck, so that you sleep
Wagner's
well.
death
Oh
mask.
yes, they, like the lotus flower, make your trouble forgotten.
An old sofa.
It smells so like the waters of Lethe and of that fountain of youth
The
that the
death of
conquistadores
Wagner.
sought for in the
On
Floridas
Ash Wednesday,
and found him all too
1883,
late.
Wagner suffered
Whilst
a
he
heart
was
attack
speaking,
in a
Lucy had been
Venetian
examining the
gondola on
flowers
way to
and
Saint
smelling
Michel.
them. Now she
His
threw them
wife
down,
in the
saying with
gondolier
half
carried him into
laughter
a
and half
church,
disgust,
where he regained
"Oh,
consciousness.
Professor, I believe you are
Wagner
only
died
putting up
4
a
days
joke
later
on me.
on this sofa.
Why, these flowers are only common garlic." To my surprise, Van Helsing rose up and said with all his sternness, his iron jaw set and his bushy eyebrows meeting, "No trifling with me. I never jest. There is
Ludwig's
grim
death
purpose in
mask.
what I do, and I warn you that you do not thwart
July
me.
1882.
Take care, for the
Great
sake of
and
others, if
beloved
not
king,
for your own."
Monsieur
And
Beaujolais
seeing
and
poor
I
Lucy
have
scared
finished
as
the
she might well
diagram.
be, he
We
went
checked the
on more
figures
gently.
many times, and
"Oh,
Monsieur
little
is
miss,
confident
my
that
dear,
it will work.
do not fear me.
8 identical
I
fixtures
only
are
do
to be
for your
made
good.
from the diagram
But there is
and
much
placed in
virtue
the
to you
theater
in those so
exactly as
common
specified.
flowers.
I'm
See,
sending
I
the
placed them
diagram with your
myself in your
courier.
room.
Be full
I
of hope
myself
and
make
have
the
courage.
the wreath
All
that
will
you are
be
to
well.
wear.
Your
But
own
hush,
Wagner.
no telling to others that make so inquisitive questions.
June
We must
10th,
obey,
1881,
and silence is a
Munich
part
residence.
of obedience.
Great
And
friend.
obedience is to bring
I
you
am writing to
strong
you in the
and
middle
well
of the
into
night.
loving arms that
My
wait
blood
for
is
you.
pounding too wildly
Now
for
sit
sleep.
still a while.
Tonight's
Come with me,
performance,
friend
how can I
John,
describe
and you shall
it?
help me deck
I
the
am
room
unsure
with
whether
my
to be
garlic,
terrified or
which is
thrilled.
all the way from
Perhaps I even
Haarlem,
feel
where my friend
hopeful.
Vanderpool raised
If it
herb
is
in his
hope,
glass
you
houses
have
all the
given it to
year.
me, my
I
friend,
had to
for the
telegraph
first time
yesterday,
in
or they would
years.
not have been
We
here.
must speak.
We went
Something
into the room,
happened during
taking the
music
flowers with
tonight,
us.
but I
The
must have
professor's
your
actions were
absolute
certainly
confidence.
odd and not to
As
be
you
found
love
in
me,
any
come at
pharmacopoeia
once.
that I
Your
have ever
devoted
heard
king,
of.
Ludwig.
First, he fastened up the windows and latched them securely. Next,
A
taking a
portrait
handful
given
of
as
the
a gift
flowers,
from
he
Ludwig
rubbed them all
Wagner.
over the sashes, as though to ensure that every whiff of air that might get in would be laden with the garlic smell. Then, with the wisp, he rubbed all over the jamb of the door, above,
Ludwig as the
below, and at
classical
each
Greek
side,
hero.
and round the fireplace in the same way. It all seemed grotesque to me, and presently I
The
said,
great patron
"Well,
himself.
Professor, I know you always have a reason for what you do, but this certainly puzzles me. It is well we have no skeptic here, or he would say that you were working some spell to keep out an evil spirit." "Perhaps I am," he answered quietly, as he began to make the wreath which Lucy was to wear around her
These
neck.
look like production designs.
We then waited whilst
These look
Lucy
like
made her
production-
toilette for the night, and when she was in bed, he came and himself fixed the wreath of garlic round her
These
neck.
look like
The
production
last
designs.
words he said to her were, "Take care you do not disturb it, and even if the room feel close, do not tonight open the window or the door." "I promise," said Lucy, "and thank you both 1,000 times for all your kindness to me. Oh, what have I done to be blessed with such friends?" As we left the house in my fly, which was waiting, Van Helsing said, "Tonight I can sleep in
This
peace,
must be a
and
model
sleep
of
I want.
Wagner's own theater,
2 nights of
here in
travel,
Bayreuth.
much reading in the day between, and much anxiety on the day to follow, and a night to sit up without to wink. Tomorrow in the morning early you call for me, and we come together to see our pretty miss, so much more strong for my
Grace
spell
Knuck-
which I have work. Oh, oh." He seemed so confident that I, remembering my own confidence 2 nights before, and with the baneful result, felt awe and vague terror. It must have been my weakness that made me hesitate to tell it to my friend, but I felt it all the more, like unshed tears. All right, that concludes chapter 10. We'll find out on Monday how effective that garlic was at warding off Count Dracula from making a visit to Lucy Westenra. Thank you again for joining me. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. And if you fear anyone coming into your room uninvited, remember, we've learned now from Dr. Van Helsing and from Dr. Seward, a wreath of garlic just might help you.
One of Wagner's pieces.
Take care, friends. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
I am only a student at the university. I study music.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. I'm Christina, the manager at the Pacific Beach Library. Thank you for joining me for week 3, day 11 of our read aloud together of Dracula by Bram Stoker. I'm wondering if I can get a longer R each day. By the end, when we get to chapter 27, it'll be like
Does that mean you get free opera tickets?
Okay, for today, Dracula.
I get to to the Opera the Opera Festival in
Today's
Munich.
tea
It
is
starts in a few
the Earl Grey de la Creme, which is getting really close to the end of my little bag, so I'm excited to try. It's always fun to get to finish up a tea that you've enjoyed, and I'm going to have to make the big decision. Do we get more of the same tea because I really like it, or do we get a brand new tea to explore? Decisions. All right, let's go ahead and pour this one out. I like this one. It's an Earl Grey tea, but it has just that little bit of vanilla to it, and
You must come and make Lizzie marry Mr. Collins, for she vows she will not have him, and if you do not make haste, he will change.
All right, let's see. Chapter 37. The two gentlemen left Rosings the next morning, and Mr. Collins, having been in waiting near the lodges to make them his departing obeisance, was able to bring home the pleasing...
The leaves and the colors in it are just beautiful because it has the petals from cornflower, I believe it is, and calendula. Let's see. Dried sunflower, dried cornflower. My bad, not calendula. Cornflower and sunflower petals. Just beautiful. And then it has that bergamot and the vanilla flavor mixed in with the tradition, with the
You see, he believed
with the Earl Grey
someone
tea.
of his genius deserved to
It's
live
really good.
Can't argue with that.
But Ludwig II
Delicious.
supported him,
That's a
didn't he?
really nice tea.
Sure.
Let's see.
Ludwig came
So,
out very
before
lazy
we
on
get
his
to
life. By
talking
then,
about
he'd already
yesterday,
been run out of
I don't
Venice
know. Good to
and,
see you, Helen. Before we get to
most
talking
major
about what we
cities
read
because
on
of that.
Friday, I want to let you know
Ludwig's
about a
theatre.
little something that I
And
just
the music.
posted in the group.
Best thing Ludwig ever did.
So this is one of those good news, maybe not so great news things, but the great news actually is that San Diego Public Library is expanding our services. We are finally at that point where we can, we're offering 6 days of service now. So at my library, well, let's go back. There are 12 libraries offering in-person services, limited in-person services. My particular branch, Pacific Beach, is not one of those libraries. But now instead of just Monday through Friday, now we're offering Monday through Saturday service where you can call us. We can help you with reference. If there's a book that you want to check out, we can pull that book for you, check it out, and bring it out to the table we keep outside of our door. And so we're doing that contactless hold pickup service 6 days a week now instead of 5. That's really good news.
Telling him to prepare for a new Wagner opera?
The slight little thing that's not so great for our group is that because we are now offering 6 days of service, and the number of staff we have are the same, that means that, like, for some of our staff, like myself, I'm now working Monday through Thursday, and then I'm alternating Fridays and Saturdays. And so for our readings, what that means is that I'm not going to be available to do a live reading on Friday anymore. And so I wanted to ask you guys what you would prefer. I'm happy to do either. Hey, I see Pam there too. Let's see, if we are, as we continue, would you like us to only do the live readings, which means we would drop our schedule down to only reading Monday through Thursday? Or would you like to do Monday through Thursday where we do this live experience together, and then I'll just pre-tape a segment on Friday? Sorry, Pam was asking. I am a payday Saturday, which means I'm off on payday Fridays, which, sorry, that is so library speak. I worked this past Saturday, so that means I'm working this Friday. This is how we have to figure our schedules. And then the other Friday the Fridays that I'm off, Well, I think it would just be really confusing to have 1 week where we do it one way and 1 week the other. So I'm just thinking I would like us to either go to Monday through Thursday or Monday through Thursday plus the tape segment on Fridays. And so I went ahead and created a poll. It's in our Facebook group. So if you could go ahead and vote as to which you'd prefer, I'd really appreciate it. And that way I know how you guys want us to keep going for the next couple weeks. And, well, we'll see. Actually, Dracula's just a few more weeks, and then hopefully we'll read another book after that. So, into our future of how we want to continue doing our readings. And so, yeah, I'll let you guys vote on that. I'll let you know by the end of the week what we decide, and we'll proceed from there. So let's talk a little bit about what we read last week. Last week,
maybe Ludwig thought
there
all this
was
luxury would help
some
him sleep.
interesting things happening in chapter 10. Basically, it started out with most of it centered around Lucy Westenra. Lucy's health was fading. At the very end of chapter 9, there had been Dr. Seward had been communicating with Dr. Van Helsing, and he'd been saying, "Oh, she's doing fine, and then she's like, "Oh my goodness, she is not doing fine, and come over here right away." And that's where chapter 10 began, with John Seward writing to his good friend Arthur Holmwood, letting him know, "Can't really tell you much, but Dr. Van Helsing is coming out to see Lucy, and I'll let you know what we discover afterwards." And then it switches over to an entry from Dr. Seward's diary, where he talks about his discussion with Dr. Van Helsing. And Van Helsing basically says, Lucy is in grave danger right now. She's very weak. She needs this newfangled thing that science has come up with recently. You may have heard of it. It's called a blood transfusion. Again, keep in mind, this book was published in 1897. Sorry, wrong side. 1897. And a lot of the medical procedures, or the new innovations that they're talking about in this book, things like the shorthand alphabet, writing in shorthand, also doing a blood transfusion. These things that we think of as basic standard stuff nowadays, or in the case of shorthand, even something really antiquated, were brand new innovations back in 1897. And so Dr. Van Helsing says, we need to give this woman a transfusion of blood if we're going to keep her alive. And he's like, I can't do it. I need you. You're younger. And so he's about to literally hook up Dr. Seward to Lucy Westenra and transfer the blood from one person to another. Oh my goodness. But just before they can do it, a knock is heard at the door. And Arthur,
the study paintings depict scenes
Arthur, the fiance, comes over and he says, like, I got your letter. I just want to, I know maybe you can't tell me much, but I want to know what's going on, if I can help in any way. And they say, yes, you can help. Let's take your blood because you're young, you're strong, and you're also, her fiance. You love her. And so it's like, let's go ahead and get your blood. And so they literally, they give Lucy some medication. I think it was morphine, or they give her some sort of opiate to have her pass out, and then they hook up Arthur Holmwood to Lucy Westenra and transfer the blood back and forth. Again, with our modern knowledge of science, it's just kind of
nice view of the Alps.
I don't know. I was talking to a friend who donates blood often, and he was saying it was almost, he thought that was like one of the scariest scenes of the book. Just because it was so unsanitary. And like there's not even any tests to make sure are they the right blood types. It's just blood. They're just giving her blood, whatever kind it is. And so
nice view of the Alps.
Yeah, they give her the blood, and she is doing well. She's doing quite well, actually. It helps her recover. The color comes back to her cheeks. Arthur is, feeling a bit weak, and so Dr. Van Helsing is like, well, you've earned a kiss. Go ahead and kiss her. She's passed out, but whatever. He kisses her, and then he leaves, and he goes home. Dr. Van Helsing says, I'm going to go back for now, but I'm going to leave Lucy in your care. What you need to do, and he tells Dr. Seward this very, very particularly, you need to stay awake with her all night while she's sleeping. You need to watch her to make sure that nothing changes for the worse. Again, we know that he's suspicious of there being a vampire but But Dr. Seward doesn't realize this. And in fact, actually, there was also a scene, too, in here, in this chapter, where Dr. Van Helsing advises Dr. Seward, as you're writing your notes, write anything that seems like it could be possible, even if it's not plausible. I want to get an idea of what you're thinking about this case and the treatment, and what, when basically you start to realize that there's a vampire. I want to try to see what you could be thinking. Also in this chapter, too, right before Arthur leaves, they talk about how Lucy had a a velvet band that she wears around her throat with jewelry, and that it's moved out of the way, and the two doctors see the two little prick marks in her neck. And Dr. Van Helsing is rather surprised by it, and Dr. Seward says, I just don't know what to make of it just yet. He later on speculates that it seems like she may have lost blood through that, but how is it possible? There's no blood on the sheets. Where could the blood have gone? Where could the blood have gone? Oh my goodness.
I didn't remember it at first, but
Dr. Seward is advised that he needs to watch Lucy Westenra. He does indeed stay the night, and he
in the woods.
He watches over her. She wakes up the next day. She's refreshed. She's healthy. She's doing wonderfully. He goes to work. He comes the next evening to her house, and he is going to stay again. By now, he's had, sleepless night, two days of work. He's rather exhausted, and she says, I'm doing so well. You don't need to stay up with me. You're welcome to stay in the room next door to mine. Why don't you leave your door open? I'll leave my door open, and then if I need anything, I'll call out to you. He says that's a great idea, and then he's even drinking at dinner, so you know he's not going to hear anything. Oh, it's like a recipe for disaster.
What do the wolves
The
represent?
next morning, they wake up. Oh, and by the way, it's just terrible. Like, Lucy has a diary entry where she's saying, I feel so healthy, I feel so blessed, I have such good friends, people looking after me, it's going to be wonderful. The next day, when he wakes up, she's doing horribly. And of course, Dr. Van Helsing has come into town, and he shows him, and he's like, oh, look how terribly she's doing. It's like,
why don't you try a little
all the progress that has been made has been lost. It's like, she needs more blood. This time it's got to be you. We can't call her fiance back again. And so they do another transfusion. This time it's Dr. Seward's blood that is given to restore Lucy Westenra. And
do a psychic reading on Ludwig or something?
To tell you the truth, I've been
Van
trying
Helsing
all
says,
day
I
to
will
make
stay tonight.
contact.
You go home,
But I
eat,
only
drink,
feel
and rest. Make
great
yourself strong.
despair.
I will stay with her and watch over. And then I have some ideas about things we can do. And so basically, what Van Helsing ends up doing is that he calls to a friend of his over
Anytime you
in
need us,
Harlem.
stop
And again, that's
by.
Harlem, Haarelem.
Thanks.
Haarlem. So the Harlem that the New York Harlem was named after from over in the Netherlands. And so he gets his friend who has glass houses and raised plants to send him a bunch of garlic flowers and blossoms. And so Van Helsing decorates Lucy's room basically with all these garlic blossoms. He rubs it along the curtains, along the edges of her windows, and he even makes a wreath for her, which I'm guessing is sort of like a lei or a necklace. And he puts that around her and says, you must keep it on. You must have it. And I need you to sleep in peace. And, keep these things, and, it's not a joke. Because she's like, why are you giving me dirty garlic? And he's like, no, you must have it. It's very important. The smell will help. And he says, do not disturb it, even if the room feels closed. Do not tonight open the window or the door. And so Van Helsing, again, we know that he strongly suspects what is causing Lucy's blood loss and her weakness. But he's not saying it yet. And then he tells Van Helsing that to watch a little bit longer, that he has things he needs to check on, and that he's going to go. And so Van Helsing is quite confident at this point that Lucy is going to be protected because of the garlic he's left in the room. But the chapter ended with Seward feeling less sure of that, because he had been so certain that Lucy would, recover before that night when, he drank and he passed out in the room next to her and, did not watch her like he was supposed to. And then she woke up feeling rather weak. So that's where we left off. Today's a shorter chapter. Let's see. That is such a good tea. All right, chapter 11. It starts out again with Lucy Westenra's diary. 12 September. How good they all are to me. I quite love that dear Dr. Van Helsing. I wonder why he was so anxious about these flowers. He positively frightened me. He was so fierce. And yet he must have been right, for I feel comfort from them already. Somehow I do not dread being alone tonight, and I can go to sleep without fear. I shall not mind any flapping outside the window. Oh, the terrible struggle that I have had against sleep so often of late. The pain of the sleeplessness, or the pain of the fear of sleep, and with such unknown horrors as it has for me. How blessed are some people whose lives have no fears, no dreads, to whom sleep is a blessing that comes nightly and brings nothing but sweet dreams. Well, here I am tonight, hoping for sleep, and lying like Ophelia in the play, with virgin krantz and maiden struments. I never liked garlic before, but tonight it is delightful. There is peace in its smell. I feel sleep coming already. Good night, everybody. Dr. Seward's diary. 13 September. Called at the Berkeley and found Van Helsing, as usual, up to time. The carriage ordered from the hotel was waiting. The professor took his bag, which he always brings with him now. Let all be put down exactly. Van Helsing and I arrived at Hillingham at 8 o'clock. It was a lovely morning. The bright sunshine and all the fresh feeling of early autumn seemed like the completion of nature's annual work. The leaves were turning to all kinds of beautiful colors, but had not yet begun to drop from the trees. When we entered, we met Mrs. Westenra coming out of the morning room. She was always an early riser. She greeted us warmly
Professor
and said,
Barclay's
"You will
Ludwig
be glad to
contact."
know that Lucy is better. The dear child is still asleep. I looked into her room and saw her, but did not go in, lest I should disturb her." The professor smiled and looked quite jubilant. He rubbed his hands together and said, "Aha! I thought I had diagnosed the case. My treatment is working." To which she answered, "You must not take all the credit to yourself, doctor. Lucy's state this morning is due in part to me."
You must be Grace.
"Well, how do you mean, ma'am?" asked the professor.
Yes.
"Well, I was
hear you're
anxious about the
interested in
dear
Lucy
child in the
II.
night and went into her
Very.
room. She was
Good.
sleeping
There's something
soundly,
I want to show
so
you.
soundly
Drive to
that
bed
even
on
my
Starnberger
coming
Sea.
did not
Meet
wake
me
her.
at the Memorial
But the
Chapel.
room was
All right.
awfully
Thank you.
stuffy.
Oh wait,
There were
was
a
there
lot
anything
of
you
those
wanted me to look
horrible,
into before we meet?
strong-smelling flowers about
Well, I was
everywhere,
hoping you knew
and she
something
had
about
actually a
someone called
bunch
the
of
Black
them round
Wolf.
her
He was
neck.
a contemporary
I
of Ludwig's.
feared
He
that the
lived in
heavy
Prussia,
odor
I
would be
think,
too
and
much
he
for the
was
dear
well
child in
connected.
her weak state. So I
Never heard
took
of him,
them
but I'll
all
check.
away
See you
and
there.
opened a bit of the window
Thanks.
to let in a
Bye.
little fresh air. You will be pleased with her, I am sure. She moved off into her boudoir, where she usually breakfasted early. As she had spoken, I watched the professor's face and saw it turn ashen gray. He had been able to retain his self-command whilst the poor lady was present, for he knew her state and how mischievous a shock would be. He actually smiled on her as he held open the door for her to pass into her room. But the instant she had disappeared, he pulled me, suddenly and forcibly, into the dining room and closed the door. Then, for the first time in my life, I saw Van Helsing break down. He raised his hands over his head in a sort of mute despair, and then beat his palms together in a helpless way. Finally, he sat down on a chair, and putting his hands before his face, began to sob, with loud, dry sobs that seemed to come from the very racking of his heart. Then he raised his arms again, as though appealing to the whole universe. "God, God, God," he said, "what have we done? What has this poor thing done, that we are so sore beset? Is there fate amongst us still, sent down from the pagan world of old, that such things must be, and in this way? This poor mother, all unknowing, and all for the best as she think, does such thing as lose her daughter body and soul. And we must not tell her, we must not even warn her, or she die, and then both die. Oh, how we are beset! How are all the powers of the devils against us!" Suddenly he jumped to his feet. "Come," he said, "come, we must see and act. Devils or no devils, or all the devils at once, it matters not. We fight him all the same." He went to the hall door for his bag, and together we went up to Lucy's room. Once again I drew up the
It's a
blind,
memorial
whilst
chapel.
Van Helsing went towards the bed. This time he did not start as he looked on the poor face with the same awful waxen
It's a
pallor
memorial
as
chapel.
before. He wore a look of stern sadness and infinite pity. "As I expected," he murmured, with that hissing inspiration of his which meant so much. Without a word he went and locked the door, and then began to set out on the little table the instruments for yet another operation of transfusion of blood. I had long ago recognized the necessity and begun to take off my coat, but he stopped me with the warning hand. "No," he said, "today you must operate. I shall provide. You are weakened already." As he spoke, he took off his coat and rolled up his shirt sleeve. Again the operation. Again the narcotic. Again some
This is
return
when
of
he died.
color to the ashy
You must be
cheeks
Grace.
and the regular breathing
Thou
of
Mara.
healthy sleep.
Hello.
This time I watched whilst
mean to
Van
stop
Helsing
me.
recruited himself
I
and
wanted you
rested.
to see it.
Presently he took an opportunity of telling Mrs. Westenra
him
that
near
she
the most,
must
you
not
know,
remove
more than the
anything
castle.
from Lucy's room without consulting him.
So,
that the flowers were of medicinal value, and that the breathing of their odor was a part of the system of cure. Then he took over the care of the case himself, saying that he would watch this night and the next, and would send me word when to come. After another hour, Lucy waked from her sleep, fresh and bright and seemingly not much the worse for her terrible ordeal. What does it all mean? I am beginning to wonder if my long habit of life among the insane is beginning to tell upon my own brain.
Sounds like you can relate.
Me? Hell, I have it easy. At least I live in the 1990s.
Lucy Westenra's diary,
not
17 September. 4 days and nights of peace. I am getting so strong again that I hardly know myself. It is as if I had passed through some long nightmare and had just awakened to see the beautiful sunshine and feel the fresh air of the morning around me.
I have been trying
I have a dim
myself for
remembrance
5
of long,
years.
anxious times
They
of
keep it locked up
waiting
tight
and
in
fearing,
Royal Archives, and they don't let it
darkness in
out.
which there was
They
not
must
even the
think it
pain of
contains things
hope
that will hurt
to
this
make
image.
present distress
let
more
anyone see it,
poignant,
not ever?
and then long spells of
Only one
oblivion
person outside of
and the
the
rising
government
back
ever
to
got to
life
see
as a
it, the
diver
biographer,
coming up
Sir
through a
Richmond
great press
Chapel.
of water.
He had friends among the German royals,
Since,
and they let
however,
him live
Dr.
with
Van
it.
Helsing has been with me,
Did you ever try to
all this
contact
bad
Chapel?
dreaming
Pick his
seems to
brain?
have passed away.
No.
The noises
I
that
don't
used to
believe I
frighten
never
me out
thought
of
of
my
that.
wits, the flapping
If you
against
do
the
and you find
windows,
out
the
anything, you
distant
must
voices
share.
which seemed so
It's a
close to me,
promise.
the harsh sounds that came from I know not where and commanded me to do I know not
Tell me
what,
about Ludwig.
have all ceased. I go to bed now
I
without
don't know
any
where to
fear of
start.
sleep.
There's so much.
I do not even try to stay awake. I have grown quite
Politically,
fond
the
of the
most
garlic,
significant thing about
and a
Ludwig
box full
II was
arrives
that
for
he
me
signed
every
up
day
an
from
independent
Haarlem.
Bavarian statehood to
Tonight,
Prussia in
Dr. Van
1870.
Helsing is going away, as he has to be for
Bavaria
a day
became
in
a part of
Amsterdam,
United Germany,
but
and
I need
Ludwig
not be
became a
watched.
figurehead prince
I am
under the
well enough
Prussian
to be left
Kaiser.
alone.
Why do you think he did
Thank
that?
God for Mother's sake and dear
Bavaria
Arthur's,
has been
and for
involved in the
all our
100 Years'
friends who have
War.
been so
People were tired
kind.
of fighting.
I shall not even feel the
Prussia's
change,
push to
for
unite the
last
German
night Dr.
states
Van
made some
Helsing
amount
slept
of
in his
sense.
chair a lot of the
Still,
time.
Ludwig must have
I
had
found
other
him asleep
options.
twice when I
At the
awoke,
very least,
but I
he
did
should
not
have
fear to go to
negotiated
sleep
better
again,
terms.
So
although
what
the
was the
boughs
real
or
reason?
bats or something flapped
He was
almost
manipulated
angrily
by
against the
Bismarck.
window panes.
At least that's what I think, anyway.
The Pall Mall Gazette, 18 September. The Escaped Wolf. Perilous adventure of our interviewer.
What about
Interview
Ludwig
with the keeper in
personally?
the zoological gardens.
You'll find
After
two
many
perspectives
inquiries
on
and
Ludwig.
almost as many
The
refusals,
view that
and
tourists get
perpetually
is the
using the
romantic
words
ideal,
Pall Mall
Ludwig,
Gazette
the
as a sort of
tormented
talisman,
loner.
I managed to
Then
find
there
the
is the
keeper of the
historian's
section
point
of
of
the
view.
zoological gardens
Ludwig
in
was
which the wolf
plagued with
department
guilt
is
over his
included.
sexual orientation
Thomas
and
Builder
was
lives in
driven
one of the
mad
cottages
with
in the enclosure
self-loathing.
behind the elephant
But I take
house,
it you're not
and was
buying either
just
point
sitting
of
down
view.
to his tea when I found
Well,
him.
it's all too convenient,
Thomas and his
isn't it?
wife are hospitable folk,
That he was a
elderly and
devout
without
Catholic, there
children,
is no
and if the
question, and
specimen
I'm
I
sure
enjoyed
there
of their
were pressures on him
hospitality
to
be of the
be
average kind,
normal.
their lives must be pretty
But he was
comfortable.
no prude.
The keeper would not enter on what he called
loved
business
Byron.
until the supper was
Yes.
over and we were all
Philosophy, the
satisfied.
French court.
Then, when the table was
If anything,
cleared and he had
Ludwig
lit
was
his
too
pipe,
much an
he said,
egomaniac. He
"Now,
didn't give a
sir,
damn
you
what
can go
anyone
on
thought.
and ask
And
me
besides,
what
he
you
didn't try
want.
to hide any
You'll
of his
excuse me
relationships.
refusing to talk of
If he suffered from anything in his
professional
romantic
subjects
life,
afore meals.
it was
I gives
disillusionment.
the wolves and the jackals and the
No one loved him back
hyenas
as
and all our
purely as
section
he
their
himself
tea
loved.
afore I begins to arsk them questions." "How do you mean, ask them questions?"
Well,
I
if it
queried,
wasn't
wishful
sexual
to
guilt
get
that
him into a
tormented him,
talkative humor.
What was it?
I don't know.
"Hitting of them over the head with a pole is
His
one
diary
way,
was filled with
scratching of their
self-guilt,
ears is
but I'm sure
another.
it's not about
When
that.
gents as is flush
If I
wants a
knew,
bit of a
I'd
show
write my
off
own
to their
book, set the
gals,
record straight,
I don't so much
so to
mind the
speak.
fust, the hitting with a pole afore as I chucks in their dinner, but I waits till they've had their sherry and coffee, so to speak, afore I tries
Have
on
you
with
read
the ear
anything about
scratching.
Ludwig's midnight sleigh
Mind
rides?
you," he
Would
added
that have been
philosophically,
something? To be out at night
"there
and
is a deal
suddenly
of the
see him
same
squeak
nature
by
in
with his
us as in
entourage?
them theer
They say
animales,
the night agitated Ludwig, and
animals.
that being outdoors
Here's you a
and the
comin'
rushing
and
feeling of the
arskin' of
sleigh
me
calmed him
questions about me
down.
business, and
Sometimes
I that
even the
grump
sleigh
like
wasn't
that only
enough.
for your
He would
bloomin'
stop in some
arf
remote
quid,
woods, order his
it
servants
has
to
seen
stay
you
put,
blowed
and go
fust
wandering off by
before
himself
I'd
for
answer.
hours. It drove the servants crazy.
Not even when you arst me sarcastic like if I'd like you to arst the superintendent if I might arsk me questions. Without offense, did I tell you to go to L? You did. And when you said you'd report me for using obscene language, that was hitting you over the head.
Tell me about
But the
Bismarck.
arf quid made that all right. I weren't
He
to go
was
into
the
fights,
Prussian
so I
Kaiser's
waited for the
chancellor,
food and did with my owl as the wolves and lions and tigers
Bismarck had a
does.
reputation for learning
But
people's
Lord love your
weaknesses
heart,
and
now that the
manipulating
old
them.
woman has stuck a chunk
It's
of
a
her
matter of
tea
record
cake in
that he
me
had
and rinsed
spies
me
on
out with her
Ludwig's staff.
bloomin' old teapot,
He may
and
even
I've
have
lit
had
up,
their henchmen
you may
even
scratch
closer
my
to the
ears for
king.
all you're worth,
And
and
he
I
was
won't
involved
get
in the
even a
conspiracy
growl
to
out of
declare
me.
Ludwig insane.
Drive along with your questions. I know what you're a-comin' at, and that there escaped wolf.
Did you find out anything about the Black
Exactly.
No, I
I
didn't.
want you to give me your
I'd
view
read
of it.
about him before,
Just
but I
tell
hadn't
me how
realized
it
that was
happened,
who
and
you
when
were
I know the
talking
facts,
about.
I'll get you to say
His
what you
name was
consider was the
Godin.
cause of it,
Paul Godin.
and how you think the whole
I
affair
found
will
no
end.
reference to his being called the
All
Black
right,
Wolf after he
Governor.
telephoned.
This year is about the old story.
Who was he?
That 'ere wolf,
Godin
what
lived
we
on the
call
fringes of the Prussian
Berserker,
court.
was one of 3
He
grey
was
ones that come
handsome,
from Norway
charming,
to
dangerous,
Jamrocks,
or so
which
they say.
we bought off
He
him
was
4 years
variously
ago.
rumored to have been a
He was a
foreign
nice,
prince,
well-behaved
a
wolf
Prussian
that
spy,
never gave
even an
him
assassin.
no trouble
Since
to
you were
talk of.
interested in him, I
I
found
am
out some
more
things that were
surprised in him for
probably
wanting to
true.
get out nor any other
It said he came
animal
from
in this
abroad in
place.
the mid-1800s,
But there, you
but
can't
claimed
trust
high
wolves
German
no
blood.
more
Do you know
nor
where he came
women.
from?
No. And he was ruthlessly
Don't you mind him,
ambitious.
sir,
He
broke in
probably
Mrs. Tom
found
with a
out who
cheery
held the
laugh.
power,
He's
Bismarck,
got minding the
and
animals so
offered his
long, the
services.
blessed if he ain't like a
Bismarck
old
was
wolf
a good
himself.
judge of talent,
But there ain't
of
no
that
harm
sort,
in him.
anyway.
Well, sir, it was about 2 hours after feeding yesterday when I
What
first
else do
heard
you
my
know about
disturbance. I was making up a litter
He
in the
must have
monkey
done
house
something
for a young
remarkable.
puma which is ill.
Bismarck was
But
not a
when I
generous
heard the
man. He
yelping
liked
and
to string
owling, I
people
came
along with
straight away.
promises, but rarely came through.
There was
He did
Berserker,
forebode
a
him,
tearing like a
but gave
mad
him
thing at the
royal
bars
title
as if he
and
wanted
lands
to
in
get out.
1863.
There wasn't much people
And that
about
was
that
the last
day,
record
and
I
close
found
at
of
hand was only
Why
one
could he
man,
just
a
disappear?
tall, thin
That's
chap,
not that
with a
unusual.
hook nose and a
Back then, when
pointed
you were
beard
given a
with a few
title,
white
you
hairs
usually
running
changed
through
your
it.
name and
He
moved
had
to
a
a place where
hard,
no one knew
cold
your
look
past,
and red
so you
eyes,
could act
and I
with
took a sort of
impunity.
mislike to him,
Or
for it seemed
be a
as if it was
pompous
him
ass
as they
and
was
get away
irritated
with
at. He had white kid gloves on his hands, and he pointed out the animals to me and said, "Keeper,
Is there
these
any way to
wolves
find out
seem
what Godin
upset
was
at
called after
something."
he got his title?
"Maybe it's you,"
Is it that
says I,
critical?
for I did
It
not
might
like the
be.
airs as he give himself. He didn't get angry as I hoped he would, but he smiled a
could
kind
send
of
away for a
insolent
copy of the
smile, with a
entitlement
mouthful
deed.
of white sharp
Seeing
teeth.
it has
"Oh
destroyed
no,
during one of the
they
wars,
wouldn't like me," he
Godin's
says.
new name would be on
"Oh,
it.
yes, they would," says I,
But you would
imitating of
need a
him.
research permit
"They
from the
always like a
government to
bone or
access
two
those
to clean
records
their
and make
teeth
it
on
very
about
hard to
tea
get.
time,"
Lot of red tape.
which you as a bagful.
Great.
Well, it was an odd thing, but when the animals
What do you know
see
about
us
Ludwig's
a-talking, they
hunting
lay down,
accident?
and when I went over to
A
Berserker,
couple of
he
years
let me
ago,
stroke
I
his
was
ears,
introduced
same
to
as
this
ever.
great old man,
That there
a real
man
old
came
world
over
farmer.
and blessed, but if
But
he
his
didn't put in
grandfather
his
was
hand and
Richard
stroke the
Horner,
old wolf's
Ludwig's
ears too.
equestrian.
"Take
Oh,
care," says
he
I.
told some great
"Berserker
Ludwig
is quick."
stories.
"Never mind," he
Sometimes I got
says.
lucky.
"I'm used to 'em."
Anyway, he
"Are
said
you
that
in the
after
business
hunting
yourself?" I
accident,
says,
Ludwig got
taking my
terribly
hat.
ill. That
Taking
made a
off my
fever
hat.
and
For a
was
man
acting
what
crazy.
trades in wolves,
They were afraid that the wolf had
and
been carrying a
cetera,
disease or
is a
that the
good
bite had
friend to
gone
keepers.
septic.
A wolf bit him?
"No," says
It's
he,
not so
"not
unusual.
exactly in the
There
business,
were a lot of
but I
wolves in the
have
Alps
made
back
pets of
then.
several."
The
And with
servants
that,
were
he
really
lifts
worried,
his hat as
but
polite
Ludwig
as a lord and
recovered,
walks away.
physically anyway.
Old Berserker kept a
Horner's
looking after
grandfather
him,
said it was the fever that broke
till he
Ludwig's
was out of
mind.
sight,
That
and then
he
went and
was
lay
worse
down in
than
a
ever
corner
after
and
that.
wouldn't come out the whole evening. Well, last night, so soon as the moon was up, the wolves here all began howling. There wasn't nothing for 'em to owl at. There weren't no one near, except someone that was evidently a-calling a dog somewheres out back of the gardens in the park road. Once or twice I went out to see that all was right, and it was, and then the owling stopped, just before 12 o'clock. I just took a look round afore turning in, and bust me, but when I came opposite to old Berserker's cage, I see the rails broken and twisted about, and the cage empty. And that's all I know for certain. Did anyone else see anything? One of our gardeners was a-comin' home about that time from a Armony, when he sees a big grey dog comin' out through the gardening edges. At least so he says, but I don't give much for it myself. For if he did, he never said a word about it to his missus when he got home, and it was only after the escape of the wolf was made known and we had been up all night a-hunting of the park for Berserker, that he remembered seeing anything. My own belief was that the Armony had got into his head. Now, Mr. Builder, can you account in any way for the escape of the wolf? Well, sir, he said with a suspicious sort of modesty, I think I can, but I don't know as how you'd be satisfied satisfied with the theory,
trying to sing.
certainly I shall. If a man like you, who knows the animals from
I guess
experience,
that's all for
can't
now.
hazard a good guess
Thanks
at
for your
any
help.
rate,
It's my
who is
pleasure.
even to try?
And if you ever want to talk again,
Well
just give me a
then,
call. I'll
sir,
meet you down.
Oh, well,
I
thanks.
account for it this
Settled.
way.
Bye.
It seems to me that ere wolf escaped simply because he wanted to get out. From the hearty way that both Thomas and his wife laughed at the joke, I could see that it had done service before, and that the whole explanation was simply an elaborate sell. I couldn't cope in badinage with the worthy Thomas, but I thought I knew a surer way to his heart, so I said, "Now, Mr. Builder, we'll consider that first half-sovereign worked off, and this brother of his is waiting to be claimed when you've told me what you think will happen." "Right you are, sir," he said briskly. "You'll excuse me, I know, for a chaffing of ya, but the old woman here winked at me, which is as much as telling me to go on." "Well, I never," said the old lady. "My opinion is this, that ere wolf is a hidin' of somewheres. The gardener what didn't remember said he was a galloping northward faster than a horse could go, but I don't believe him, for you see, sir, wolves don't gallop no more nor dogs does, they not being built that way. Wolves is fine things in a storybook, and I dessay when they gets in packs and doves be chivvying something that's more afeard than they is, they can make a devil of a noise and chop it up, whatever it is.
Hi, Gerda.
But Lord bless you, in real life, a wolf is only a low creature, not half so clever or bold as a good dog, and not half a quarter so much fight in him. This one ain't been used to fightin', or even to providing for himself, and more like he's somewhere round the park a-hidin' and a-shiverin' of, and if he thinks at all, wonderin' where he is to get his breakfast from. Or maybe he's got down some area and is in a coal cellar. My eye, won't some cook get a rum start when she sees his green eyes a-shinin' on her out of the dark? If he can't get food, he's bound to look for it, and mayhap he may chance to light on a butcher shop in time. If he doesn't, and some nursemaid goes a-walkin' of orf with the soldier, leaving of the hinfant in the perambulator, well, then I shouldn't be surprised if the census is one babby the less. That's all. I was handing him the half-sovereign when something came bobbing up against the window, and Mr. Builder's face doubled its natural length with the surprise. "God bless me," he said, "if that ain't old Berserker come back by himself!" He went to the door and opened it. A most unnecessary proceeding, it seemed to me. I have always thought that a wild animal never looks so well as when some obstacle of pronounced durability is between us. A personal experience has intensified rather than diminished that idea. After all, however, there was nothing like custom, for neither Builder nor his wife thought any more of the wolf than I should of a dog. The animal itself was as peaceful and well-behaved as that father of all picture wolves, Red Riding Hood's quondam friend, whilst moving her confidence in masquerade. The whole scene was an unutterable mixture of comedy and pathos. The wicked wolf that for half a day had paralyzed London and set all the children in the town shivering in their shoes was there in a sort of penitent mood, and was received and petted like a sort of vulpine prodigal son. Old Builder examined him all over with most tender solicitude, and when he had finished with his penitence said, "There, I knew the poor old chap would get into some kind of trouble. Didn't I say it all along? Here's his head all cut and full of broken glass. He's been a-getting over some bloomin' wall or other. It's a shame that people are allowed to top their walls with broken bottles. This here's what comes of it. Come along, Berserker." He took the wolf and locked him up in a cage with a piece of meat that satisfied, in quantity at any rate, the elementary conditions of the fatted calf, and went off to report. I came off too, to report the only exclusive information that is given today regarding the strange escapade at the zoo. Dr. Seward's Diary, 17 September. I was engaged after dinner in my study posting up my books, which, through press of other work and the many visits to Lucy, had fallen sadly into arrear. Suddenly, the door was burst open, and in rushed my patient with his face distorted with passion. I was thunderstruck, for such a thing as a patient getting of his own accord into the superintendent's study is almost unknown. Without an instant's pause, he made straight at me. He had a dinner knife in his hand, and as I saw he was dangerous, I tried to keep the table between us. He was too quick and too strong for me, however, for before I could get my balance, he had struck at me and cut my left wrist rather severely. Before he could strike again, however, I got in my right, and he was sprawling on his back on the floor. My wrist bled freely, and quite a little pool trickled onto the carpet.
Very much. I appreciate it.
I saw that my friend was not intent on further effort, and occupied myself binding up my wrist, keeping a wary eye on the prostrate figure all the time. When the attendants rushed in and we turned our attention to him, his employment positively sickened me. He was lying on his belly on the floor, licking up, like a dog, the blood which had fallen from my wounded wrist. He was easily secured, and to my surprise went with the attendants quite placidly, simply repeating over and over again, "The blood is the life. The blood is the life." I cannot afford to lose blood just at present. I have lost too much of late for my physical good, and then the prolonged strain of Lucy's illness and its horrible phases is telling on me. I am overexcited and weary, and I need rest.
Speaking.
Happily, Van Helsing has not summoned me, so I need not forego my sleep. Tonight, I could not well do without it. Telegram, Van Helsing, Antwerp, to Seward, Carfax. Sent to Carfax, Sussex, as no county given. Delivered late by 22 hours. 17 September. Do not fail to be at Hillingham tonight. If not watching all the time, frequently visit and see that flowers are as placed. Very important. Do not fail. Shall be with you as soon as possible after arrival.
My father was allowed to see the diary only on the grounds that
Dr. Seward's diary.
The entire work.
18
I
September.
can't let you see it.
Just off train
Have
to
you tried
London.
contacting the
The
National
arrival
Archive?
of Van Helsing's telegram filled me with dismay. A whole night lost, and I
That's
know by
unfortunate,
bitter
but I really
experience
cannot
what
let
may
it out of
happen
my
in a
hands.
night. Of course, it is possible that all may be well, but what
Very
may
well.
have
The
happened?
best of luck to you.
Surely there is some horrible doom hanging over us that every possible accident should thwart us in all we try to do. I shall take this cylinder with me, and then I can complete my entry on Lucy's phonograph. Memorandum left by Lucy Westenra. 17 September, night. I write this and leave it to be seen, so that no one may by any chance get into trouble through me. This is an exact record of what took place tonight. I feel I am dying of weakness and have barely strength to write, but it must be done if I die in the doing. I went to bed as usual, taking care that the flowers were placed as Dr. Van Helsing directed, and soon fell asleep. I was waked by the flapping at the window, which had begun after that sleepwalking on the cliff at Whitby, when Mina saved me, but which now I know so well. I was not afraid, but I did wish that Dr. Seward was in the next room, as Dr. Van Helsing said he would be, so that I might have called him. I tried to go to sleep, but I could not. Then there came to me the old fear of sleep, and I determined to keep awake. Perversely, sleep would try to come then when I did not want it. So, as I feared to be alone, I opened my door and called out, "Is there anybody there?" There was no answer. I was afraid to wake Mother, and so closed my door again. Then outside in the shrubbery, I heard a sort of howl like a dog's, but more fierce and deeper. I went to the window and looked out, but could see nothing except a big bat which had evidently been buffeting its wings against the window. So I went back to bed again, but determined not to go to sleep. Presently the door opened, and Mother looked in. Seeing by my moving that I was not asleep, came in and sat by me. She said to me even more sweetly and softly than her wont, "I was uneasy about you, darling, and came in to see that you were all right." I feared she might catch cold sitting there, and asked her to come in and sleep with me, so she came into bed and lay down beside me. She did not take off her dressing gown, for she said she would only stay a while and then go back to her own bed. As she lay there in my arms, and I in hers, the flapping and buffeting came to the window again. She was startled and a little frightened, and cried out, "What is that?"
Dankeschön.
I tried to pacify her, and at last succeeded, and she lay quiet. But I could hear her poor dear heart still beating terribly. After a while there was the howl again out in the shrubbery, and shortly after that was a crash at the window, and a lot of broken glass was hurled on the floor. The window blind blew back with the wind that rushed in, and in the aperture of the broken panes there was the head of a great, gaunt, grey wolf. Mother cried out in a fright, and struggled up into a seating posture, and clutched wildly at anything that would help her. Amongst other things, she clutched the wreath of flowers that Dr. Van Helsing insisted on my wearing round my neck and tore it away from me. For a second or two she sat up, pointing at the wolf, and there was a strange and horrible gurgling in her throat. Then she fell over, as if struck with lightning, and her head hit my forehead and made me dizzy for a moment or two. The room and all round seemed to spin round. I kept my eyes fixed on the window, but the wolf drew his head back, and a whole myriad of little specks seems to come blowing in through the broken window and wheeling and circling round like the pillar of dust that travelers describe when there is a simoon in the desert. I tried to stir, but there was some spell upon me, and dear mother's poor body, which seemed to grow cold already, for her dear heart had ceased to beat, weighed me down, and I remembered no more for a while. The time did not seem long, but very, very awful, till I recovered consciousness again. Somewhere near, a passing bell was tolling. The dogs all around the neighborhood were howling, and in our shrubbery, seemingly just outside, a nightingale was singing. I was dazed and stupid with pain and terror and weakness, but the sound of the nightingale seemed like the voice of my dead mother come back to comfort me. The sounds seemed to have awakened the maids too, for I could hear their bare feet pattering outside my door. I called to them, and they came in, and when they saw what had happened and what it was that lay over me on the bed, they screamed out. The wind rushed in through the broken window, and the door slammed to. They lifted off the body of my dear mother and laid her, covered up with a sheet, on the bed after I had got up. They were all so frightened and nervous that I directed them to go to the dining room and have each a glass of wine. The door flew open for an instant and closed again. The maid shrieked and then went in a body to the dining room, and I laid what flowers I had on my dear mother's breast. When they were there, I remembered what Dr. Van Helsing had told me, but I didn't like to remove them, and besides, I would have some of the servants to sit up with me now. I was surprised that the maids did not come back. I called them, but got no answer, so I went to the dining room to look for them. My heart sank when I saw what had happened. They all four lay helpless on the floor, breathing heavily. The decanter of sherry was on the table half full, but there was a queer, acrid smell about it. I was suspicious and examined the decanter. It smelled of laudanum, and looking on the sideboard, I found that the bottle which Mother's doctor uses for her, was empty. What am I to do? What am I to do? I am back in the room with Mother. I cannot leave her, and I am alone, save for the sleeping servants whom someone has drugged. Alone with the dead. I dare not go out, for I can hear the low howl of the wolf through the broken window. The air seems full of specks, floating and circling in the draught from the window, and the lights burn blue and dim. What am I to do? God shield me from harm this night. I shall hide this paper in my breast, where they shall find it when they come to lay me out. My dear mother gone. It is time that I go too. Goodbye, dear Arthur, if I should not survive this night. God keep you, dear, and God help me. Wow! That was very dramatic. I'm not reading ahead, as you guys may have figured out. That went from the comedic bit of the zookeeper talking about the wolf that had disappeared to finding out what that wolf had done on behest of Dracula. Oh my goodness. Alright, we'll have to continue tomorrow to see if Lucy Westenra survives the night. We know Dr. Seward is a terrible, terrible babysitter. But yeah, we'll see what happens tomorrow in chapter 12. Oh, I'm really, really gonna have to fight the temptation to read ahead. Alright, I'm going to not do it so we can discover this together tomorrow. But that was a lovely cliffhanger. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we're gonna end today's reading. As I did mention at the beginning, if you do have a chance to go ahead and vote in the poll as to how you would like us to continue, if we should drop down to just Monday through Thursday for the live streams, or if we should do the Monday through Thursday live streams supplemented by a recording on Fridays. Just let me know what your preference is, and we'll go from there. All right, so thank you very much. I hope you've enjoyed today's reading. I certainly did. I feel a lot of suspense about what's going to happen tomorrow. Okay, so I'll see you then. I'll see you tomorrow for more reading of Dracula by Bram Stoker. And until then, I hope you have a great rest of your day. Take care. Bye. Welcome back. I'm Christina, the manager of the Pacific Beach Library. Thank you for joining me for day 12 of our read-along together of... Ready? Let's go for it. Dracula by Bram Stoker. And so, let's see. Today, for tea, I did decide to take the plunge. I'm going to finish off that other tea. So today is the last of our Earl Grey de la Creme. But I have fancy new teas to try tomorrow. So we'll experiment with those. And let's see. This smells so good. You've heard me talk about this tea a lot if you've been reading with me for a while. Hello! Good to see you. Out of curiosity, for anyone who's here today, are you drinking anything fun? Also, are you reading anything fun outside of Dracula? I always like to see what folks are reading. I get good ideas from it. Not that I don't already have a huge pile of books at home to read, but you know how it is. You can always have more books to read. That's delicious. And more teas to drink. Alright, so let's talk a little bit before we get into the reading.
So this is where I've been sending.
I posted a poll yesterday afternoon. So far, as of right before we went into today's reading, I looked at the poll results. 8 people had voted that they wanted us to just do the live readings, so that means we would only post readings Monday through Thursday. And no one had voted for the option of having a taped reading on Friday.
My German isn't
so
good
I'm just going
enough
to
for
call it
chit-chat.
right now. I figure we've got our decision made. So I'm just going to go ahead and after this week, I'm going to just do the readings Monday through Thursday. This week, I'm going to do one last Friday reading, and the reason is that it just works out with the timing, with the number of chapters that we have, that if we do a reading this Friday and then only Monday through Thursday for the rest of the readings, we will finish up on Thursday, October 29th, which means by Halloween, we will have the conclusion of our tale of Dracula. And then we can make a decision, too, if we want to maybe have a little party either the following Monday or perhaps on Halloween itself. Ooh. So we'll figure that out later. But for now, the decision has been made. We're going to go ahead and just do the live streams, and our last live stream will be this Friday. Our last Friday live stream will be this Friday, and then we'll keep going after that with just Monday through Thursday readings together. All right, so let's talk a little bit about what happened in yesterday's chapter of Dracula. Yesterday in chapter 11, it was really good.
I need any of those.
It started out with Lucy Westenra talking about how, fortunate she felt that all these folks were taking care of her. And then
What's that book in the case?
Dr. Van Helsing was saying, he was quite smug because he knew that he had left Lucy Westenra surrounded by garlic blossoms and that there was no way that any unwanted visitors of the vampiric sort would be able to enter her room. And when he arrives at the house, again, he's quite happy. Neither he nor Dr. Seward stayed the night because Dr. Van Helsing was so confident that Lucy would be fine. And when they go in there, they run into Lucy's mother, who says, "Oh yes, she's sleeping like an angel. She's not disturbed at all. She's just so calm." And he's like, "Wow, that's great." Because he's like patting himself on the back like, "It's because of my wonderful garlic." And then she continues, "Well, it's not all you. I also helped her. I noticed you had these stinky garlic flowers even on her, and so I took them off of her, and I opened the windows, and I aired out the room so she wouldn't get suffocated by the garlic." He's like,
"It's a letter from a Monsieur
He didn't want to say anything directly to her because we know that Mrs. Westenra has, she's in poor health and she doesn't need a shock. But of course, when he goes in, he sees that Lucy has, lost enough blood in the night, that Dracula did come in. And so he actually, this time, he gives a blood transfusion. So Dr. Van Helsing is the blood donor this time to try to revive Lucy Westenra. After that, there's, the doctor continues to watch over her to make sure that she has the necessary garlic. He warns her mother specifically that, this is part of her treatment. Even if it stinks a little bit, just need to keep it there. And Lucy is actually really pleased. She's saying how, she seems to be doing so well.
I don't have anything to ask it.
She's finally even gotten used to the smell of garlic. She's so happy. She's so healthy. She's so grateful for Dr. Van Helsing and his kind care for her. And then, so that was on the night of the 17th of September. What's interesting after that is that there is a snippet mixed in next from the Pall Mall Gazette, which is a newspaper where the reporter talks with a zookeeper. Now, I'm also going to throw in here, too, a little bit of just my own commentary. I do not understand. Maybe this is how they used to do news reports back in the late 1800s. But I cannot believe that there was any news reporter that's actually printing in the dialect of this zookeeper. And as many quotes as he's giving this man about the joke he tells and about the bribery that he's taking to speak with the reporter and all this kind of stuff. Like, if that's actually the newspaper, I need to read more news reports from the 1890s because this stuff is fun. But perhaps, who knows? In this book, though, with the report from the Pall Mall Gazette, it has a wonderfully colorful account from the zookeeper talking about this wolf that he has there at the zoo and the strange man, Dracula, who pets the wolf's ears and, kind of weirds out the zookeeper, but the wolf seems okay with it. And then the wolf, he hears a bunch of howling that night and the wolf takes off. The wolf eventually comes back the next day on the 18th, and they see that the wolf has glass mixed into the fur on his head because he appears to have gone through somehow encountered some broken glass. And so the zookeeper takes back the wolf and the reporter celebrates that the community need not be afraid any longer. There's a wolf on the prowl. Then we go back. So that published on the 18th. What we find out then is that going back to the 17th, Dr. Seward mentions how he is grateful not to have to go to visit Lucy Westender's house that night. He's very tired yet again. He is, he's given blood, he's watched over her, he's tired. Also, that evening, his strange patient, Renfield, comes in and stabs him, or strikes him, and he causes blood to drip from Dr. Seward's wrist onto the ground. He bandages up his wrist, and then when he looks down, he sees Renfield lapping up the blood like an animal, drinking it off the ground. It's disgusting. And Renfield saying, blood is life, the blood is the life. Continues then with an account of Dr. Seward noting that there had been a telegram delivered from Dr. Van Helsing to him, which was not properly directed. It didn't list the county